all of you to please settle down and take your seats. And I request everybody to be seated in front of this stage. So I request all of you to move to the left side of the hall so that you can easily see the screen and hear the speakers. So I request everybody to please settle down. I also request everybody to please put your phones on silent so that there are no interruptions when the speakers are speaking. And I encourage all of you to please use your time during this conference as constructively as you can. We have an expansive expo which is right outside this hall. So once you exit this hall and you go a little right, you'll find an exit taking you to a part of the expo. There is another part of the expo which is towards the left-hand side. So once you exit the hall, you go left, you keep walking down the corridor, and you'll reach our exhibition area. So please make sure that you use your time very constructively and do visit the expo area. We also have a couple of QR codes that you would perhaps like to scan. One QR code will give you the program agenda for today and tomorrow, and the other QR code will give you the program highlights, the synopsis of the papers, and the show highlights. So keep your phone ready to scan the QR code when you see it. Please settle down, we'll be starting shortly. And take your seats, and I request you to please put your phones on silent. If you have any of your friends who are outside the hall, perhaps you can give them a call and ask them to quickly come in and settle down as we are all set to start our program. You can already see the QR codes on the speakers in this hall. Perhaps you'd like to scan them. You will get the program schedule for the 2 days, as well as the program souvenir and the technical papers. So I request all of you to please settle down and take your seat. Please clear the aisles so that we can start with the program. Once again, good morning. On behalf of International Road Federation, I warmly welcome you to the Global Road Infratech Summit and Expo 2026, Vision Zero India, integrating safety, sustainability, and technology in infra. I'm your host, Anisha Nayyar Dhawan. Sincere request to all of you to please take your seats. Please settle down. Please clear the aisles. India added roughly 55,000 kilometers of national highways between 2014 and 2024, contributing to one of the fastest infrastructure build-outs globally. We also increased national high-speed corridors, state highways, and other roads to become the second largest road network in the world. Last year, the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways made sweeping changes by phasing out traditional L1 lowest bidder approach and moving to quality-oriented selection process for detailed project report, DPR preparation contracts, and future road project tenders. Now bids will be awarded to consortia based on fixed costs and highest technical score. This shift reflects broader concerns about quality, safety, and long-term performance of road infrastructure. There is also hope that higher financial and technical criteria will reduce delays and strengthen execution discipline. The theme of GRIS 2026 is Vision Zero India, integrating safety, sustainability, and technology in infra. In a fast-growing country like India, high-speed corridors, roads, and highways must be built with safety to protect lives, sustainability to protect the future, and technology to ensure speed, quality, and resilience. So growth is not just rapid, but also responsible and long-lasting. Tight timelines, land constraints, fragmented contracting, and cost pressures often push projects towards faster execution rather than smarter design. But these challenges can be overcome by improved procurement models capacity building, and consistent enforcement. Over the next 2 days at GRIS 2026, we will provide an unparalleled platform for government officials, industry experts, and private sector leaders to inspire innovation, showcase industry-leading solutions, and foster invaluable connections in India and abroad. Through pivotal discussions, industry participation and participants will brainstorm on the sector's challenges, explore transformative solutions, and capitalize on growth opportunities. We also have a concurrent expo with the aim to deliver a holistic experience that educates, inspires, and drives progress in the industry by seamlessly blending the formats. And I implore all of you to please use your time over the next 2 days very constructively. Please visit all the booths at the expo so that you come to know about the latest solutions, products, and trends that are being seen in the road construction industry. A word about the organizers of GRIS 2026. The International Road Federation IRF India chapter has been active in India since February 2009 with the aims and objectives in consonance with those of its Geneva-based parent body, International Road Federation. The IRF-IC works for economic, safer, and sustainable roads through improved design, construction, maintenance, and management. It brings together a formidable body of expertise and experience of its Indian members, both from the private and public sectors, engaged in road infrastructure development. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all our sponsors for the support that they have accorded to us for this 2-day event. We will start with our special executive session, which is titled Development and Management of Infrastructure Assets. Globally, road infrastructure management follows life cycle-oriented, data-driven asset management frameworks grounded in standards like ISO 55001 and 55000. India is converging with global best practices, especially in leveraging technology for monitoring and predictive interventions. But wider standardization and institutionalization of formal asset management framework is still work in progress. So we'll start off the day to understand what are the best practices for development and management of infrastructure assets. I would like to invite on stage our session chair. Please put your hands together and welcome Mr. S.K. Puri, Executive Director, ICT Private Limited. Mr. Suresh Kumar Puri is the Executive Director at ICT. He holds a bachelor's degree, BTech in Civil Engineering and Master's in Structural Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He retired as Director General Road Transport and Special Secretary at the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. He was also the Member Technical at National Highways Authority of India. Please give him a round of applause once again. I would now like to invite on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Mr. G. Prasuraman and Mr. Abhishek Tiwari. Please give a round of applause and welcome them on stage. They are with IRSM NTRO. Please welcome Mr. S.K. Surves. He is with MSRDC. Please give a round of applause and welcome on stage Mr. S.K. Surves. And please welcome on stage Dr. Bhavesh Jain and Mr. Tony Matthew of TRL Technologies Limited. Please give a round of applause and welcome Dr. Bhavesh Jain and Mr. Tony Matthew. Right, I would like to hand it over to Mr. S.K. Puri to steer this discussion. And if I can request the console for a gun mic for Sir. If you can please give a gun mic so that Sir can, he will have the freedom to take the proceedings forward whether he's seated or at the podium, but please give them the option by providing a couple of gun mics on the stage.
morning, everybody. Uh, I think in today's term, this development of infrastructure and management of infrastructure assets is very, very important. We all know that our government of India for the last couple of years has been giving a lot of emphasis on that, and in the budget almost about 3 lakh crore per year in the highway sector, and almost same amount 2.8 lakh crore to the railways, which is the most important infrastructure side. Now, by definition, infrastructure assets are long-term physical systems and facilities that support economic and social activities. And it needs high capital costs, which now we have that, long lifespan, essential for public services. Now, development from planning to financing models and the implementation is one part, and then management, that is operation and maintenance, asset management, risk and sustainability, these are another important. Since the time is short, I would not like to go into details of this. We have eminent speakers with this, and I would like to invite those speakers. So our first speaker is Mr. G. Parsuman. Is the Managing Director of Indian Road Survey and Management Private Limited, IRSM. He is the is a joint venture with National Transport Research Organization, NTRO, of Australia. IRSM has been operating in India for over 17 years, supporting road agencies with technology-driven solutions for road conditions assessment and asset management. I would like to invite Mr. Basman, and sir, you have 8 minutes for this.
Respected Chair, esteemed fellow speakers, and ladies and gentlemen, wishing you all a very good morning. It's our privilege to start this session as the first speaker, and we are honored about it. And with this, I also wish the Global Road Infratech Summit and Expo a grand success. I'm Managing Director of Indian Road Survey and Management Private Limited, a joint venture with the National Transport Research Organization, Australia. IRSM has been operating in India for over 17 years, supporting road agencies with technology-driven solutions for road condition assessment and asset management. India is witnessing unprecedented growth in infrastructure across roads, railways, airports, and ports. Guided by the national vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, the country is making strong progress towards building world-class infrastructure. Being part of this transformative journey is a matter of pride and motivation for all of us engaged in infrastructure development. While large investments are accelerating network expansion, the long-term success of these assets depend equally on effective maintenance, performance monitoring, and sustainability. Infrastructure delivers its true value only when managed systematically across its entire life cycle. At IRSM, we specialize in functional and structural condition assessment of road assets, supporting informed maintenance planning and long-term sustainability. Through our joint venture with NTRO, Australia, we have pioneered the introduction of advanced network-level road assessment technologies in India. To date, IRSM has assessed over 650,000 kilometers of road network using technologies such as network survey vehicle and falling brake reflectometer. In today's environment, reliable and high quality data is the foundation of evidence-based decision making. With national highways development progressing rapidly, a key challenge is in ensuring that road assets can withstand increasing traffic loads, diverse climatic conditions, and most importantly, provide safe and comfortable travel for road users. Accurate technology-driven data collected at the right time and place enables effective asset management decisions. Timely and targeted intervention improve road performance, enhance safety, and significantly reduce life cycle maintenance costs. So as you can see that originally Australian Road Research Board, which all of you would have been well known about, now it has transformed into, now it is called National Transport Research Organization, which is 65 years of experience in applied research and delivery solutions. NTRO is the leading Australian government-owned entity, and it's a purpose organization driving outcomes for transport agencies, in-depth and relevant expertise, focus on providing solutions, working across all models, road, rail, ports, and airports. So this is where we are going to get knowledge from NTRO, going to the other fields like ports and the other sectors. And this is about IRSM. We have a corporate, our registered office is in Chennai and corporate office in Hyderabad and Delhi. We have just started. And those are the things, we have got ISO 9000 and also ISO 39001 certified. Next. And these are the different types of measuring devices we use for road condition assessment. And I will ask my colleague Mr. Tiwari to briefly explain how IRSM integrated high-speed data collection methodologies deliver reliable decision-ready data sets to support these outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, and good morning, everyone. I'm taking this presentation forward to the topic of asset management. For the asset management, obviously the context and keynote is that asset management is a basic tool for any asset, managing the asset in effective way, and that is the basic decision support tool. So the tool is obviously basic of asset management is all based on the data. So quality of data is foremost important for that particular tool, and that is what I'm just trying to insist on that part. The collection of data, what sort of accuracy you get for that data, that is what we have to ensure. What we feed in asset management system, that is what. And asset management system is obviously, this is the cycle which everyone knows about it, how to maintain the road network, and there's a cycle of maintenance of road network, but this is the first part, very basic, is collection of condition data. So the collection of condition data the basis has to be the right. So in case the basis of that asset management tool is right, we are going to get the right decisions. So this is again that point. I mean, from data we are driving the informations, and then based on all these data information we are making the decision. So for all that to happen, the quality of data is foremost important. Like you see in this presentation, every part of your decision of road network based on that data. So asset management is very vital, and I mean, quality of data to ensure that repeatability of condition assessment is one thing, and right collection of information is another thing. So there may be the repetition of wrong information may happen, but we had to first ensure what we are validating is with the, I mean, correct thing. We are repeating it again and again.
You have one
So-
more minute, please.
Yeah, sure.
1 minute.
So this is sort of like roughness validation. Roughness is a basic parameter for any payment management system. So in payment management system, roughness is more like basic parameter which has to be ensured that we have a repeatability and reproducibility of that system. So for the validation, obviously there are some standard processes there which has to ensure that we are first measuring the payment with one standard vehicle or standard devices which will give you the basic information. Then all the repetition and reproducibility of those data has to be there.
Please conclude.
And these are the different method of validation. Probably this is the very latest equipment, the iPave, Intelligent Payment Assessment Vehicle, which obviously gives all the integrated structure, functional and structural assessment. And then obviously we can validate those data with reference to class 1 devices or any other method of measurement. So identification of one road network, performing the condition assessment with different devices and repeating those sections with measurement tools is the process, obviously, which I mean generally for 10-kilometer stretch has to be identified, and then we have to keep validating that stretch, and then obviously the different vehicle can come and perform measurement. So obviously there's a method that Australia adopts. They have identified one particular section, and NTRO is a body who validate that stretch and give a certificate to equipment that they are fit for using in asset management.
Please
And,
conclude.
Yeah. So this is recent update. NTRO and CRRA have come together for with the MOU in exchange of technical knowledge and working together. So that probably a point where we can take it forward for standardization of data. So yeah. I think I'm being asked. So
Sorry.
there's a lot in slide, but this is the new technology which has come forward for reducing the human interventions and exceeding the quality of data. So probably I can share it later, and there's a lot more slides. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So now our second speaker is Mr. S.K. Surase. He is the Chief Engineer in Maharashtra State Road Development Corporation. He has vast experience. He had worked in NHA also for 7-8 years. He was in the field and NHA headquarters. Is a highly accomplished road sector technocrat who has played a crucial role in design and development of Greenfield Expressway, Mumbai, Pune, Ahmedabad, Vadodara, etc. So he will be today speaking on the missing link project of Mumbai-Pune Expressway. Mr. Survaswamy, please.
Thank you, Chairman, sir, and my colleagues on dais, colleague speakers. So I will be showing short presentation on this missing link project. So it's a challenge in engineering. So we'll go one by one. Next. Slide. So why this is called a missing link project? So it's a part of Mumbai-Pune Expressway, which was built in year 2000. So at that time, there was issue of environmental clearances for certain length near Lonavala. That's why that portion was kept aside, and existing length of National Highway was being made part of this expressway. So that's why this portion, this green and green portion was not constructed at that time. So this project we will discuss further as a missing link project. Next. So why it is an engineering challenge, you can see from these photographs. So lot of hairpin bends, everyone knows this Lonavala Ghat. So even since yesterday also it is in news for traffic jams and all. So there is a acute necessity for this project for construction. So next. So what I said, this earlier during construction of project, this due to environmental constraints, the project could not take up for the straight length originally aligned. However, we made Mumbai-Pune Expressway LK bypass as a part of this project, and there were limitations in design improvements. So that's why it caused steep gradients, then hairpin bends, and causing accidents and traffic jams. So due to cutting in ghat portions, so lot of rockfall measures were taken, causing heavy traffic jams in this area, closure of lanes, etc. So that's why missing link was to be taken on priority. Next. So these are the some silent features of the project. So it's a 19.8 kilometer existing length of ghat length, so which has been reduced to 13.3 kilometers. So it consists of two packages of tunnel and viaduct as well as cable stayed bridge. So this is the widest tunnel we have constructed of 23.5 meters in each tube, and it has been connected to each, two tubes have been connected to each other by 300, at every 300 meters as through cross passages. And another package is for upgradation of existing expressway from Khalapur Toll Plaza to the start of viaduct, and construction of two viaducts, including one cable stayed bridge in this package. Second. Next. So, what was the challenges? During construction of this tunnel, there was difficulty in even initial surveys also, because a lot of forest cover, inaccessibility to site, so it has created lot of hurdles for even initial survey, and there were two tunnels planned in this package. So even this alignment was passing below Lonavala Lake for a length of about 3 kilometers. And the depth is ranging from 150 meters to 180 meters below Lonavala Lake. This was the challenge. We were feared that some leakages may happen or so. So then even there was challenge in blasting work because it was passing through Lonavala city. Then geographical surprises were encountered during tunnel excavation. Water seepages were also found out during construction of tunnel 2, which is 8.9 meter, 9 kilometers. And this is, we claim it as Asia's widest tunnel because it's a 23.5 meter wide tunnel. Even muck removal was also issue because transportation and the dumping of muck, considering that environmental constraints, it was also challenged. During construction, supply of ventilation, oxygen was also issue. So we all met these challenges during execution. Next. During construction of viaduct, that's cable stayed bridge, there was a wind pressure maximum up to 77 kilometers per hour. So even the heavy monsoon in Khandala was also the issue in the prolonged period for forest areas. Then access to viaduct 2, that is cable stayed bridge, through forest was a challenge. We built another parallel road of about 10 kilometers to reach that site, and construction was taken up. Even these testing facilities for design, everything was not available in India. So we have to go abroad for these testing facilities, which was done in Denmark. So that was also a challenge. Non-availability of skilled manpower. Then even trained manpower also left the site considering these challenges during construction, terrain and weather conditions. Even vertigo fitness test has to be taken during execution because it is a 183-meter deep valley. So workers were also very much scared to work there. Of course, that COVID outbreak was the biggest challenge. Then special test conducted at abroad, we discussed. Then getting clearances from forest was also a challenge. Next. This pylon height is 182 meters. Even pylon construction is constructed with DOCA self-climbing jump formwork used to achieve 182-meter pylon height. The pier construction was constructed with slip-form pavers, technique used in valley area. Then deck concrete was done with cantilever form travelers used for deck casting for 9-meter length either side of the pylon. And specialist subcontractor was appointed for stay cable installation works. Next. Now status of the project is both tunnels have been completed. MEP work has also been done. This toll plaza and everything is completed in package 1. 99% work has been completed. Even viaduct also completed. One second cable state bridge is 97% completed, and the entire project will be completed within coming 2 months and will be open to traffic in April or May. Next.
1 minute, please.
Yeah. Next. These are the this pictorial, this one viaduct, then tunnel, then cable state bridge, and this tunnel. These are 4 components of the entire this project. Next. This is the cross section, widest tunnel of 23.5 meters. So which has been provided with all latest technology, including water mist, high pressure water mist system, then firefighting system, light reflective coating, public address system. Each and every latest technology have been used here, which is available in world. Next. These are some pictorial heights. These cables are 240 in numbers. Length of span, individual span is 305 meters and total is 650 meters. And deck height is 105 meters from ground and total height is pylon of 182 meters. Next. And these are the photographs of completed tunnel. Next. Next. This is a viaduct completed. Next. This is also viaduct completed. Next. This is under construction, which will be completed within coming 2 months. Next. These are the photographs. Next. 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 Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So our next speaker, the 2 speakers from TRL Technologies India, Dr. Bhavesh Jain, who's a consultant on road asset management systems, and Mr. Tony Matthew, who has his master's degree from University of Birmingham. They are working on road asset management across Asia, Africa, and the Pacific. So may I invite Mr. Tony.
Thank you, Mr. Puri. Good morning, everybody. We work for Transport Research Laboratory. We predominantly work on the areas of assets, safety, decarbonization of transport in over 100 plus countries. Now we have a global footprint of 100 plus countries. We have a base in India from where we deliver projects in Asia and Africa. Our talk today, Dr. Bhavesh Jain will dwell on that, on climate-informed asset management, a case study. So traditionally, asset management or simply road maintenance management was about fixing bad roads. The road gets bad, you fix the road, you maintain the road. The road asset management was restricted to that from a layman's perspective. Some countries, very few countries, largely advanced countries, do this using evidence. Large section of the countries do this largely through political means. That's politics drives road maintenance in a way. But it is a requirement now for emerging countries or a country like India who are on the doorstep to become a developed country to drive road maintenance or manage assets using evidence, through data, which my friend Abhishek has dwelled on that a little bit. But now, since the last 5-6 years, asset management or fixing bad roads or just looking at the condition of the roads is not enough, becoming not enough. Climate change became a critical factor. Road agencies are pressured to ensure that their road network are climate resilient. So that brings a completely different dimension to road maintenance or road asset management. So most of the countries many developed countries have now incorporated their asset management or asset management systems with climate data. So the asset management becomes now climate-informed asset management. So in Kerala, we are supporting government of Kerala trying to do exactly that. Not just doing road maintenance, not just fixing bad roads, but to ensure that their road network are climate resilient. So I would invite my colleague, Dr. Bhavesh Jain, to briefly show you on what we are doing in Kerala and what is this climate resilient road asset management. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony, and good morning, everyone. I'll start the presentation. So the topic of this case study is how we can facilitate climate-informed prioritization of maintenance through implementing a road asset management system. So yeah, I'll start with the presentation. So first of all, why does operation and maintenance matter in road sectors? So basically, if we don't maintain the road or leave it to the last stage, what will happen is there will be higher replacement costs and poor level of service for most of its design life. And on the top of it, if we add today's challenges like frequent floods, landslide due to climate change, this deterioration of road network is just getting faster and faster. So in that sense, operation and maintenance becomes very critical because even well-designed roads are degrading faster today, and through resilient operation and maintenance, we can ensure the continuity even during the hazardous events. And climate change is increasing this frequency and severity of these hazards. So what is road asset management system? So basically, it is a data-driven platform which helps the road agencies and the users to implement those operation and maintenance strategies in more systematic and cost-effective manner. It brings all the data, road inventory, condition data, and deterioration patterns and budget constraints on a single platform, allows you to run analysis to generate maintenance plan, which is cost-effective and the most optimum in the given budget constraint. And when we add climate resilience into road asset management, it helps you to take decisions to manage the asset performance, integrating with hazard exposure and enabling predictive maintenance rather than the reactive maintenance. Why do we need a climate resilience in RAMs? So you can see in the picture, there is a picture from 2018, which was waterlogged during a flood event in Kerala. And with proper studies done and the climate risk and exposure index was calculated, maintenance strategies were proposed. And we can see the same road in 2023. So that's what we can achieve with proper planning and data-driven approach. So that's where bringing climate resilience in RAMs helps you to take these kind of decisions. So now I'm going to introduce TRL's climate-informed RAM solution, which is iRoads. iRoads is a total road asset management system which provides one platform to take operational, tactical, and strategic decisions right from day-to-day daily routine activities or inspections from the strategic multi-year maintenance planning. iRoads is a cloud-native SaaS solution. It is API-based, mobile-first, which can integrate with other systems as well. And it provides a platform for multi-assets, not only roads or pavements, but bridges, drainages, signages, and all assets are brought together on a single platform to do some holistic planning. It is a web-based solution and is fully capable of managing the hazard risk and the vulnerability spatial data within the same platform, so that you can understand which roads are under a high risk or a medium risk from a climate hazard point of view. So these are the few areas where iRoads is being implemented. It's currently operational and being used by the different roads agencies across the globe, right from National Highways UK to Malta, ORTEM in South Africa, Kerala PWD in India, and Vanuatu in South Pacific Asia, South Pacific region, and Bangladesh. So you can see different demographics, geographics, and climate variabilities everywhere iRoads is being implemented with different level of maturity among the road agencies. So coming back to the case study for climate-informed RAM solution for Kerala, setting up a context here. So there were 31,000 kilometers of road network which was supposed to be managed through a RAM solution in Kerala. And some challenges were there, like frequent floods, landslide, and coastal erosion was happening. And for that, iRoads was implemented along with HTM4 software and a real-time cloud platform. Another major milestone of this project was implementing a public mobile application where road users could raise their queries and the complaints against any defects or any bottlenecks on the road network. And that made every smartphone user data source for this project.
1 minute.
Yes, sir. So I'll just switch to so this is the interface of iRoads platform for Kerala. You can see the entire road network on the southwest belt of India, Kerala state. And as soon as we click on one segment, it pop-ups the entire information available for that one segment. And this is the climate resilience modules within iRoads that was integrated, where agencies can bring up the historical or predicted flood map or landslide maps and overlay it or superimpose it over a road network and identify the road sections which are under a potential risk. So this was the methodology or the framework which was incorporated into iRoads to implement this solution, bringing hazard, vulnerability, and exposure together to calculate a to do the risk assessment for the road network. And the steps are like this. So we had the road network, we superimposed the hazard maps to identify the road sections which are a potential risk, and based on the population and traffic and other demographic data, the risk assessment was done. And this kind of maps were prepared within iRoads. So you can see there are red dots which are at high risk, were at high risk during a 2018 flood, and blue areas were at the medium risk during that flood season. Yeah.
Please conclude.
Yes, yes. Last few slides, sir. So a few benefits which we have achieved in Kerala through iRoads implementation. First of all, like I said, risk-informed maintenance. By bringing climate resilience module in this, we were able to identify the sections which were at risk. And the one example is some road sections in Alappuzha, Kottayam districts were identified and through flood vulnerability, and accordingly the preventive maintenance was provided. HDM4 was introduced to do economic-based decision analysis. And as I said, mobile phone app was introduced for the road users, which help us to do the crowdsource of data collection. And you can see almost 50,000 complaints has been raised by the road users itself related to the pothole or the crash barrier damage or the waterlogging events, and those have been rectified by the government. In a summary, Kerala's iRoads demonstrates that we can achieve better maintenance planning through unified asset and hazard information, and we can achieve the resilience for the road network. And data-driven approach can help us to take better decisions which can improve safety and reduce the life cycle cost. The way forward should be, we should build institutional capacity among different agencies. So the road agency should also know how to utilize the disaster and hazard maps and that data to take decisions for the road network. And then we have to bring the communities or the locals into picture. So locals know better what happens when a flood comes, which bridge is at risk, which culvert gets locked. All those information are known to the public users better than the road agencies. So we need to bring them on board to fight against these challenges which is caused by the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. So for conclusion, I would like to thank Dr. Sampath of CRI as reporter. So the first speaker, Mr. Parshuraman and Mr. Tiwari, they spoke briefly about overview of IRSM and its contribution for countries' infra growth. He presented the importance of accurate technology-driven data for robust maintenance optimization. The component of road asset management system was presented. The process of calibration and validation was also explained in the talk. Speaker highlighted the efforts of data standardization in collaboration with CRI and NTRO. So thank you very much for that. The next speaker, Mr. Savarse of MSRDC, he presented the missing link project of Mumbai-Pune Expressway. The necessity, engineering challenges, and environmental constraints issues related to the projects were presented. The efforts put up by MSRDC to overcome the challenges were also explained. The project will be open in next 2 to 3 months to the traffic. So thank you very much, Mr. Survey. Then Dr. Jan and Mr. Tony Matthew, they presented on the climate-informed prioritization of road maintenance through road asset management, a case study of Kerala State. The importance of climate resilience in ramps was emphasized. TRL's solution for climate-informed ramps, which has capability to manage climate hazard, was highlighted. Benefits of integrating climate module was explained. In nutshell, I would only say the development of assets is going on. So it is now time to maintain those assets for a long-term sustainability. With that, I would like to thank all my colleague speakers and thank you very much.
Thank you to all our speakers. Please give them a huge round of applause. And I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. Thank you, gentlemen. I request all of you to please take your places off the stage. We shall now begin with the first plenary session of this conference. India's Vision Zero aims to reduce road fatalities and serious injuries to zero over time, based on the principle that road systems must be designed to account for human error. Safer road design, forgiving infrastructure, speed management, and safer vehicles are just as critical as behavior change. Sustainability practices in road infrastructure have a profound impact on safety. When sustainability focuses on long-term performance, reliance, and human-centric design, it becomes a powerful enabler of Vision Zero, making roads not just greener, but demonstrably safer. I would like to invite on stage the session chairman for this plenary session. Please put your hands together and welcome on stage Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz, Director General IRF Geneva. Mr. Alcaraz, a seasoned expert in transport technology, has over 15 years of experience in Internet of Things, urban mobility, vehicle-to-infrastructure communications, and cooperative, connected, and automated mobility. He has made significant contributions to the field and has collaborated with industry leaders, government agencies, and academic institutions to integrate advanced technologies into transport systems. Please give a round of applause and welcome our session chair, Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz. I would also like to invite on stage our speakers for this session. Please welcome Dr. T.G. Sitaram, former Director IITG and former Chairman AICTE. Please also welcome on stage Mr. Venkatramana N. Hegde, CEO, Decon Complete Solutions, Mumbai. And the rapporteur for this session is Dr. S. Deepa of CSIR CRRI. Right, I would hand it over to Mr. Alcaraz to take this session forward.
Thank you so much, and good morning to everyone. I'm happy to be here opening and having the privilege to be with you at the Global Road Infrastructure Summit and Expo 2026 in New Delhi. Actually, it's my first time in India, so I'm happy to see with my eyes what's happening in this wonderful country. And I think that this event is happening in a moment where we are at a crossroads on what's happening worldwide, not only in India, and we have this amazing opportunity and challenge to address the issues that has an impact on the sector that we represent. We talk about a number of lives that we lose every year, over 1 million. That is something that we need to work on, especially a lot of young people is affected by this. At the same time, our sector contributes to a large number of portion of CO2 emissions, around 25%, and placing road infrastructure as one of the major contributors to that. So we're talking about a safety crisis, but at the same time a climate challenge. In the case of India, I can just mention that despite having the 3% of the world's vehicles, India accounts for nearly 11% of global road fatalities, which is a lot, and those crashes actually cost to the economy of the country around 3% of the GDP on an annual basis. Along that, safety, of course, I think that there is an important issue to solve around vehicular pollution, and I guess everyone knows this is a huge problem. I have lived that with my own eyes this week, going through the city. So I think it's something that combined with the safety issues we need to address. Coming back to the theme of the summit, Vision Zero India reflects somehow a global movement we have seen around the world, and this is an approach that has been taken with some countries, specifically in Europe. We see the cases of Sweden, somehow the birthplace of this concept of Vision Zero, where they have reduced road fatalities by over 50% through using safe road design approaches, speed management, and system accountability. Similar things happen as well in the Netherlands, for example, where the concept of an infrastructure that forgives human error and multimodal integration with public transport can also help to reduce these fatal clashes. More on this side of the world, if we come to Asia, there are examples as well on China, where a policy action that is integrated, combining intelligent transit management, strict emission norms, and rapid electrification and expansion of the public transport can lead to substantial reduction in emissions and pollution, and improving the safety and efficiency of the whole network. So we are at this point where we need to keep improving these two main factors that somehow affect our sector, and the opportunity that perhaps the countries have, in India in particular, is that we don't need to build roads for the sake of building roads, but we need to build roads that are safe, that reduce emissions, and support sustainable economic growth, but at the same time bring the benefits for the people that live here. So just three minor notes on how we should be going forward on the pathways for this. first, we need to improve safety by design. So integrating road engineering, vehicle technology, and human behavior into one coherent system from day one. Second is improving the sustainability also by default through the design, but improving traffic flow, reduce the idling, use of more clean materials, and use infrastructure that's climate responsive at the same time. And last but not least is the technology which serves as an integrator, leveraging on artificial intelligence, data platform, connected vehicles, and intelligent traffic systems that can move the paradigm from reactive to more predictive and preventive actions. So achieving, let's say, Vision Zero in India will require that all of us combine, policymakers, industry leaders, innovations, the research, the academic sector, work together as a unite group on pushing forward this. And I think this summit will represent an opportunity for that, and I'm counting on you on supporting us from IRF, but as well other leaders that are working on this topic. Now, in the context of this plenary, we'll have two speakers that will help us to deliver some notes on this topic. Recall that this plenary is Vision Zero India, building safe, sustainable, and camper-free infrastructure. And I will now move forward with the first speaker, Mr. Sitaram. It's a civil engineer, he's a professor at the IISc Bangalore, and he's a distinguished colleague, well-respected academic leader, scientist, administrator, and policy expert with over 3 decades of experience. And Mr. Sitaram, he will be talk about sustainable infratech for transforming change in India, Vision Zero for safety and carbon-free developments. Please.
सभी को नमस्कार. Good morning to everyone. Distinguished chair, delegates, colleagues from industry and academia, and friends. I said friends because I don't see many ladies here, even though technical education in India today is about 44% women. But unfortunately here very few are there. Maybe it is dominated by the men. So it's a privilege to address you this morning at the Global Road Infratech Summit and Expo. Friends, we meet at a very decisive moment in the India's developmental journey. When infrastructure is no longer judged merely by kilometers built and budgets spent, but by lives saved, carbon avoided, and future secured. But after saying this, I have to also tell you, India has built a large and rapidly expanding base of transport, energy, urban, and digital infrastructure, particularly the last one. But current investment levels are well short of what analysis say is required for India to sustainably scale up to a global top 3 economy. We are now top 5. And the estimates are by 2028 will be in the top 3 countries of the world. So for that, infrastructure what we have built is not enough. That means India is yet to be built. I think this August audience, I think, will be the key players in building new Bharat. Friends, depending on the time horizon you pick, credible estimates put the additional infrastructure need of the almost like 2.2 trillion to 4.5 trillion US dollars, with implied annual investment requirements in the hundreds of billions of dollars per year. So that means a positive hope for the infrastructure industry in the country. Vision Zero is one beautiful thing, is a global road safety strategy aiming to eliminate all traffic fatalities and severe injuries based on the ethical principle that no loss of lives is acceptable in the transport system, shifting responsibility from road users to system designers. See, so far we were only talking about, oh, in India road behavior is no good. It's a mixed traffic and a lot of problems. But what we are now trying to understand, that system designing of the entire infrastructure is very critical to create forgiving environments for the human error. India's road infrastructure transformation is deeply aligned with the conference theme of sustainable infrastructure for transformative change by prioritizing Vision Zero safety principles, climate-aligned construction, and inclusive connectivity. Major national programs such as high-speed expressways and greenfield corridors to rural accessibility and last-mile linkages are increasingly designed with crash preventive geometry, digital monitoring, and smart traffic management systems that aim to reduce fatalities and serious injuries. Just to tell you my own story, when I was a professor at Indian Institute of Science, we started a new center called Center for Infrastructure, Sustainable Transport and Urban Planning as early as 2009. That center was trying to interlinkage all these aspects what I've highlighted today at very early. A lot of work has been done in that direction. Concurrently, low carbon materials, electrification of freight and passenger movement, both in rails, and carbon accounting frameworks are being embedded into project planning to support India's net zero commitments. By integrating multimodal linkages, resilient design standards, and community-centric development, India's road infra is not just expanding in lengths and pavements, but building safe, sustainable, and people-centric transport network that reflect the very objective of this summit. So I'm very happy to see the summit had the vision, having Vision Zero. Friends, the Vision Zero and carbon-free infrastructure are national, important projects what we have built in the nation, whether it is major transport, water transport initiative like Kochi Metro. It's a very classical, if some of you have not seen, I feel you should see, since 2023 it is functioning. And net zero construction approaches, these are some of the projects for India's infrastructure transformation. Let me begin with a quote of Mahatma Gandhi on the need. The quote, "The future depends on what we do in the present." So today, what we choose to design, finance, and construct will define India's safety record and climate footprint for the next half century. So we are a 140 crore population dreaming to become number one by 2047. Vikasit Bharat 2047, I say it is no more a dream for Indians. It is a reality. We have seen a lot of excellent infrastructure projects are taking shape. Today, in India, the road safety still remains a pressing concern with all the developments. In 2024 alone, an estimated 1.77 lakh people lost their lives in road crashes, averaging about 485 deaths every day. This is a very serious issue, ladies and gentlemen. With speeding contributing to nearly 70% of these fatalities, it is attributed to speeding, and non-use of helmets and seat belts causing roughly 39% of the deaths, underscoring the urgent need for robust design and enforcement under Vision Zero. At the same time, India, now one of the world's top emitters of greenhouse gases, has pledged to achieve net zero carbon emissions by 2070. With intermediate goals to cut emissions intensity and expand clean energy capacity by 2030. A lot of work in this direction also has happened in India, particularly in the solar and wind. The transport sector alone contributes roughly to 12% of the national energy-related CO2 emissions, driving electrification and low-carbon infrastructure as key enablers of India's decarbonization and sustainability agenda. Friends, Vision Zero and carbon-free development across the world, and particularly the Vision Zero, is reshaping transport policy of the nation. aiming for zero fatalities and serious injuries on our roads. India has embraced this challenge at unprecedented scale, but Vision Zero in India must go further. But the goal set by 2030 to achieve, and by 2047 almost 100%, is a big, big ask. It must also mean zero tolerance for unsafe design, zero avoidable emissions in construction, zero compromise on resilience. So that means puts more emphasis on the infrastructure. So that's where I think this august audience has more responsible in making India. Friends, engineering is not about making things bigger and faster. It is about making life better. So in that context also, I think we need to rethink when we build large projects. Because everything what we are building today is a very large project. Sustainable infrastructure, infratech is exactly that, designing systems where safety, durability, and decarbonization are engineered from the first sketch onward. Because today we have digital twins which will help us to see what we are going to create much, much earlier on the computer systems. Through life cycle analysis, digital twins, low carbon materials, AI-enabled monitoring, and circular construction practices, we can achieve this goal much more efficiently. Indian engineering community is now omnipresent in every country and every company of the world. Because we have produced, as a former chairman of All India Council for Technical Education, I can tell you, we have produced engineers for the world, not just for India. Maybe by mistake we started many engineering colleges in southern part of India very early, but today we are one of the largest producers of engineering graduates in the world, larger than China. So these people are present everywhere. This has happened only with the gross enrollment ratio in higher education in India with 29%. Imagine, our own goal as per the national education policy is 50% by 2035. If you achieve 50% GR, our engineers will be omnipresent in every country, every company of the world, because we are the youngest nation. So these young people should understand more about sustainable infrastructure, designing system where safety, durability, and decarbonization are very key from the first sketch onwards in the project execution. So national icons of sustainable engineering, India already offered world-class case studies. Whether it is recently constructed Chenab Bridge, one of the highest elevated rail bridge across River Chenab, is one of the classical example, if some of you have not seen it, witness that. Which not only the engineering marvel, it connects India to Jammu and Kashmir, our own state. So the people to people connectivity has also been achieved. Chenab Bridge, rising above one of the world's deepest gorges of Chenab River, is not merely a structural marvel. It is a lesson for climate adaptive, safety driven design. If you look at the entire construction, which started in 2005 early, and it completed only in 2025, okay? January, Honorable Prime Minister delegated to the nation. 17, 18 years, it's only the construction of the foundations and slope stability in a very difficult terrain. And about 3 years the superstructure, but today superstructure is visible to us beautifully with all the sensors and continuous data monitoring. But what we have not seen is what gone below that and how many years we took to construct that with accessibility. Friends, this bridge, it's a lesson for us to understand how infrastructure to be built. It's a climate adaptive, safety driven design, wind resistant earth geometry, extreme seismic consideration because it's in zone 5, and very critical, there is no access even. Long life corrosion protection systems have been designed because it is a steel bridge. Reduced maintenance related emissions over its life cycle is the key. It embodies what 21st century infrastructure must achieve, that is engineering excellence married to environmental prudence. It's a pursuit of sustainable mobility has taken an innovative turn with another classical project, Kochi Water Metro, so which is one of the cheapest and very well done indigenously, Atmanirbharata. The entire the metro system in the water has been designed and developed within India. The first water metro system in the country and one of the Asia's largest integrated water-based transit networks, operational since 2023. The project connects 10 island communities in the greater Kochi region, with the mainland using a fleet of electric and hybrid ferries across roughly 78 kilometers of routes, serving tens of thousands of passengers daily and helping to reduce road congestion and urban emissions by shifting commuters from road to waterways. This is a phenomenal project. I think we need to do more and more of these kind of projects in our nation. If some of you had not seen this Kochi Metro, I appeal to you, go and see this. This is a very classical example how projects needs to be executed. Friends, it is also connected. This Kochi Metro is not just independently done. It is connected to regular rail metro and then road system, train systems, bus systems, which represents a replicable model of sustainable urban mobility for cities across India seeking to lower carbon footprints and improve access for undeserved populations. It is also very cheap. You know, the trip only costs maybe tens of rupees. Moreover, international recognition such as an honorable mention in a Global Sustainable Transport Award also has been given to this project, underscores its contribution to greener transit solutions that align with India's long-term carbon neutral goals. Friends, waterways, transport and net zero corridors are going to be the focus for the next India's growth in creating mobility. India's integrated programs linking ports, rivers, highways, and logistic corridors, often described as Bharat and Sagarmala. This is a very classical, project under Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. We have created this, both Sagarmala and Bharatmala. Vision is to transform the freight movement while reducing carbon intensity. So shifting cargo from road to waterways, EV-ready highway corridors, green tolling systems, solar-powered operations, nature-based flood buffers, and all of these are part of Gati Shakti program of the Government of India. So globally, transport contributes nearly a quarter of energy-related emissions. India's response is very bold: build faster, but build cleaner. So another very important project is close to all of our hearts, which is Ram Janmabhoomi Temple. I think I have to mention that, because this temple is not just a mere temple, ladies and gentlemen. This is an infrastructure created on the hopes of 140 crore people. The Ram Janmabhoomi precinct in Ayodhya demonstrate how heritage, sustainability, and modern construction technology can coexist. Energy efficient planning, water sensitive urban design, durable local materials, and crowd safety first circulation systems have been part of this project. Such projects remind us that sustainability is not in conflict with culture or scale. Friends, it elevates from both, that is the culture and the scale. In this context, net zero infrastructure is no longer experimental, it is becoming a mainstream in India. Low clinker and geopolymer concretes are also being heavily used today. Bio-bitumen pavements are in the usage. Recycled aggregates, carbon optimized bridge decks, sensor embedded structures for predictive maintenance are all part and parcel of the infrastructure building. Much of this transformation is driven by engineers who bridge academia, policy, and practice. And engineers, as I told you, the greatest contribution is from Indian engineers to the whole world's infrastructure. India's infrastructure leap is being powered not only by the capital, but by the knowledge. That's why I had to come back to the human capital strength of India's strength in this arena. The human capital is mind-boggling, and the whole world actually looking at our engineers' knowledge and the human capital, the kind of things we can supply to the whole world, is the one everybody is watching us. And knowledge, when embodied in codes, standards, and training ecosystems, becomes the strongest climate action tool we possess. So that's where I put this in a very different context using the human capital strength of India's growth. Friends, the road ahead for us, I would call to action. So what must we should be doing in the next 50 years? That is, when India turns 100 years after independence, by 2047, our dream is not just to become a country with GDP with number one. So, as this community of policymakers, contractors, financiers, researchers, and technologies commit to what we should be doing, let me suggest 5 imperatives before I conclude my talk. Design for forgiveness. Roads and bridges or any project that protect even when humans err should be the goal. That is the Vision Zero. Account for carbon from day one. Life cycle assessment must become routine. Digitize everything, sensors, twins, AI inspections, asset dashboards. Friends, AI is nothing artificial is about. See, artificial intelligence is nothing artificial in that. It is an augmented intelligence. We can learn from our failures, earlier projects, and projects of other countries. That's where AI is going to be embedded in many of our decision-making aspects in infrastructure construction. Asset dashboards, we just heard from the speakers how the asset management and asset dashboards are going to help us in planning our projects better. So finally, I would like to call upon the infrastructure industry to invest on people. People is the key. That's where the human capital will rise. Skilling engineers for sustainability and safety is the foremost importance we should pay attention to. So because we have a large number of young people, we need to be trained for sustainability and safety, and they should be ready what industry needs. So which can happen only when we work collaboratively. So we need to collaborate relentlessly with the government, academia, startups, and global partners together. So I remember Rabindranath Tagore's quote here, quote, "Faith is the bird that feels the light when the dawn is still dark," quote close. It's a very phenomenal quote. India's infrastructure sector already feels the dawn. That's where I think I would like to close. Let me conclude with this thought. Vision Zero is not a slogan, ladies and gentlemen. Vision Zero and carbon-free development is not optional today. Sustainable infrastructure is not the future, it is the present. So we need to now think about training all our young engineers who are going to be the engineers of the world on sustainability and safety. If we succeed, the bridges we build will connect more than valleys. The highways we lay will carry more than vehicles. The cities we shape will protect more than economies. They will safeguard generations to come. Thank you very much for patiently listening to me. I wish the GRIS 2026 every success in shaping India's safer, greener, and more resilient infrastructure. Thank you for your patient hearing. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind. Namaskar.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sitaram. Very motivational, and I will share some feedback at the end of the session. Something I didn't say before, if you have any questions, we will take eventually some minutes at the end after our next speaker. So please take notes of that. Now moving forward to our next speaker, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Hegade. He will talk about life cycle impact analysis and a strategic enable for Vision Zero India. And Mr. Hegade, he's the founder and CEO of Deacon Complete Solutions. He's a senior professional with a rich experience of nearly 4 decades in a number of topics, including construction sector, but Not only that, the design, technical, and site management with expertise on project management, contract management of highways, bridges, energy structures, and environmental, marine, and hydraulic structures. Mr. Egade, the floor is yours.
Just at the outset, I would like to thank, this is forward, right? Yes. At the outset, I would like to thank Dr. Sitaram for that wonderful plenary speak. She has set a very fantastic context for this particular seminar, and also to my talk, to be honest, like that. Mine is going to be a little bit more technical, in nature, because I'm physically a technical man who has not occupied any high positions in the government organization like Dr. Sitaram, so that he can eloquently speak about any subject so beautifully. And he has set a very good context to my talk, as I told you that he also mentioned that we are going to celebrate in 2047 100 years Independent Day. When we celebrate that Independent Day in 100 years, what we would like to be remembered as, this particular slide I'm just trying to elaborate, whether as a nation which dreamt big, or whether it's a nation which built big. Obviously the answer is, I dreamt big confidently and built big responsibly. That is the answer. We will have to build it responsibly. Now, 70% of the India's 2047 economy will rely on infra built in next 21 years. It's a good news for all of us who are sitting over here. Basically, see, 30 to 35 trillion economy we are expecting by 2047, out of which 70% is to come from the infra. And that has to be the world class, matching with the G7 standards. Most importantly, it has to be sustainable, resilient, and carbon neutrality oriented. That means vision zero growth. That's what I'm going to talk about. And all of us are aware that the four pillars of the infrastructure is physical, digital, social, as well as sustainability. So far, the sustainability was talked about in a different connotation, but because of the climate emergency which we are facing now, sustainability has got totally a different connotation now. That is the reason all these pillars of infrastructure, whether it's physical, digital, social, it has to be founded on very strong, sustainable, resilient, and net zero vision. Basically, that's how it is going forward. Look at the phenomenal growth which we have achieved since 2047, as you can see here to 2025 as on date, on all the pillars of the infrastructure, as you can see, whether it's roads, highways, roads, or energy, water, sanitation, urban development, ports, aviation, digital infrastructure, bridges, and mega structures. In fact, I think our Sitaram mentioned about the Chenab Bridge. Similarly, there's a Atal Tunnel, MTHL, Namaste Signature Bridge in Delhi itself. So there are so many. Tremendous growth. Like if we can look at the roads and highways, 0.4 million kilometer, which was there in 1947, has become 6.3 million kilometer. We are talking about the expressways and so many things. So tremendous growth has taken place. It's unprecedented 1947 to 2025. But it was all physical, as well as the economical development was the thrust on that. But when we are going to celebrate independence on 2047, Vision Zero, what we call about, it all depends upon the sustainable, resilient, and carbon neutral development. It has to be a responsible development in future. It cannot be merely physical as well as the economical development, as you can see in the infra. Now, what is this vision zero we are talking about? Basically, let's understand that. As all of us are know, there is an increase in the carbon dioxide concentration in the environment. That leads to the increase in the global mean temperature. In fact, the global mean temperature increase is the measure of the carbon dioxide, which has been emitted to the environment, concentrated in the environment. Manifestation, as you can see here in this, all of us are aware of. Globally, if you really look at it, almost around 43%, 42% contribution to the carbon footprint is because of the built environment, whereas in Indian consideration, according to my calculation, it's around 52% contribution to the carbon footprint is because of the built environment, as you can see here. So, to achieve this vision zero, the most important thing is the topic which I have selected is the life cycle concept, I think, which has been touched upon by in the initial first session also, and also Dr. Sitaram very well touched upon it. It's very, very important. What is this life cycle concept? In any infrastructure project, if you really look at it, there are 3 stages, as you can see here: before the use stage, in use stage, as well as the end of the life stage. And before the use stage, you have got pre-construction, production, as well as the construction, which can be converted into the modules A0 to A5. A4, A5 is construction. A1 to A3 is the production. A0 is nothing but the preliminary studies which will be sending. In each these stages, whether it's the before the use stage, in use stage, or end of the life stage, as you can see here, there will be an economic cost creation, there will be a carbon footprint creation. So what I call it as integrated life cycle cost, that is the economic cost as well as the monetized carbon footprint cost, which has been created during the life cycle cost, is called the life cycle cost analysis. The conventional life cycle cost is only an economic cost. But when you are talking in the future, taking the sustainability aspect into consideration, it has to be integrated, as you can see here. Also during the in use stage, say for example, the bridges are designed for 100 years, and also say for example, the buildings are designed for 50 years, that has to be maintained. That is the service of the infrastructure. And after the service, the end of the life, it has to be deconstructed, transported, processed for the reuse and disposal. And all this happens in the life cycle of an infrastructure, and it creates the carbon footprint, and also it creates the economic cost. Basically, that has to be integrated together, and we'll talk it about life cycle integrated cost, basically, if really. These are also, sort of depicted by the boundaries, what they call it as the cradle to gate system boundary, cradle to completion system boundary, as well as the cradle to cradle system boundary. Beyond the life cycle concept, there is a circularity concept which has been spoken quite a lot. All of you are aware of in each and every seminars these days. The circularity concept is nothing but at the end of the service life of any infrastructure, if there is any residual value, that residual value will be taken as an input credit. A loading on the beneficial side will be taken. In case of the carbon footprint, the recycled and the reused components of the end of the life cycle of a project, it is again plowed back into the new construction. That's why the input credit is given. Carbon footprint is reduced to that extent. That is called the life cycle. So the circularity as well as the life cycle concept has to be looked into in conjunction. I talked about the cost which has been created. Basically, as you can see here, this is, if I have to go back how to do it, I don't know. Anyway, I think here, if you really look at it, the capital cost, I think the capital cost is nothing but associated the capital assets, basically, that has been, and also the cost can be also called the operational cost and the user cost. User cost is because of the utilization of the assets which has been there, is called the user cost. Now, it's a very important slide. I would like to spend some time on this particular slide to understand this, basically the cost which has been created over the life cycle concept. As you can see here, normally up to the, before the stage, up to the completion of the project, before the starting of the use of the particular project, which is called the up to the cradle to completion stage, whatever the carbon footprint which has been created or the economic cost which has been created as coming under here. And during the service, the performance of the project has to be for the 100 years infrastructure or 50 years. As the performance goes down, as you can see here, the maintenance happens. For the maintenance again, operation, maintenance and other things again, there will be a economic cost as well as the carbon footprint creation, as you can see here. So it's very important, safety during the construction, safety of the highways, as you can see here, as has been explained in the first speaker, all are important to reduce this, the economic cost as well as the carbon footprint creation in this service, this one. For any reason, if your asset has to be replaced within the service life of that, there will be a spike in the economic cost as far as the carbon footprint which has been created during that consideration, as you can see here. Incidentally, up to the before the use stage, the cost created during the design and engineering economic cost is almost to 70–80%, but the carbon footprint which has been created during the during this before the use stage is around for 50%, including the completion, as you can see here, 38–60% during the service stage, that the in-service stage, end of the life for the deconstruction, etc., it's around 2%. So that's how it is. Now, I'll come to this main topic of the today, that is the life cycle impact analysis. When I talk about the life cycle impact analysis, I'm talking about the integrated life cycle cost. The integrated life cycle cost is the life cycle economic cost plus the life cycle carbon cost. When I say the life cycle carbon cost, the carbon footprint is monetized first, and that monetized carbon footprint cost is added to the life cycle economic cost, and together it is called as the integrated life cycle cost. I think going forward, if you have to achieve the Vision Zero, this is the only way to make it mandatory to have the procurement, all the procurement models, procurement processes to be based on this integrated life cycle cost. That's the only way, in my opinion, to achieve the Vision Zero. I'm emphasizing on this point because there are many policymakers over here. It is not just the QCBS, it is also the integrated life cycle cost should be the criteria for any procurement policies, whether it's a consulting procurement or whether it is the contracting procurement for that matter. I think we'll have to go on. Now, I've just given my own formulation for that. I've converted into this, as you can see here, the module A. Module A is the initial cost, and the module B is during the service stage, operation, maintenance, and restoration. And this is a well-established life cycle economic cost evaluation. Has been very well established in the procurement processes also. I think that the people talk about it, and it is based on the net present value concept, as all of you are aware of it. Once the project is completed, initial cost is happened in the module A, which I showed earlier, and there is a discounted rate which is applicable depending upon the number of years for the base year, as you can see here for the module B, as well as the module C, that is the end of the lives. C is the module which is related to the end of the life of a project, and ultimately for the residual value which you get, say for example, you have got a steel structure, say for example in the bridges or any other structure, at the end of the service life of that, you get the residual value of the steel, scrap value of the steel. That can be plowed back and you will get some sort of the input credit. Similarly, in case of the carbon footprint, monetized carbon footprint also, such residual input credit you can get that. That's how it is. Then discount rate is, there are two types of it. One is the real discount rate and the nominal discount rate. Real discount rate is adjusted for the inflation, whereas the nominal discount rate is normally it is includes the inflation, as you can see here. There are many guidelines on which basis this discount rate can be assumed, but for a long-lived infrastructure assets like bridges, dams, metros, as well as highways, perhaps the real discount rate of 4 to 5% is often considered reasonable for the economic cost, life cycle cost evaluation, as you can see here. Now, similarly, on the similar basis, for the carbon footprint which has been created over the life cycle of an infrastructure project, we can calculate it on the basis of the net present value. You can monetize the carbon footprint. Basically, monetization of the carbon footprint is nothing but what you are doing is you are having a unit carbon price multiplied by the carbon footprint, ton carbon dioxide equivalent, that will be giving the monetized value of the carbon footprint, and I have given a sort of a formulation for that over here. Embodied carbon emission during the A stage, that is a capital monetized carbon footprint, monetized carbon cost, as well as during the service maintenance and restoration. Again, the discounted rate has to be applicable over here. The same concept as far as the economic cost, life cycle cost evaluation is considered. Similarly, you can take the input credit similarly to that of the economic cost, as you can see here. And here, again, whatever the solvent, say for example, you have recycled aggregate you are going to use in the new construction, or the recycled or the deconstructed components of the structure itself at the end of the service life, if you are going to flow back into the new construction, you get an input credit over here. That's how this formulation works. Basically, only what we are doing is here monetizing the carbon footprint into a carbon cost so that it can be integrated with the economic cost. Now, there are, like the rationalization behind this, the internalization of externalities. I am just going through this: comparability, policy assignment, risk and investment resilience. All this is possible by integration of the life cycle economic cost with the life cycle carbon cost, as you can see here. And again, what should be the unit carbon price to be considered for monetizing the carbon footprint? There are 2-3 ways of doing it. One of the ways of doing is the market-based carbon prices derived from the compliance or the voluntary trading systems. India, it is not yet there, but they have been working on that. Indian carbon credit trading scheme, it is going to be 1,500 to 3,000 rupees per ton carbon dioxide equivalent in initial phase. That's how India is working on that. And there is also a social cost of carbon because of the climate change effects. There are the economic damages which takes place over the period, and that has been converted into social cost. And this social cost of carbon also can be used as a basically the unit carbon price while monetizing the carbon basically footprint. And according to one of the papers which I have seen, that Riquet et al., it is the highest in India. Social cost of carbon, it is around $84 per ton carbon dioxide equivalent, as you can see here. Another way is also is the shadow or internal carbon pricing. Wherever there is no carbon pricing, carbon rate is available for the country like India, we can go for the shadow pricing. And on the basis of my derivation, I think it's my derived values which I have given over here. I think you can consider 2020, 2,000 rupees per ton carbon dioxide equivalent, 2030, 3,500 rupees, 2040, 5,000 rupees, and 2050 onwards, 7,000 rupees per ton carbon dioxide equivalent. You can take it for that. And choice of the discount rate is, also is very, very important. And for this life cycle carbon cost also, I think it can be considered as 3 to 4% Whereas if you have seen that earlier slide, you have taken the economic cost, the discount rate was considered 4 to 5%. I think 3 to 4% can be taken, in my opinion, on the basis of my studies. Finally, I think by expanding life cycle economic cost as well as life cycle carbon cost and integrating with the integrated life cycle cost can be arrived at just the algebraic sum of basically the life cycle economic cost as well as the life cycle carbon cost, and for the module A0 to A5, B1 to B9, as well as to C1 to C4, and the input credit. That's a circularity model, module D, as you can see here. That is as simple as that. And very, very important for us to do this integrated life cycle cost because it enables the procurement, green procurement policies and the public-private partnership models. It also enables sustainable financing. It also enables performance benchmarking, as you can see here. And it serves as an essential decision-making metric for transition towards resource efficient and financially sustainable and Vision Zero infrastructure systems. So, in my opinion, it plays a very, very important role. Now, I also showed one particular slide where I said that during the service of an infrastructure, we'll have to decarbonize. You know, one of the aspects of life cycle concept is if you want to reduce the carbon footprint over that time, every module before the use in new stage as far as the end of the life stage, you have to decarbonize the carbon. That is the Vision Zero is all about, right? That is the net zero or the carbon neutrality is all about. One of the problems is during the in-service stage, that is the service stage, the climate change effects is causing havocs, and it is causing a lot of risks to our infrastructure, as you can see here. And in the middle, in this infographic model, at the center encapsulated capsule indicates basically the risks, the climate change effects, increased carbon dioxide, higher storm intensity frequency, decreased precipitation, severe frequency cyclones, change in relative humidity, higher precipitation. All this gives rise to the risks, as you can see here, which has been there in the peripheral of this infographic model. As you can see here, all these effects will result in flooding, material degradation, severe storm surges. That is the reason carbon footprint as well as the economic cost will increase during the in-service stage because it requires the more and more maintenance, more and more operational cost, and perhaps in some cases the replacement earlier. There is a spike. So we'll have to really look into all these risks. I've just grouped together here: durability risk, serviceability risk, geotechnical risk, increased demand risk, accidental load risk, extreme natural event risk, operational risk. All these risks are there to these highways. Just for the information of you, one of the studies indicates your highway maintenance cost is going to be increased by 50 to 60% in another 10 years because of the climate change effects. That's what some of the studies are saying because of the material degradation and all the sort of things which is coming over here. And now we have to take a qualitative as well as the very deterministic measures to overcome this. One of the ways of doing it is, I think in the first session we saw I-roads, like that forecasting and warning system to make sure that that's what we'll have to do it. If we get the different sector, as you can see here, water resources as well as the coastal management, we can implement integrated water resource management, establish integrated coastal management strategies, strengthen hydrological forecasting system, enhance monitoring system, foster transboundary operations. All these things can be done. These are some of the qualitative measures we can take. Infrastructure and urban planning, upgrade and climate-proof coastal mountain and urban infrastructure, incorporate climate resilience. All these things can be done. Disaster risk and reduction and early warning system. Basically, we'll have to concentrate on our forecasting as well as the warning systems so that we can be prepared to combat this climate change effects and make our infrastructures more resilient, as you can see here. Another thing is, it's very, very important slide which I'm showing over here. As you can see here, our codes are not, the codes and standards which has been there are not factoring the climate change effects into consideration. Whatever the codes which have been there up to 2000, it has been the codes which are not taking into consideration the factors of the climate change effects. And we have to go for the climate adapted design course. A lot of research has to be done on the action side, that is the load factor on the action side, gravity, earthquake, wind, geotechnical, everywhere it has to be done. And also the material degradation is taking place because of the climate change. That's why it's the safety factors on the resistance side also we have to work out. So there's a lot of work for these institutions. I think CRRI people over here, I think our Professor Farida is there. I think all this is the scope for the real research which can be done to factor this, change the codes, basically the effective temperature ranges and the temperature gradients for the design of the structures can be taken as a research studies. The creep sinkage effects, which is changing because of the climate change and the relative humidity, that has to be studied and changed. Studies on corrosion, fatigue, and strength of the materials because of the climate change effects, which has to be studied. And also the SLR effects, sea level rise, sea temperature rise, all these things have to be studied, and we'll have to come to this one. Finally, come to that, I've got only one or two slides more to conclude that. I know that you have been waiting for me to complete this as early as possible. I'm trying to give some sort of a roadmap to this Vision Zero, as you can see here. In the near term, build standards and pilot projects by 2030. That's what has to be done. We'll have to work on updating on our IRC and BIS clauses for climate projection and initial resilience projection rules, and make life cycle impact analysis, that is the integrated economic carbon, mandatory for all procurement processes. It's very important if you want to achieve the Vision Zero. Otherwise, without this, it's impossible to achieve the Vision Zero. I can tell you that much. And then in the medium term, scale the resilient infrastructure nationwide. I've given some suggestion over here: retrofitting wave, full digital twin capability for national corridors and major city systems, sensors on most critical assets. Private finance accounts for 25 to 35% of the resilient investments via resilient bonds, PPPCs, and blended finance, and that should be done by between the 2030 and 2040. Finally, from 2040 to 2047, that is when we Independent Day, 100 years Independent Day we are celebrating in the Viksit Bharat. I think we have to have to make sure that the net zero aligned infra ecosystem is already established in India, and also India as a regional provider of resilient technology and services, knowledge exports. I think we'll have to give it to the world, all over the world. With this, I take a pause over here, stop my presentation by saying that Vision Zero is not a cost. It is an investment in India's future. You see a beautiful Namaste signature bridge at Delhi. Like this is one of the bridges which is not got its important. This bridge is looks like a Namaste bridge. Who are come from abroad, make sure that you go and visit this bridge. I had a once in a lifetime opportunity to construct this bridge, and it's a wonderful bridge. Don't miss this opportunity to visit this site at Wajirabad. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think due to the lack of time, if you have any questions, perhaps you can take it over lunch or over the next 2 days. I think we got a lot of inputs on what is going to be the next decades for India, and I appreciate both of the speakers on sharing that. And I want to just summarize very quickly before we go to the next activities of today. Professor Sitaram, you explained very well that investment are not enough. We need to work on the system design because it's very critical, and I understood why 2047 is very important for you, these 100 years of the country. And I like your phrase about that we should making life better, not bigger or larger infrastructure projects or building faster, but also cleaner. I think that is an important message. And you share also some of the tools that we can use as digital twins, which allows us to anticipate as much of the potential issues that infrastructure could have moving forward, are tools that we didn't have years ago, but we can rely on. I was also taking note of the waterways networks that will also be important. And I liked also your statement about the human capital. Me as an engineer, I think we contribute to that, and I'm happy to get that reinforced from your side. And you concluded by talking about the next 50 years from now, and there were 5 things that were important: design for forgiveness, account for carbon, digitalize everything. I think that's important. You talk about the asset dashboard, and last but not least, invest in people. And I think it's important also to conclude with what you said. Vision Zero is not a slogan. Sustainable is not the future, it's the present. So thank you for that. Then on you, Mr. Egade, I think it was important and very interesting to hear from you that 70% of the economy in 2047 will rely on infra. So it's an important aspect for that. And there were 4 pillars of the topics that you were addressing on physical, digital, social, and sustainable. And you provide a number of information that were quite interesting. I hope the slides will be available for everyone because it's valuable inputs that each of us should be aware. You show this comparative infra overview from 1947 to 2047, the urgent need for the Vision Zero concept. You explain as well very well the life cycle concept and the different stages from before use to circularity. And I think it's important to say here that this concept of integrated economy, carbon life cycle cost analysis, should be used, especially on procurement. You mentioned that it's essential in procurement, and I agree with that view. Then you provided also some more information about the estimation of the life cycle economics, the monetization, the carbon price selection, the choice of discount rate. And there was also one thing I noticed. You mentioned, if I get it properly, that 50 to 60%, there will be a 50 to 60% increase in maintenance costs due to climate issues. I got that right?
Yes, climate issues, especially in highway maintenance.
In highway maintenance, yes. And you then show, to conclude, the roadmap to net zero aligned with the infra ecosystem in 2040 to 2047. And you concluded your presentation with a really nice statement that Vision Zero is not a cost, it's an investment for India's future. So I think I really enjoyed the session. I hope you did as well. And join me in applauding our speakers today and concluding what is plenary one. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen. I request you to please stay on stage for a minute more. And I would like to request Mr. Akhilesh to please come up on stage and present our chairman for this session, Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz, Director General IRF, with a memento. We want to thank him for coming here and steering this discussion. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Pandey, and I request him to please present Dr. T.G. Sitharaman, former Director, IITG, and former Chairman, AICTE, to please present a memento to Dr. T.G. Sitharaman. I would like to invite on stage Mr. Kapila to please come up and present our speaker, Mr. Venkatraman N. Hegde, with a memento. He's CEO and he's CEO of Decon Complete Solutions Mumbai. I request all of you to please gather for a group photograph. I request Mr. Pandey to please come up on stage for a group photograph also. I would also like to invite on stage Dr. S. Deepa, our rapporteur from CSIR CRRI, and I request Kapila ji to please present her with a memento as well. I request Mr. Kapila to please stay on stage, sir, for just a minute. We will like to present mementos to our speakers of our first special executive session as well. I request everyone to please take their places off stage, and we'll call our speakers from the first session on stage. Please welcome back on stage the chairman of our special executive session, Mr. S.K. Puri, Executive Director, ICT Private Limited. Please give a round of applause and welcome Mr. S.K. Puri on stage. We would like to present him with a memento and thank him for wrapping up the discussion, guiding the discussion, and giving us his thoughts as well. I would also like to invite on stage Mr. G. Prashuraman and Mr. Abhishek Tiwari of IRSM NTRO. If they can come up on stage, we'd like to present them with mementos. The next presenter I would like to invite on stage is Mr. S.K. Survase of MSRGC. Please welcome him on stage with a round of applause. Please also welcome on stage Dr. Bhavesh Jain and Mr. Tony Matthews of TRL Technologies, who are presented in our special executive session. I would also like to invite Dr. Sampath Kumar of CSIR CRRI. He was the rapporteur for the special executive session. Thank you, Kapila sir, for presenting the mementos to all the speakers and the rapporteurs. We shall now take a short tea break. Tea is being served just outside the exhibition area. So you just exit the hall, turn left, and move towards the exhibition area. Tea is being served in the hallway there. I request all of you to please be back in your seats in another 30 minutes, and do scan the QR code for the program details of the entire 2 days, and we have a separate QR code for the show souvenir and the presentations. Right. So when you return, we will have split sessions. This one is hall number 2, and the one to my right is hall number 1. Please check the agenda. Please see which session you would like to attend, and then seat yourself accordingly, either in hall number 1 or hall number 2. Thank you. Tea is being served in the adjacent hall. So please, once you exit this hall, please turn left, and tea is being served in the next hall.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very warm welcome to everyone. It is truly a pleasure to have such a distinguished gathering under one roof today. I am Punya Sharma, and I'm honored and privileged to be your host for today's conference. We are gathered here with a shared purpose to learn, to exchange ideas, and to exchange conversations that matter. Transportation is no longer just about moving people and goods from point A to B. It is about moving smartly and safely, hence our session, Scaling Intelligent Transportation Systems for Safer and Smarter Mobility. To lead this insightful discussion, we are honored to have our respected chairperson, Mr. Mudit Agarwal, COO, IHMCL, and rapporteur, Dr. Chintaman Bari, CSIR, CRRI. Mr. Mudit Agarwal is the Chief Executive Officer, Indian Highways Management Company Limited. Previously, Mudit held positions at Vodafone Group, BCG, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India, Reliance Retail, Reliance Digital, Aditya Birla Group, HIL Limited. Mudit received a BE degree from Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology and a PGDM from Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta. I would also like to invite Hamdi Aydin, General Outlook of Turkey's Intelligent Transportation Systems journey. Can we please have a huge round of applause for everyone? Up next, Nikita Vakrushev, Fast Solutions for Urban Mobility Development, Case of Bishkek. Up next, I would like to call upon stage Lee Chi Chiu, Singapore's experience in smart transportation and infrastructure and road safety. Up next, Mithun Apat, real-world experience of leveraging ATMs for safer, smarter, and efficient highway operations. Up next, Mamulat S, creation of the BRICS time system to solve the problems of providing vehicles with high-precision space-time data. I would like to call upon stage Akhilesh Srivastava. Can we please have a huge round of applause for everyone? I would like to invite our chairman, Mr. Mudit Agarwal, to take over, please. Thank you, sir.
Very good afternoon. It's my great pleasure and my great privilege to be here among such luminaries, among such people, such visionaries, people who have led this industry, to share the dice with them and be amongst you who have led and made this industry what it is today. So my gratitude, my respects, my regards, and I feel deep privilege being here speaking to you. So thank you for this opportunity. So today is a day when we can reflect back on, so I represent here IHMCL and NHAI. And this is an opportunity where we can reflect that the national highways we are creating are not just roads, as we say, they are the arteries of economic growth. If we want to make in India really forward and make it really competitive and really world-class, which is the vision, which is the objective of our country leadership, then ensuring highways, efficient highways, safe highways is one of the key prerequisites. For economy, for industry, for logistics, ensuring low logistics cost, efficient logistics operations, and safe travel on highways is a very, very important priority to make national economic outlook come through. And that is where we are dedicated. And we connect with you today to see how we can take a few steps forward in some of the important objectives that we have. So the important initiatives we have started and where we again seek a lot of your help is
we are going ahead with barrierless tolling, MLFF. So this MLFF is, we are using ANPR technologies. We put cameras, ANPR cameras on gantries, and vehicles, cars, trucks, etc., they go with their usual speed and cross the gantry without stopping. So today it's an RFID based technology where the vehicle stops at the toll plaza for a fraction of a second or a few seconds. The RFID tag is read and the transaction is processed. Now all of this in due course will be replaced with ANPR based cameras reading number plate and vehicle moving without any stoppage. This means reduced queues, reduced deceleration and acceleration, which means a huge economic gain to the freight corridors, and for the freight costs it means a lot. It means lower queues, lower carbon emission, and all of this it has already started. The work is quite significantly in progress, and we are going to see this quite soon. And that's one of an important initiative which will be rolled across the India, across the 1,000+ toll plazas that we have on national highways, and it will lead to economic growth and improved safety, improved overall national highway experience. And this is the one initiative that we are leading. The second initiative that we are working on is what we call ATMS. So this advanced traffic management system is about, again, using cameras, radars to identify what are the events which could threaten the safety on the road. An over-speeding vehicle, a vehicle which has suddenly been stopped, and the next coming vehicle may bang into it, right, because of low visibility, etc., or because of wrong perception. So stalled vehicles, speeding vehicles, over-speeding vehicles, a vehicle coming in the wrong direction, which could lead to a collision, any person trying to overtake with possibly a risky behavior, or doing lane crossings in a risky manner. All of these and many other things are what we try to identify on a real-time basis. And imagine there are tens of crores of, there are several crores of toll transactions which are happening every single day, and there are tens and tens of crores of such events that we need to proactively monitor and on a real-time basis manage, which could lead to effective reduction in collisions or near misses, and therefore lead to better safety and lower accidents, lower fatalities, lower collisions. And this is what ATMS is about, and it requires a lot of coordination between the technology which is deployed at various places, between different state authorities, and all of this is being started. All of this is going on for quite significant time, but now this is being started with new policies, new technologies, and new deployments. So these are some of the two big initiatives we are doing, but there are other several citizen-centric initiatives we are doing. So for example, our citizens going on national highway, you might have seen that if the toilet is unclean, then we give an incentive to road users to identify that, and through Rajmarg Yatra report it. And we, through this Jan Bhagidari, improve those toilets and improve that experience on the national highways. And also to the people who participate in this, we have some incentives that we bring out. Apart from this, we are significantly improving our call center services, our transaction dispute services. So any issues of overcharging, wrong charging, false charging, we are working on that also quite rigorously, using better connectivity with the transacting banks, using analytics, etc., to identify. We are working on the complete review of all the infrastructure to see if there are any points of infrastructure where the readability of RFID text might be getting delayed or missed, and that causes citizen inconvenience, and try to systematically remove it. So these are some of the citizen-centric initiatives which are already underway, and then we are planning on a lot more initiatives on how can we act, and our vision and our view is that we act through applications like a real companion to a car driver, to a truck driver, and proactively warn him if there are any road closures, if there are any diversions, if there are any civil works, if there are any sharp bends, if we pre-identify areas of intense fog as we did with IMD in the past few months, or if we identify any accident-prone areas through analytics, then we proactively warn travelers so that they can drive more cautiously in such identified risky spots. So we are doing all of this to, number one, ensure safe driving for our road users, and to enable economic convenience. One, reduced time to travel and reduced cost, therefore, reduced waiting times at the plazas. So all of this leads to better experience and better economic value created. So these are some of the initiatives we are doing. And behind these initiatives, if you see, there is a very serious technology which is behind all of this. So very state-of-art computer vision technologies, very state-of-art GIS technologies, ANPR technologies, OCR technologies, and trying to deploy all of this on containers, on cloud-native solutions in a microservices manner. And we do this through a lot of participation with a lot of small and medium enterprises to create these Make in India technologies and solutions. So this is what we are trying to do, and I take this opportunity to engage with you now here in this forum and continue the dialogue henceforth, because you can guide us and you can collaborate with us on how can we make our citizens' experience better and best in the world, or achieve world-class levels. So with that, I say a huge thank you once again, and I also thank again for this opportunity to be with celebrated leaders here and with all of you today afternoon. So wish you a wonderful session and a great day. Thank you. Now, may I take this opportunity to invite Shri Akhilesh Srivastav ji. Akhilesh Srivastav ji, if I may say a few lines, is a great visionary. And I mean, he's a very accomplished person, has studied in one of the best institutes over the world, and has written, is a prolific reader, prolific writer, a visionary, and I follow his footsteps. So with that, let me invite Shri Akhilesh Srivastav to address us today.
Thank you very much, and very warm welcome to, since morning we are seeing a big crowd. In fact, it's more than what we expected. Thank you very much for everyone participating. As a President IRF India chapter, this is my first and foremost task to say thanks to the people who has come all the way. I know today was a very big traffic. I took almost 2 hours 40 minutes. Many people who met me slightly late, they came. That was a scenario, and that's what one of the issue which we are going to talk today. How to resolve these issues. The average speed in India currently in the cities are around 8 to 10 kilometers per hour. So if you have to travel 20 kilometers, probably it's going to take 2 hours. This is now going to the lower, the tier 2, tier 3 cities also. So what are the solutions that we will be discussing? But here I am a part, in addition to my, as a President IRF India chapter, I am also President to ITS India Forum. So here I am going to talk you as a ITS, what are the ITS technologies, how government is supporting, what are we have achieved and what more we are going to do, and what Mr. Mudit, chair of the session, he highlighted some of the things like multi-lane free flow, advanced ATMS system, citizen-centric solutions. Thereafter, the more details will be done by technology-wise with our other panel experts. Very quickly, why we require an ITS overview. Taking this opportunity, I will just like to say, so the urban, very fast urbanization of the cities. Somebody yesterday, I was talking in another forum, people asked me, what is the population of Delhi? And I told them it's something around 30 million, so 3 crore people Delhi NCR lives in. This is more than many countries. Daytime it's further high because many people who live slightly away from the Delhi NCR, they also come for the job and the business and other opportunities. So handling so many people in a small area, we did a calculation along with one of the study IIT and CRRI. I think when our Will Murugan sir was there, when we found out that if we put just 20%, 25% of the vehicle on Delhi NCR roads, it will be fully choked. There won't be a place to even move a two-wheeler on that. Because number of vehicles in Delhi are nearly 1.5 crores. So if so many vehicles are plying on the road, what are the solutions? Humanly, it's not, we can't expand the road as it is, the density of road in Delhi is around 17%, which is quite high a number in comparison to the other global standards. So we cannot expand the road further. We cannot stop purchasing of vehicle because the population is aspiring, they're rising, GDP is growing up. As it is, the number of car owned by people in India, there is a global standard which says there is globally 1,000 people, how many car are there? That's the general scale they follow. In India, this number is till now is only 34. This year it might have gone to 35. Global average is 350 plus. So our vehicle numbers are going to increase to 10x more what we have now. We are already choked up with the, there is no space for the, so what is the solution going to happen? And that here comes the intelligent transport system. That can help to increase the throughput on cities comfortably with the help of technology. That's one. Safety risk, if I say less about it is better because India, unfortunately, with all the glittering signs of the rapid road making, highway construction, up to 30 kilometers a day and 10 to 12,000 kilometers in a year, we are also number one in the road fatalities. Last year, in 2024, the official figures were 180,000 people died on Indian roads. Many experts say this is grossly underreported, but even then 180,000 is a very, very big number. At every 17, 18 minutes, one person is dying on Indian roads. How that can be done? How intelligent ITS technologies can help to improve it? And of course, the mobility outcome, ITS is a necessity. This is the figure I was just mentioning, the 11% of the fatalities are, in fact, this number might have gone up to 14% currently because globally the fatalities has come down. In 24, the global fatalities were only 11.5 lakhs, 1.13 million in fact. Whereas we are 180,000, so it's approximately 14 to 15%. This figure has gone up, and of course that leads to 3% loss in GDP and cities. So a thing which I just wanted to clear it here and say, generally people say bad road designs. Of course, it is one of the important factor, or the poor licensing system. But if you look at the paradox, the majority of fatalities or the accidents are done by the licensed drivers. That means there is something wrong in the system, licensing system. Then clear weather, people say it was foggy, it was raining, so I made accident. But unfortunately, that's the two generalization of the statement. 70% of the accident takes place on a very clear weather and sunny days. Similarly, the normal traffic condition, in congestion, fatalities won't be that much. And enforcement limits. Another statistics which I say which lead to the ITS solution of electronic enforcement which government has just mandated through an SOP. The enforcement, who is going to enforce? If you look at the lawmakers' point of view, it's going to be the police department or the traffic police, RTOs. we have a people country of 1.4 billion people living in, I mean, it's one most populous country. So many vehicles, so many people plying on the roads. Number of police personnel, how many are they who can manage it? So there is again statistics which says per 1 lakh population, how many police personnel globally different countries have. Global average is something around 500 to 550 police personnel, whereas in India that number is 1/4 of that, so 156. This year it might has increased by 1 or 2, so 160 you can say. So we are having 1/3. There are many other duties. So how are we going to cope it up and do the enforcement properly? Then again, the certain solutions which are coming up. Another thing which I mean, just I wanted, these are the ITS technologies which are happening. I will explain in the next slide in little more detail. Few of the technologies which are coming up are the driver behavior and profiling. The number one thing which I said, the license, the people making accidents are majority, 70% plus them are the, rather I will say all of them are licensed drivers. But I might have taken license 20 years back when my age was 25 years, but now I'm at so a 2.5 decade. Probably I mean, I may be having some anxiety problem, I may have developed certain lifestyle diseases, my perception, my driving skills might have got tampered. It may not be as good as 2 decades earlier, but there is no parameter, no system which guides what is my real-time capacity of driving, whereas everywhere you have it. If I appear in an exam today of UPSC, I may be rejected because I may not qualify even the prelims. But in my prime time, I was having that capacity to do that. So similarly, driving, it's not that one certificate I got some 2 decades back and I'm perennially licensed to drive. It has to be real-time tracking. And that's what, when we talk about driver behavior, it can be tracked. It can be tracked by ITS technology. Different IoT sensors are there. AI is there, which captures my driving pattern and convert into a measurable driving score. We named it as a safe driving score. Policy was also issued by the, not policy, I would say advisory was issued by the Ministry of Road Transport, that this should be implemented on the commercial vehicle. This gives a real-time insight. If I am a very casual driver, risky driver, the scores may be less. If I am a good driver, less violation, my score may be higher. Now this can be linked to your insurance and my profile, or a commercial vehicle driver who is having a good score is using the IoT technologies, or these driver can even ask for more money. Right now, instead of comparing 2 parameters of cost and the time, this can be the third parameter as well. So that is the data integration this system can do. Emergency response system. Currently what if any accident takes place, what we are doing, we are calling to 1033 or 112, and then the mapping is done, and of course Rajmarg Yatra, what Chair Mr. Mudit just said, mentioned about. Rajmarg Yatra has this capacity, you can ping and your location is shared with the call center and ambulance then ultimately. But it can be done with the vehicle. Now e-call button is coming up in the vehicles, and that is what we have pushed. Probably you will be soon getting a notification from the government when the e-call button will be mandatory and all, and actually it will be sending data to some of the call center, not just for namesake. Then we ADAS system. What if the vehicles which are about to collide with another vehicle or with another object, this collision can be prevented, lane change can be depicted with the help of technology or camera vision. It's being done. It's already being done in most of the advanced cars. You see the ADAS systems are built in up to level 2. Now it's further increasing to level 2.5 also in most of the vehicles. This ADAS system when my vehicle is about to collide, it is taking control, it is giving an alert, it is slowing down the vehicle and ultimately minimizing the accidents, or at least drastically minimizing the fatalities. Next system which you must have heard Honorable Minister talking about, the V2V, vehicle to vehicle connectivity. With the help of IoT sensors put into the vehicles can communicate to each other. A vehicle, if it is slowing down, it is conveying a message on the vehicle coming behind that I am slowing down or something is there, and the vehicle gets alert. The vehicles coming on a blind curve or an intersection, they come to know if it is a foggy day, rainy day, the visibility is low, but the sensors work. They work still comfortably up to 500 meters. That's being mandated by the Ministry of Telecommunication, DOT, as well as MOT. So some spectrum is being, this V2V was implemented in California, USA, just 2 years back. The penetration is only 8 to 9%, because in 18 months time it cannot be, it's coming up only in the new vehicles and some retrofit. The impact of this V2V on improving the road safety has been 34%, and that's the report is available on the Google, you can check it. This will be a real game changer kind of thing. And then of course intelligent infrastructure. When we talk about the infrastructure, we generally talk that it's a passive signages are there. When a driver has to look at the speed sign, it is 60 kilometer, 80 kilometer or 30 kilometer, and accordingly adjust their behavior. What if the sign itself communicates? Instead of passive infrastructure, it is an active infrastructure. The infrastructure, the moment your vehicle is passing through an area where the speed limit is only 40 kilometer. So driver looking at this, and now subjectivity comes whether they are listening, they are in fact acting on that information which they just saw on a signboard or no. But if the sign itself is communicating, talking to the vehicle, and that is called V2I, intelligent infrastructure, and the vehicle is slowed down to 40 kilometers. There is no human intervention, and that's how you are going to improve the safety and other challenges related to this. And lastly, the electronic enforcement, how ITS is helping in the electronic enforcement system. You might have seen the, in fact, I'm happy to share that in one of our ITS India Congress organized by ITS India Forum in Hyderabad, IIT Hyderabad, and fortunately Mr. Mudit was also there. Honorable Supreme Court, there is a committee made by Supreme Court for the road safety. So chair of that Supreme Court Committee on Road Safety, Justice Sapre, he was there. He himself talked about this electronic. It was issued just 2 days earlier to that. Good discussion took place. Many suggestions came which were incorporated in electronic enforcement policy. I'm sure once it goes down and it is implemented, it will be a real game changer for the improving the safety and other congestion mobility related issues. So these already things are happening, and just to give you a overview that I'm not talking in air, these are already tried, tested and piloted at various places. One example I gave of V2V, which is around 34, the crash reduction with the help of ADAS has been noticed between 50 to 60% in many countries. And in the pilots which we did, and CRRI, in fact, they did a pilot on this iRaste, similar kind of thing. They could even predict the potential black spot where accident may take place. Instead of sacrificing few lives and say this is a black spot now needs rectification, this can be done without even compromising a single life. So, and these technologies are proven, they are being adopted. I will quickly wrap it up. What future, more likely to come up is the AI-driven ATMS, where my pattern is now tracked by the AI systems, and so much data is being generated in the mobility through vehicles, through the infrastructure, and enormous. So humanly, it may not be possible. I will give another example. We were discussing in some forum at IIT Bombay recently, where I came to know a company called Ado. They have developed a solution where if somebody is drunk and driving the car, there is a tendency of a drunk person driving if vehicle will be drifting to the right hand side, which human eye may not correctly depict, but AI can depict that it is drifting on the right side. Probably the driver is in the maybe having possession of liquor or any other thing, maybe drunk. So instead of checking all the 1,000 vehicles or 10,000 vehicles, the drivers with the breath analyzer to check whether they are having any alcohol content or no, only the outliers whom this AI says that they looks to be, they can be checked and it can be done. So that's the many such things are already being done. Global examples are many. Our experts will be talking on these things. We are at the very strong footing. FASTag is one of the, Mr. Mudit is heading, is one of the biggest electronic toll collection platform anywhere in the world, with above 95% people using it, citizens. It's an absolutely amazing program. Now it is upgrading to level 2, where it will be completely free flow system led by him. ATMS, he probably here he is heading to ministry for some meeting where they are going to develop 3 new architecture of ATMS, where all the highways will be having ATMS plugged on a single platform with analytics which will be visible to enforcement and giving data to the public. Digital enforcement, I already spoke. EDAR is the accident recording system which has come up. Interoperable urban highways integration and capacity building. So I will just add one more thing before I end my presentation. ITS India Forum is coming up with the ITS Academy. We found that there is a big gap in the understanding of the top leadership and what is happening on the ground. There is an industry disconnect as well. So we are coming up with ITS Academy, which is in fact the professor in collaboration with IIT Bombay, CRRI, South Asian University, and a few other academics. This will be imparting the certificate course, online, offline, master's, MS course into the latest ITS technologies, global ITS, and executive PhD as well. Very industry friendly, just to do that capacity building. And with this, I will be completing my talk, and it's a privilege to see all of you here. It's my honor to address this August gathering. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Very good afternoon, all of us. It was great privilege and pleasure to be with you and talk to you, and look forward to continue this dialogue forward. There's an urgent meeting for which I have to go. So if I may please hand over the chair to Shri Akhilesh ji. Take your permission, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thanks for sparing your valuable time. I know you already relate for that meeting. We'll continue. Thank you very much.
I would like to request Akhilesh Srivastav to present the memento to Mr. Mudit Agarwal. Can we please have a huge round of applause for them? Thank you, sir, for gracing the event.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Now, Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav would take over as the chairperson. Akhilesh Srivastav is taking over as the chairperson and continuing with the proceedings.
Thank you very much, sir. Actually, I was just not prepared, so I will read the name from here. May I request Mr. Hamdi Aydin, our good friend. He has come from Turkey all the way for this GRIS Global Road Infrastructure Summit organized by IRF India chapter. over to you. He is going to give a general look of Turkey intelligent transport system. Maybe a good learning for all of us. Over to you, Mr. Ham.
Hello everyone, I brought to you warm greetings from Turkey, our new official name of Turkey. And in January, India celebrated 77th Republic Day. Congratulations to India, and I wish some more and much more 77th Republic Days. And I'm also board member of Turkish Indian Business Council, and we celebrated in Istanbul with Indian ambassador and consular in Istanbul. It was a nice day. Again, congratulations. My brother, I'm his big brother, Akhilesh, he said something that I should say. My presentation is in will be in three sessions. One actually is ITS. I am saying sometimes ITA because I am also board member of ITA, International Tunneling Association, sorry for that. ITS intelligence, we think that as human beings we are intelligent. Now we try to make or become other creations also intelligent. First of all, I say a small history from the 60s, 70s, or some of them are from the 50s. What happened in the world? And afterwards, the development of ITS in Turkey, and the ITS applications in Turkey. In the 70s, some of them are also in the 50s. We all watched American or German films that the magnetic loop detectors, red light enforcement cameras, we had the speed light signs and dynamic message signs. We had this, some of them we saw it. Some of us saw it only on the TV or cinemas. And also we had at that, in the 60s, electronic route guidance and navigation systems also. For example, in radio, when I was in the 70s in Germany, there was always interrupting of the news or any program saying there's an accident, please move, take other roads. And in the 70s, it develops a bit, and radar speed enforcement, and the policemen or other people controls our speeds. And then comprehensive automobile traffic control systems, we had also a primitive compared to today, very high developed control systems, rooms, very primitive systems at that time. And then we started in the 70s, mobile speed radar and traffic enforcement camera systems. Perhaps you had this in India also, I don't know. And then the SCAD system principles came. The SCAD systems is the Sydney Coordinate Adaptive Traffic Systems, and they started to control the transit traffic through the city centers. And the weather monitoring systems came in enforcement, and automatic navigation systems we had at that time in the 80s, but not like this with this satellite systems. And electronic speed enforcement systems, then within the developing of laptops, computers, the policemen, they had this at that time very developed systems. And in the 90s, we had automatic tool collection systems in toolways. We had this in India. Do you have tools systems at that time? I don't know, but in the world we had this automatic tool collection systems. Then with the GPS-based navigation systems, then we needed some ISO standards, and the ISO Technical Committee 204 on ITS came, and in ITS standardizations came in, and the adaptive traffic control systems, as Akhilesh mentioned, at that time it was very primitive, I want to say, compared to today's. And in 1994, the first ITS World Congress was in Paris. And then Artico ITS Europe established in 1991. And in the 2000s, with the LED systems in traffic lights and digital red light camera systems, and developing with the cameras and the chip systems, it developed so rapidly at that time, and the black spot alerts systems, they took the data and transferred directly, and the in-vehicle Wi-Fi systems started with the 2000s. In most of the cars, it started especially with the expensive cars that you push a button and Mercedes or BMW centrally called you back and said what's happening, what do you need? And these emergency call systems, actually it was in most highways, motorways in Germany, the German motorways, highways, they had these systems. And then with the developing of computer systems, the electronic speed enforcement systems came in, and the Web 2.0 platforms came in our life. And with 2010s, now we are coming closer to today, and the autonomous vehicle study started, and connected vehicle and infrastructure started, and the electric vehicles especially started in some more developed countries. Now each country has now the systems, and they produce also, and data management of application systems started. And for the public transport, expansion of mobile and internet-based transportation solutions. Now, with the apps now, where you want to go, you ask the apps, and it gives you the shortest and the cheapest and the safest solution. Now, this is the historical development of ITAs in the world, the 70s to 2010s. And the ITAs applications in the world is the, as I said, we think that we are smart. Now we want to have cars and infrastructure, and the cities, they should be also smart. I am smart, but if they are not smart, the others, then it doesn't make any sense. And the smart vehicles, the concept of smart vehicles refers to vehicles that can sense their environments, process data, and interact drivers, other vehicles, and infrastructure within the ITS ecosystems. Now, in the cars, you know that some cars now drive without anyone. Perhaps, is it allowed here in India? I don't know, but in some countries it's allowed that in the car is no one. Also in China, I saw that there are taxis without human beings in the cars. And automatic parking systems and autonomous vehicles. This is development of this ITAs. I don't know what is the end of this ITS. This automatic parking system is now even for medium priced cars available. In expensive cars in the last 10 years, you can tell your car that I need a parking loads, and he finds while you are driving, he parks autonomously. You do nothing. In the last 10 years, there are such a cars. Now for the roads, smart roads means smart intersection and smart passenger information systems, and these green waves, cameras, and traffic sensors, and they do what we did before, the technological means of technological articles now. And the smart cities, as I said, as a driver, we are smart. We think that the cars must be smart, and the infrastructure and the cities must be also smart. Akhilesh, I need more time. I came a long way. Thank you. And now, also the smart energy systems, we need also. The oil price is going up and down, and for the environment is also very important. Now, because of that, we have the electric vehicles, and smart energy system is very important in some countries. They can get the energy from the roads. And perhaps it is new for you. I don't want to mention the countries. In 2 countries, they are not developing paintings for the cars. It will be solar panel of the cars, and they don't need any energy. They get all the energy from the car on his own paintings. Now, the other issue is system integration. This is very important. If you don't do the system integration alone, it doesn't help you to have more comfortable life. Especially for public transport, it is the single card payment system for transportation modes. For example, in China, they have this WeChat application like what we use here, WhatsApp. They can do everything with this application. They have their own phone, and with this phone they can pay, they can park, they can do everything what they want. Now I go a bit faster. Yeah, these are the applications, ITS application. Here, just 10 minutes, you should look here. You can think on your own what the ITAs can do for us. Just 10 seconds, not 10 minutes.
That's what I thought, 10 minutes.
Yeah, I am going a bit faster.
No, so the master, Professor Sikdar is hinting me from there.
Yeah.
Let him.
Now I come to developments of ITS in Turkey, because you said a lot of things that I should say. Now, the car ownership is very important value for us. As Akhilesh mentioned, today in India is 34 and will be 35. I am sure that within next 10 years in India will be over 500. In Europe it's 570, in Turkey it's just 200. In Turkey, in the last 20 years, the passenger car ownership increased almost 200%. Vehicle ownership increased again 200%. But the passenger and freight vehicle mobility is increased very rapidly. I mean, it's similar to India.
No, the 35 is the car only. If you look at the two-wheelers and all, then numbers are much higher.
It's much, almost 200.
More than that.
Yeah. Here, this is perhaps important. Here, I come here. Here, our car ownership increased so much, but the fatalities per 100 million vehicle kilometers decreased so much. Only here, I want to mention here, first you can't see it here. Here we had, in 2023, we increased the speed limits from 130 in motorways to 140. And it increased, and afterwards we saw that we did this wrong. What we did, we didn't decrease the speed limits, but we increased the speed control. Then it comes again down back. And here I go here a bit faster. And we, in Turkey, we do a lot of things according to the master plans. We did till 53 master plans for all transport and logistic master plans. And by chance we did it, my company MI did the master plan of Turkey. And we do now everything according to this master plan. And for the ITS, we didn't have, 15 years ago, we didn't do anything about ITS, but we needed, and ITS architectural and implementation plans, again, our company did it. What we did, we went more than 10 countries around the world and find out what is suitable for Turkey. Afterwards, we decided and we made some plans. And now this is the strategy and planning and technical infrastructure, standardization, capacity building and reporting here. I go faster, sorry for acceleration. And we prepared a lot of documents on it. And now you have the ITS India. We established in 2016 ITS Turkey. I'm one of the founder members. And we have in April ITS European Congress, 17th IT European Congress. I invite all of you to Istanbul to see this beautiful city, the country, and take part in this Congress.
Thank you.
I finish.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hamdan. Very good presentation.
I'm finishing. Here we have ITS center in Turkey now, a lot of center, and we have some cooperative ITS corridors in Turkey we selected, and we are testing what ITS can bring us. And especially for the toolways, now we have tool-free systems. It's very applicable. Actually, my own idea is each car has a plate number, and there should be a chip. For example, in our companies, we know that in our companies, we know that where is our cars? In our company, we have more than 300 cars. We know that this car is driving very fast. We know that this car shouldn't be there. Everything can be controlled by a center. And if we have a huge center for India, for Turkey, for each country, then we don't need any policemen anymore, but it is legal issues is the problem.
Thank you, Mr. Hamdan.
Thank you.
Very good insight about the ITS technologies and the implementation in Turkey. Good learning, and I'm sure it must be. Now I will request quickly my friend Nikita Bharakoshev to take on is it is fast solutions, so I expect that he will be also completing it faster.
It's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this international summit. Special thanks to the organized team whose efforts made this event possible. Let me introduce myself. I am Nikita Vakrushev, Chief Strategy Officer at Informtech Trans. The topic of my report, Quick Wins, reflects the problem of irrational use of resource in solving urban problem. We have been developing and integrating equipment for the transportation industrials for 25 years. We create digital development strategies for business and government, technological infrastructure, solutions and software. Key area: ITS, railway management systems, intelligence logistics. Key account: consulting, project, software and hardware. Experience let us aggregate different competence, connection to mobility planning for their perfect synergy. Case, Moscow Garden Ring. And next case, Moscow railway station hubs. And next case, Moscow tram of Radzyny Street. Summary report on key project of last year. We have a decision 100 kilometers for streets in Moscow, development and LRT project in Almaty, and basic infrastructure in Baku. And another project. First, Moscow BRT corridor, new light for Sheremetyevo Airport, and a new pedestrian street in Baku. And so, to the topic of my report, Bishkek. Bishkek considered large investment in multi-level junctions on several congested crossings. Our team was offered to develop an alternative solutions. Proposed multi-level junctions decision had a variety of drawbacks and risk compatible with potential benefits for traffic. Cutting trees, private property reclamation, and other problems. Multi-level junctions implementation could drain the ongoing redevelopment on adjacent industrial areas. After redevelopment of industrial zones, number of residents of the area will be higher than the number of transit drivers. The territory is now a green area with wide sidewalks and areas for micromobility, and example of how this is implemented in our cities. Junctions implementing can handle only the problem on a crossroad, but without any effect on the scale of corridor. The results of macro modeling confirm this. We have proposed a step-by-step change in the situation. Quick wins, new road markings, and major reconstruction of station. Learn more about Queens. What have we done? Extra left turn lines, left turn in extra phases without conflicts, lines with optimization. To achieve a great effect, we change the road controller. I would like to note the readiness to localize these technologies. A major solution with maximum effect. Propose two-phase layout. We suggest comparing the effects of the two solutions. Our solutions provide similar or better performance. Seven April Street is a part of 7-kilometer corridor crossing Bishkek from north to south. Its improvement can be significant for all the city. Congestion is not the only problem of 7 April Street, which had to be solved with a new light concept. The money saved with multi-level junctions project cancellation can be used for all 7-kilometer corridor upgrade. Example of transport project of K junctions on the corridor. And this. I want to highlight the area around the market. Markets in Asia are places where large numbers of people congregate. Solving the transport availability of markets is a separate big topic for the presentation. You can see our case solution on the screen. Layout decision combined with traffic management solution provide a synergy effect for the corridor. For traffic management, we choose the ITS Silk Road platform, which helped to combine the management of different systems, traffic, basis, violations, and the digital twin. We invite you to cooperate and share your experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, giving a good insight about what is happening. May I request now quickly Mr. Lee Chi to share his Singapore experience on smart transportation and infra for the road safety. Yeah.
Just before he takes over, I would like to announce that the poster presenters should be with the posters at 2:30 after lunch. After taking lunch, they should be with the poster at 2:30. Jury will go there to examine. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all distinguished guests and friends. We are honored from Singapore to be invited to share about the Singapore experience in smart transportation and infrastructure and road safety. Let me quickly go to the text itself. Basically, in Singapore context, we talk about our road traffic situation and also how we manage traffic in Singapore on the roads. Beside the LTA, Land Transport Authority, that is under the Ministry of Transport, and the other unit is the police. I mean, I'm a retired police officer from the traffic police, so we, under the Ministry of Home Affairs, we partner together and we manage, engage, enforcement and education as well as law to manage the whole traffic management in Singapore. We're also talking about, Singapore is a very small country if you look at the map itself. We only have 735 kilometers. There's such a small island surrounded by sea, and also a city in that sense. Maybe we are small, easier for us to manage, but yet we put in a lot of effort. And I won't go into all the breakdown the breakdown of the roads and the transportation. If you look at this, you also give you some idea that we have about more than 1 million vehicles classified under cars, taxi, and buses, etc. So yet we have to manage well because we want to reduce traffic accident and also have good road safety kind of education support. If you look at this over the past 7 or 8 years, based on the fatalities rate, based on population, based on vehicle population, we are going down in terms of cutting down road traffic accident that we put in a lot of effort over the years. We're also talking about what is LTA doing about in Singapore context under the Ministry of Transport, Land Transport Authority. I won't go into all the detail, but basically they want to have a people-centered land transport system. Everyone is dealing with people. All the transport system dealing with people. What did we do? If you look at this, we go by intelligent ITS also, transport system, the electric road pricing system, as well as all the traffic signs and scheme. More so that we're also looking at vehicle management in Singapore to control, because Singapore is so small. We only allow about 12% on the land to build routes for all the transport management. We're also talking about have good public transport system in Singapore in order to cater for all the Singaporean, even our visitor and tourists. We're also talking about good ITS. Basically from all the graphic you can see that all the various systems that will support our ITS system in Singapore over the years. More so, we're also talking about electronic road pricing system. Actually, we are one of the started very early, about 30 years ago, to pay fees to enter into city area or certain area. So this is something that we are working on the ERP2 coming out soon next year that we want to manage even better. Definitely, we are very concerned about all the traffic signs and scheme that can help us to do better traffic management in Singapore. Besides, we have various schemes, various programs. We're also talking about different kind of design, planning, etc. We're also talking about how best to make use of the different signaling lights, as well as how to, most important, we want to promote road safety. All the systems help us a lot, but most important, we must have road safety in everybody's mind, because everyone in Singapore, whether you have a vehicle license or even the pedestrian, we are the road user on Singapore roads. You see, we have a different kind of scheme program. I understand that from outside exhibition, one of the vendors told me that they also make reference to Singapore scheme and programs that we can promote better road safety in that sense. We're also talking about for the senior citizen. Above 70 years old, we don't call them old people or senior citizens. We call that silver zone, especially to help the elderly people that when they go to certain area, we pay more attention to be careful to when they cross the road, etc. So we call it silver zone. It's something that in Singapore we have that kind of scheme. We talk about police. What is our mission for our traffic police? We deal with Singapore. We want to make Singapore roads the safest one in the world. This is our vision and our mission. And also, we want to make sure enhance the safety of the road user in terms of education, engagement, and enforcement. Education. From this, you can see all kind of programs that we carry out over the years, different months, etc. Whether Safe Roads Campaign, Road Safety Month, etc., to support the Land Transport Authority in Singapore to promote road safety. This is what our education effort they're doing over the years. Various campaigns you can see, even we talk about graciousness. All of us on the road must be very, not only well-behaved, but must be graciousness. Take care of one another. We also talk about Road Safety Month. Every year in the month of May, it's a Road Safety Month to promote, to tell the whole Singapore, all Singaporeans as well as visitors that we are promoting road safety. We also have, especially for motorcyclists, we are telling them to be careful, They are the one who protect the motorcycle instead of other vehicles protecting the human being inside the vehicle. So must be geared up and ride safely. Otherwise, it will be cause injury or fatal cases. We also talk about traffic game. For all the children, since their primary school, we help to promote traffic in their mind. From the young all the way until elderly, every day we want to promote road safety in everybody's mind, besides all the good infrastructure as well as smart transportation that we are making use of. Definitely, engagement is very important. Besides, we have a road safety council that we set up about 16 years ago. We also work very closely with the other government ministry, the university do a lot of research, etc., for traffic management in Singapore. We also have this council that you can go to the websites and see what did we do, how best we can support. It's a non-government organization supporting the government, the different ministry, different departments to promote traffic management and road safety. We also pay attention on enforcement by the police, traffic police especially. There's only one law, one particular law called Road Traffic Act in Singapore, govern all the road management, road rules and regulation in Singapore conduct. So it's very easy for everybody to follow, simple and also very focused. We use ITS as summarized here. Definitely want to use the various ITS kind of feature system to help us a lot. So over the year, LTA and the ITS, the society, developed the system over the years. We are also working on the master plan by 2030 in Singapore context. We'll come up with this master plan to support Singapore even to be a safer place to drive, to ride, to cross the road, to live in Singapore. So for example, what's the ITS system can help us more? We have Green Man Plus system, and as well as try to show them, like for example, we help the elderly. They go to the street lights, the traffic street light post, just a tap on their card, they can delay a little bit longer for them to cross the road. So we're helping the elderly need a little bit more time to cross the road. This, we call that plus kind of system that we are trying to use. Definitely over the highway, we have an EMA system, especially monitoring and advisory system, something like this. You can see along the highway, you can see all the signage to remind everybody how to go about it, how to be understand the road condition. In addition, we just started this 2 year. We call that onboard unit, OBU in short. Every vehicle in Singapore going to install this OBU. I think by the moment, by this point of time, this 95% is already installed. You can see that there's an ITU in the vehicle who remind everyone this is maybe a school zone, drive carefully. Or maybe they can tell you that this is police camera zone, also must drive carefully. What is the speed limit is stated, all this from the OBU. The conclusion that I want to share with everyone here is that the ITS system will definitely help us a lot. Leverage on the integrated real-time traffic information. And this I-Transport is for all. But most importantly, we need an ITS operations center who coordinate for the whole Singapore, whether traffic management, enforcement, education, even all the messages, because safety is a key consideration in our Singapore road infrastructure planning and design. I'll just end it in this last slide. Singapore is using the green link determining system that we are doing it. We want to develop cooperative and unified smart traffic system that help everyone, not only the vehicle, also the human being, people, that we can survive, we can stay together happily in this smart nation that we're doing. So there are three parties working very closely in Singapore. At the last paragraph will show the LTA, Land Transport Authority under the Ministry of Transport, and also work very closely with the police under the Ministry of Home Affairs, as well as Singapore Road Safety Council that we can help to coordinate on educational program. We pay a lot of attention on education program to promote road safety, awareness, and encourage responsible practices among all the road users. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. Explaining the Singapore model, and that's very effective. A few of the things were like triangles for the elderly. how three different ministries coordinating for the road safety. It's very good. I will now quickly go to real world experience of leveraging ATMS. We got two more speakers. One is Mr. Mithun. He will be talking about the real world experience of ATMS. Over to you, Mithun.
Good afternoon all. So I'll keep it short. So I'll be taking through how we are using ATMS, that's automatic advanced traffic management system, for operating our highway assets on day-to-day basis, also on long-term planning. So as you know, India has a vast network of roads, and we have mixed traffic conditions. Okay, that's quite unique also. And on that we have day-to-day maintenance activities. So I think hundreds of work zones are created on daily basis. And manually observing, monitoring all the activities is practically impossible. So that's where the role of ATMS even becomes critical actually. Okay. So QWise operates one of the largest ATMS networks in India. It is, I think, ATMS deployed over 1,000 kilometers with so many subsystems as per it. So next, before we go to the use cases, so I'll tell you how we design that one. The fundamental becomes, that application becomes more reliable when you design it fundamentally. So we take hazardous locations into consideration, accident-prone locations, past accidents data into taking consideration while placing the device systems actually. So for example, we have shown that PTZ, how we do it. We first make in GIS alignments in that GIS survey, then we take drone videos and take into consideration so that not a single spot is left behind. There should be no blind spots in while operations actually. And next, when the systems level, we take a modular approach actually. So what it does is, suppose when your devices are connecting series or parallel, one system, any of the devices goes down, it does not affect the next one actually. So it every 24/7 it operates on 24/7 basis, and we will be able to rectify the only incorrect device and get it up as soon as possible. So ATMS has large use cases. So I'll be basically covering on 4 major cases. One is the behavioral insights, then evidence-based analysis and safety interventions we have undertaken, and one is incident management, and the other is operation maintenance. Okay. So also, like other system, each has its own set of challenges. Basically, as I say, theft and vandalism of site that quite happens when the highways goes through that, forest areas kind of thing, rural areas. Then another is the power issues, which brings down our downtime significantly. And next is weather also impacts it because the visibility due to fog, and then the visibility of cameras become low. So that detection of our systems, video systems becomes abrupt at those periods actually. Next, coming to behavioral insights, which is one of the most critical thing, because what happens is the ATMS gives you the entire time, real time, how the traffic actually movements, how the users actually behave in real time. That's what you can see. We are making vehicle trajectories at the critical locations, how they are merging, how they are lane using, how they are using all those things, critical things. From here, we are able to make decisions actually. Next one you can also see is we can predict we can see the lane behavior, how the trucks are moving in the lanes, how they are using the lane pattern, the lane discipline, so that from where we can, for next cycle of maintenance cycle and payment design, we can take this into consideration. And one was the significant studies we have taken is that you can see speed behavior compliance. We've taken this study near our VHS device where we show people what is their operating speed. As you can see, near the device, people are slowing down, and before and after that device around 300 meter section, you can see the speed is going up again. So this also gives a drawback what is the drawback of a point-based system actually. So we need to move towards a sectional-based speeds enforcement, how we need to ponder upon how we can impose a sectional based speed upon. Next, we'll be get from BIDS, we get all kind of events like wrong side movements, stored vehicles. I've shown that the dashboard of our wrong side movement analysis. What we do is we take the data, make rankings according to high priority locations, and we take enforcement drives to particular targeted locations at that particular time period. Next, come to safety interventions that we have taken from the data. So you can see that we prepare collision diagrams for each of the locations. So what collision diagrams give is a pattern at that location. What is the pattern or accidents? So that those can be targeted. We cannot eliminate all kind of accidents, but we can target the pattern of the accidents of those locations. Next is in one of our sections, what happened is the agency put barricade. You can see the barricades for actually the intention of slowing down the traffic and bring safety more. But what in honestly it does is it creates conflicting points and abrupt lane changes that even lead to more accidents actually. So with video evidence, we could convince authority, and with coordination, we either remove these barricades and somewhere we change their positioning so that it will be much more easier to travel. Next is we also observed from somewhere in service road, the entry speed was very high. So at that location, based on evidence, we put service speed breakers. Next, we can see from the data we get from wrong side, all this, we can we run enforcements. Can you please run that video? You can see when we are taking wrong side enforcement, you can see people are actually going so we have Indian habits, we are prone to break the rules also. You can see just the vehicle took the U-turn and went in that direction. So we take these targeted steps. These are few of the examples we have taken. Also we have taken in one of the cases from the videos we have taken, in the narrow bridge we have changed the road markings, then hatch markings we have given, some temporary solution we have provided. Next, come to incident management system. So the VIDS, that means the video incident detection system, it creates events continuously. Every second it will be generating. First, it creates a event, then the operator in the control room, it checks in actually whether it's a false alarm or wrong alarm, they checks, then immediately the services are dispatched. And the whole scenario is continuously monitored from the starting to till the road is cleared for traffic. It is monitored from that control room. And operators are continuously in touch with emergency service operators so that it will be taken up smoothly. So next, we are in operation maintenance. It helps us in monitoring work zones, all these movement of people in the work zones, PPE compliance, and quality assurance. We can monitor quality assurance from the road control center itself without actually going to the sites actually. So these are for additional use cases, like we are controlling, watching unauthorized parking, that we send our RPBs to those locations to clear those parkings. Then encroachment prevention also, that is done. Then we also manage events like rallies that are happening quite often in India, that we manage from control room. We also police department, agencies also, they come to investigate any cases or any of that, manage on the events, they also do from our control rooms. Then also we use this traffic data for education purpose. Actually, what we do is we target those villages along our roads which are mostly affected. We show them real-time accident data, which gives them actually how it behaves, how their one mistake and one behavior can change their life. And this actually we target those villages. We also give school kids programs actually. We bring them to our control rooms and let them see the technology and give them knowledge about this. We also give target and counseling that wherever we are giving enforcement drives, we are giving them counseling on the site also. So these are few cases I just showed. The ATM is just starting. It is a huge potential. We can say predictive analysis, collision diagram. Then you say every second it is generating lots of data that we can use for going forward. We can use for modeling and further policy making purposes. As said, this is only the start, and as we go in every stages, we are now implementing more and more ATMS solution with coordination with all stakeholders. I think we can get a better potential. We can realize this actual potential going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mithun, for giving the real use case, which you are already doing on 1,000-kilometer plus highways in there. That's good, and more data is being generated, which will be further helpful to analyze. Now we have a last presentation on creation of GRIS plus time system to solve the problem of providing vehicle and high precision space-time data by Mr. Mamulat. Over to you, Mr. Mamulat.
Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a big honor for me to report between you And I want to say my appreciation to organizers, personally to Mr. Kapila, first of all, for the invitation and opportunity to report to you. And in this speech, I will present the project, which is, let's say, the backbone, from my opinion, it's the backbone for safe, efficient, and sovereign developing of ITS systems for safe, autonomous, and high automated traffic management. And for the, let's say, physical sense of the project is develop the system providing the most correct signals about the time and space, for time and positioning, and for speed, and for cooperating for all kinds of moving vehicles. This project we develop in the consortium of organizations. Till now they are Russian, but I will tell about this later. We are open for the international cooperation, and in that consortium, main, let's say, stakeholders and game players are, first of all, Moscow Physical Engineering Institute. This is the leading physical engineering university in Russia, and with a big history. There are 10 Nobel's academician and more than 150 academician of Russian Academy of Science. And second one is company OKB Telecom, which was developed by Russian Space Corporation and developers, including engineers from Moscow Physical Engineering Institute. And as I told, and also some structures of Russian Space Corporation, Roscosmos, and Russian Academy of Sciences. First of all, the astronomic observatory in Caucasus. And it's later will be clear why space is so important in our project. First of all, about the navigation in general, there are very important problems because for global satellite navigation systems, part of which is some existing systems of the most famous from them is GNS, and they have behind of the, let's say, political problems, for example, owner of such the best system of this type has closed for a lot of countries for major number of countries has closed the using of precise regime of using. And to have their own systems, there are problems which are determined by astrophysical problems and effects in stratosphere, for which change coming signal from the Earth to space, to the satellite and back. And after that, we have mistakes with around 10 and more meters. And we understand that for even good, not high speed of trucks, but high speed of trucks, vehicles, it's already problem to move for traffic with accuracy 10 more meters. And by using our approach, and we call that project Moscow Time, we can opportunity to reach the accuracy of time and space around 3 millimeters of even for very high speed moving vehicles or objects. And that system includes number of radio telescopes which are targeting on the quasar and synchronized between them in the network, which united by fiber optical lines. And after synchronization, it provides the accuracy of the time and frequency signal 10 power 18 and even 10 power 19. And for that signal provides, as I have told, provide the navigation with very precise, very high accuracy, and that could be used in different ways, including increasing the channels of traffic for data, for content, through all communication channels, including radio, optical, increase in billion times. And in the same time, there are exactly for the to provide this is necessary to use, and we use the technologies, synchronization and location system, using 5G communication network technology for communication on the land between vehicles and centers of signal, using system of or number of pseudo satellites, HAPS system, special beam selection of signals as subscriber terminals, phasometric method for determining the location of objects, the 5G IoT standard, 5G NTN standard on geostationary satellites. This is the scheme of that method, and number of patents for that, for the project Moscow Time, and the name of method, what was developed in 1970 by Russian academician Kotelnikov. The name is very long base interferometry, radio interferometry. The design parameters for the system includes, as I have told, the accuracy, the signal transition is 1 picoseconds. Frequency and time accuracy signal 10 power 18, and accuracy of the positioning 3 millimeters. Finally, I want to say that the main approach of this method, the main issue for this approach and method is develop long-based antenna. What actually is made from the network of radio telescopes. And Russia right now has the largest, more than 11,000 kilometers wide base for that, and existing the best in the world number of radio telescope, 64 meters, and to that netborn we conclude partners. For example, Public Republic of China already has developed their own network. In the November of last year, they have opened 3.8 thousand kilometers system, and we propose to be part with project together with us for India, and we could have the largest in the world system with the most accurate parameters. And our here main authors of this report and main members of our team. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mawlad, giving a good blueprint of PN solutions. And of course, that's future. I mean, it depends the availability of satellite and other correspondence, how its data is being received. Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost done with the presentation, but no session is complete without 1 or 2 questions from audience. So if any questions, we can have 1 or maximum 2 before we close the session, because already lunch is there, so we won't stop much. But even if anybody, any question, so people are, just want to get it quickly closed. Okay, thank you very much, sir.
It is just my own question. See, is it there any organization internationally who makes it uniformity in the application of ITS?
Not exactly, sir. There is not a single organization of ITS as well, but ITS World Congress is there. But again, it is divided into 3 regions. One is ITS USA and Canada, that part. ITS Europe, morning I was talking about Artico,
yes,
ITS Artico, my friend. And third is ITS Asia Pacific. And different countries in those regions, they align to those regions.
So in the region,
yes, in the region they align, and they finally do a annual thing, that's the ITS World Congress.
Okay,
India is also member to that. So
thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. So with this, Leon, we say this session is complete, and I will hand over to Sikdar sir to conclude the things.
Thank you for such an insightful session. I would like to request Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav to present the memento to Hamdi Aydin. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Up next, Nikita Vakrushev. Up next, Li Chi Chiu. Up next, Mithun Apat. Up next, Mamulat S. I would like to request Professor P.K. Shikhar to present the memento to Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav. I would like to request you all to gather for the group photograph, please. Now the lunch is open. You all can proceed for the lunch. We will be having the inauguration ceremony at around 3:15 p.m. Kindly be back. Thank you. Also, thank you to all the panelists for gracing the event.
We'll have a short inaugural function now, and then we'll have the presentation from the winners of the poster competitions, as well as the presentation of sponsors and exhibitors. There are only 3 presentations from that group and 3 from the posters, selected posters, first, second, third. They will make presentations of 5 minutes each. And after that, we'll have a tea break, and then we'll have the 2 sessions, parallel sessions, session 3 and session 4. So that's the arrangement for the rest of the time we have today. I hand over to you.
Thank you, sir. We will now begin with our inaugural session. I request everybody to please be seated, and I request everybody to move forward closer to the stage. There are enough vacant seats so that all of you can hear our speakers better and see them better. Warm welcome to all of you to the inaugural session of the Global Road Infra Summit 2026. We are very happy to have our dignitaries with us today. I request all of you to please give a round of applause and welcome our dignitaries for the inaugural session on stage. Please welcome on stage Mr. K.K. Kapila, President Emeritus, IRF. Please welcome Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav, President, IRF IC. Please welcome Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz from IRF Geneva. Please welcome on stage Mr. Pavan Kant, CEO, Interrise Investment Managers Private Limited, and Mr. S.K. Surveys, Chief Engineer, MSRDC. Please also welcome on stage Mr. Dio Tabre.
We would like to invite to the stage Mr. R.K. Pandey, the advisor to Ministry, and also Mr. Stanley Mamulat to the stage, please. Is he here? No, he is not here. Oh, then we'll invite Mr. Hamdi Aydin. Please come.
We were looking forward to host the Honorable Road and Highways Minister, Mr. Nitin Gadkari and Mr. Harsh Malhotra, but both of them are caught up in the Parliament session and due to important and urgent meetings they were unable to join us. But we're very grateful to our dignitaries on the stage. They are here and we look forward to listening to them.
Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz will join in few minutes. He is busy in an online meeting for a couple of minutes. However, we would like to invite Dr. Ravi Shekhar. Is he here? Director CRLI. Dr. Ravi Shekhar? He is not here. Where is he? Anyway, once he comes, we will get him in here, as well as Mr. Alcaraz. So let us start.
I would like to introduce Mr. Akhilesh Shrivastava, President, IRF-IC. He's an expert in road safety, intelligent transport systems, and AI-led digital governance. As President of the IRF India chapter and its India Forum, he leads India's transformation in AI-powered traffic enforcement, safe driving scores, next-generation tolling, and connected mobility ecosystems. A former NHAI official, he has pioneered FASTag, the NHAI data lake, and large-scale highway digitization. I request Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava, President IRFIC, to please address the audience. Please give a huge round of applause to Mr. Akhilesh Srivastava.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, inaugural session after lunch and after having 4 sessions looks a little paradox. But this was scheduled like this. We wanted to have in the morning, but minister's availability was post lunch, post 1:30, and that's why we thought that we'll continue with our session, which is important because a lot of good discussions had to happen, knowledge exchange to understand about the latest things, technologies, other things. So we continued our deliberations and the conference agenda as it is, and we decided that around 2:30 or 3 when minister will be available. But unfortunately, as the informed, he couldn't join because of some personal reason. He is not well and couldn't come from Nagpur. I mean, despite the parliament session, if he is staying there, that means something is important. That's why he's not even in Delhi to attend. The conference is naturally after that. So, but nevertheless, we are extremely thankful and grateful to Honorable Minister Sri Gadkari sir for his always guidance, support and encouragement he gives to us at IRF. And in fact, in last meeting, he gave certain tasks to us that I want these things to be done by IRF. And I want a totally independent view. Have certain inputs from different ministry and the things he had, but he wanted we to do some study, global benchmarking and submit a report, which we submitted to him, and he was very happy, and in fact he passed it on to the ministry to evolve policy, take it further directions. That way he always, when we went for this today's request, he was readily available for that, and as always he blessed us. So our in absentia, we sincerely thank him, and we are grateful to him. Going forward to the today's thing, the GRIS, the Global Road Infra Summit, Infratech Summit we call it. This is our third in the series we are doing, and this being a global summit, we receive different papers, the experts from globally everywhere, and I am very thankful that we received papers, topics, and from over 15 countries. You can see almost 12 countries people are already here as well, participating into the event, and that's giving actual true global color to this. Apart from that, the discussions which we are doing it here, CRRI is a support partner, so that's and there has been complete synergy with them in evolving, writing the different topics. So I'm sure the 2 days, which is spread into 8 very theme-based, knowledge-based technical sessions. Those are going to be, will be giving a good takeaway for the delegates who are attending. We have an expo, we have 2 expo in 2 areas because we couldn't accommodate in one. So one is just other gate, which is towards Samrat side. There is a vehicle has been demonstrated, rescue vehicle with at least 45 essential rescue apparatus into that simple compact vehicle, which is being used by government of Gujarat, and in Gandhinagar and some of the highways they are already doing and demonstrating it. And this event has been very well supported by MSRDC. We are thankful to them, and At the end, I will extend the heartiest welcome to all the delegates, exhibitors, participants, speakers, for sparing their valuable time and attending this conference. I'm sure you will definitely have good takeaways from here, and it will be a memorable event. I'm sure it's going to be a good imprint to your mind. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Akhilesh ji. And for the successful conduct of this event, I request our dignitaries to please come forward to light the ceremonial lamp and to invoke blessings for a lot of participation, a lot of good dialogue, and the successful conclusion of this program tomorrow. I request our dignitaries on stage, Mr. K.K. Kapila, Mr. Hamdi Aydin, Mr. Akhilesh Srivastav, Mr. R.K. Pandey, to all please come forward to light the lamp.
And we request Mr. Dr. Velmurugan also to join the lighting of the lamp and then to be in the dais, please. Dr. Ravi Shekhar, Director CRRI, had to go back for some urgent.
Thank you all for initiating this auspicious moment in GRIS 2026. We've had great discussions during the day, and we look forward to even more meaningful conversations today and tomorrow. I would now request Mr. Hamdi Aydin to please give a special address and to address the audience. Please give a round of applause to Mr. Aydin.
Actually, I'd like to talk longer, but I am informed that it's maximum 3 minutes this time. I mean, I feel myself 49% Indian, 51% Turkish. Especially my big brother, Kran, he asks me every time, Hamdi, do this for India, I do it. Come here, I come. Go, I go. I follow his instructions. What I see in India, I'm also, as I told you, board member of Turkish-Indian Business Council, and we try to improve our relations, especially for Indian traffic jam. You are all complaining. Actually, in this traffic jam, there is an order within this jam. I don't know if this ITS or AI, artificial intelligence, can do it better than at the moment the people can do it. But we have to improve. We had similar problem in Turkey also. Turkey and India is very similar, has very similarity, but you have to do something. I am personally, and my company and my country is ready to collaborate, to share what we did wrong, what we did correct, to improve the traffic problems in India. And when I was here 25 years ago with the Turkish contractors, actually I was surprised that most of the people didn't want to use machinery for road construction. But now I see that you do what the others do in America or in Europe. The development is in construction business of the Indian companies is incredible. It's like the incredible India. Thank you for giving me the chance to have a second speech. Thank you all.
I would now request Mr. R.K. Pandey, Advisor, Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, to please address the audience. Please give a round of applause to Mr. R.K. Pandey.
Dignitaries on the dais, distinguished delegates, very good afternoon. It is pleasure for me to be part of this inaugural ceremony and share my views and experiences with you. Friends, you heard the kind of efforts made to make this conference a success. Number of people worked very hard, and technical committee and organizing committee members are some of the people who really worked very hard. The whole idea is, all here, even the participants are experts. We all know the topic. The topic, when I talk about sustainability, when I talk about road safety, when I talk about the technology, these are very relevant, and they are very much relevant for today, because the pace with which we are constructing our infrastructure, if we will not adopt all these today, then perhaps we have missed the train. We will be successful in holding this seminar if we can come out with some of the takeaway which we would like to take up with all those who are concerned, to put it as the policy document. I'm sure in the technical sessions we will be in a position to do so. Only request I'll make is, at the end of technical session, because all the experts are here, it will give them some opportunity to share their views, so that the whole, the participation by all can be seen, and will take a kind of way forward to the government. We can request the government to implement it as policy, and we can achieve whatever we thought of implementing a sustainable, safe infrastructure. This is from my first take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your address. I would now request Professor Manoranjan Parida, former Director, CRRI, to please address the audience. Please give a round of applause to Professor Parida.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished panels on the dais, off the dais, distinguished delegates. So this conference has three terms. I thought I'll focus only on sustainability, because that's like for the last 3 years, 3 months, I had the opportunity to be leading Central Road Research Institute. So I just like to mention that sustainable materials are one which where you need to be really very, very patient. It has to travel a complete journey. CRI started, played a key role in Fly-S mission 1994. And it took a lot of time, but then ultimately it is being widely used for highway construction. So last 3 years, Central Road Research Institute experimented on a number of sustainable materials which has been put to highway construction. Steel slag based road construction is one. And very recently, the biobitumen, which is from agricultural waste. So that has also been transferred to the industry. But I would like to mention that these translation of sustainable materials, they take a lot of time. You start with research, you start with pilot sections, you need policy support. The steel slag document is still with the H2 Committee of Indian Roads Congress when the guidelines have been issued by Ministry of Steels. So it's a long process. In many cases, we see that like you leave the research problem only to the research institution, be it the Central Road Research Institute, be it IIT, but I believe that the industries and other stakeholders, those who are owners of highway assets, they can also play a lead role in terms of hand-holding the research, in terms of translating these research ideas to field practice. And GRIS 2026 is a unique opportunity. I had the privilege of being associated with GRIS activities, IRF activities for long. So let us use this platform for a effective, meaningful collaboration between the industry, between the academia and the highway agencies that will truly transform the way the highway infrastructure is going to develop for the future. So thank you all and wish GRIS 2026 a great success.
Thank you, sir. I will now request Dr. S. Velmurugan, Chief Scientist, CRRI, to please address the audience. Please give a round of applause to Dr. S. Velmurugan.
Thank you, madam. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers, especially Kapila ji and Srivastav ji for giving an opportunity to share my viewpoints on this particular forum. And as we know, this is a GRIS program is being done since last year. And this time we have come out with a very pointed agenda. Like I'll also try to say pointed way, a couple of points. So as we say, Vision Zero India, and we want to integrate safety first. Let us say safety perspective. We have to do some big efforts. We are putting it, and Kapilaji is the torchbearer in this particular regard. He is doing it since he was became the chairman of Geneva, IRF Geneva since then. So, but we, each one of us are expected to work in that regard, be it an organization, people are working in any organization like CRRI or any IITs, NITs or anybody. They are expected to put their efforts, and also as a road safety auditors, people have to put their efforts, and also for its implementation. In CRRI, we try to do a small safety implementation in school zone, which was, we happened to study in Delhi area as per IRCSP 23. Conforming to that thing, we recently implemented it, and we have made a drone shot of it. Also the entire thing, before and after speeds also were taken. Now, before speeds were taken and after some intermediate speed, because yesterday only we completed in all respects, and that particular thing I will share it with the IRF also, so that you would be in a position, and also what is this kind of implementation, if it is done for a location specific. Of course, we have to tailor-made for the location specific, as was pointed out by the gentleman from Greece, Istanbul, Turkey, like the things in India are totally different. So, but for our conditions, safe school implementation, we should try to do such kind of things which may bring out some better things for the country. So I'll share it with the IRF team. And secondly, for the sustainability, we in CRRA are trying to do certain things by using the different type of waste materials, and we have done some, whether it is a biobitumen or otherwise steel slag being used. Recently biobitumen is used, biobinder we call it, and also prior to the thing steel slag, and we are forerunners in fly ash and so many things we are used, and red mug also being used. So what we try to tell to my colleagues in CRRA, and also I vouch for the road owning agencies who are attending this particular conference, should try to come out with implementation in a large scale, because we at CRRA with our limited outreach, we are able to do it perhaps for a maximum of 7 kilometers, which I happen to talk with my colleagues. We are expected to do it as more as a, without a pilot, it should go beyond pilot. That's what I want to say. And lastly, regarding the technology aspect, that also we try to demonstrate through our 2 flagship projects we happen to do. One I happen to lead, and I gave, that is IRAS we call, in the intelligent solutions for road safety through technology and engineering. That is, we did it for the, I happen to do for the Nagpur, and the other one I given to my present director, Dr. Ravi Shekhar. We try to do for the state of Telangana for a couple of highways. So that really clearly showcased that we can utilize these a simple ADAS, off-the-shelf available ADAS system can also be used for addressing the safety in an effective manner, because the data which we analyzed, especially for the Nagpur thing over a period of 3.5 years, it showed there is up to 41% reduction in crashes can happen if you try to put it in this ADAS systems, that to level 0 ADAS systems. And that I happen to see recently also, draft notification government has come out with, now including ADAS as well as other host of measures, that blind spot detection system and anti-braking systems, which has to be mandatory for the vehicles. That is, they want to implement it from 1/4/2026 for the new vehicles, and retrofitting for the vehicles from 1/10/2026. So this is the important learning experience we got out of it. I thought these 3 experiences are directly gelling with what is actually this theme of the conference, and I hope we can take it further in this particular regard. Thank you.
We have with us Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz of the IRF Geneva. I request him to please address the audience and give his special address.
Thank you so much, and sorry for not being here before, but I have an emergency to handle back in the office in Geneva. You know, we are an international organization, so we run in all over the world. But I'm happy to be here. As I mentioned this morning, this is my first time in India, and I'm surprised on the enthusiasm that I have reached, that some of you have reached to me, and willing to make things better. And I think that's the main thing that we should take away from these discussions, right? Everyone here is in the willingness to make India and the whole world a better place. And these are the people that are on the front line. So, it's not only us, it's only you, it's also you as well. So We are counting on your participation, your ideas, your willingness to do a step further and make sure that whatever we're doing today will be reflected in the future. And we have discussed that a lot in the plenary, in the plenary session, right? It's about the future. It's what you want to aim to be as a country in 2047 when you will be 100 years old. That's it. I don't think I need to add more. I'm happy to be here as part of IRF, and our whole network is happy. And I will be inviting you actually tomorrow to our annual conference that is happening in November in Geneva. So that's my takeaway for tomorrow. So besides that, thanks also the organizer of this magnific event, and I look forward to continue the discussions over today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Well, the three-member jury for the poster presentation, Professor Viraragavan, Tony Matthew, and Mr. Dio Taude. They have selected 3 posters for awards. Number 3 awardee is for a project titled as Assessment of 19 millimeter en-masse asphalt mixture gradation band using Bailey parameters by research scholars from Civil Engineering Department, IIT Roorkee. They are Paddy, Ajay Teja, and Nikhil Sabu. Number 2, the second, where is the second? Yeah. Second one is on a very interesting topic of end-of-life plastic waste to sustainable roads by Gagandeep Singh, Ambika Bell, and Mahesh Kasture from CSIR CRRI. And the first of the awardee is on again a waste material, turning waste into wealth, field application of red mud for eco-friendly futuristic road infrastructure, done by research scholars in CSIR CRRI, Sayeda Sabina Yasmin and Anil Kumar Sinha. That is the first. Now, they are requested to load their 5-slide presentation into this room's computer so that they will make presentation here in this room after this opening ceremony. Thank you.
Congratulations to the poster award winners. I would now like to introduce Mr. K.K. Kapila, President Emeritus, IRF. He is a chartered civil engineer and a fellow of American Society of Civil Engineers. He is the founder president of IRF India chapter. He was the first non-European chairman of the International Road Federation, IRF Geneva, for 3 terms, 3 years each, that is for 9 years. Mr. Kapila is the recipient of many national and international awards for infrastructure development, excellence, and road safety projects. I request Mr. K.K. Kapila to please address the audience. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, senior government officials, policy makers, global experts, industry leaders, innovators, members of academia, and friends from media. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to the Global Research, Global Road Infratech Summit and Expo 2026 here in New Delhi. I am truly delighted to see such a powerful convergence of minds committed to shaping the future of infrastructure, one that is safer, smarter, and more sustainable. India today stands at a defining moment in its infrastructure journey. Over the past decade, we have witnessed unprecedented growth in expressways, highways, tunnels, bridges, urban mobility systems, logistic corridors, and smart cities, which are transforming the way our nation moves. This scale of development is historic. However, the true success of infrastructure is not measured only in kilometers built or investments made. It is measured in lives saved, emissions reduced, resilience strengthened, and dignity preserved. This brings me to the theme of the summit, Vision Zero India, integrating safety, sustainability, and technology in infrastructure. Vision Zero is not merely a policy framework or an international best practice. It's a moral choice. It is the belief that no loss of life on our roads is acceptable, inevitable, or excusable. For far too long, we have accepted road crashes as a price of progress. We use words like accidents as if nothing could have been done. Vision Zero challenges the mindset. Crashes are not random events, they are predictable and preventable. If we are serious about Vision Zero in India, we must shift responsibility away from individual road users alone and place it where it truly belongs, on systems, design, and decision making. Roads must forgive human errors. Speeds must be safe. Vehicles must protect. Enforcement must be fair and consistent. And when crashes do occur, emergency response must be swift and effective. Safety, therefore, cannot be an afterthought. It cannot be a retrofit added after construction is complete. Safety must be embedded into the infrastructure from the first line drawn on the design board. Road safety audits, black spots identification and treatment, protection of vulnerable road users, and safe school zones must become non-negotiable elements of every project, urban or rural, highway or street. At the same time, safety and sustainability are deeply interconnected. A truly sustainable road is one that does not claim lives. Slower, safer roads reduce emissions. Well-designed public transport and non-motorized transport infrastructure create healthier cities. Climate-resilient roads reduce disaster-related fatalities. Green materials and life cycle-based planning must go hand in hand with safety. Technology too has a crucial role to play, but let us be clear about it. Technology is an enabler, not a substitute for responsibility. Artificial intelligence data, analytics, intelligent transport systems, sensors, drones, and digital twins offer powerful tools for prediction, monitoring, enforcement, and emergency response. But technology alone cannot deliver Vision Zero unless it is guided by strong governance, skilled human capacity, and ethical people-first thinking. Another critical pillar of Vision Zero is what happens after a crash. Saving lives does not end with safer roads. The golden hour determines survival. Trained police personnel, empowered bystanders, protected good Samaritans, efficient ambulance system by using motorcycle ambulances, and well-mapped trauma care networks can make the difference between life and death. Emergency care must be treated as an integral part of road infrastructure planning. At this point, I would like to reflect briefly on the role of International Road Federation and its India chapter. Globally, IRF has worked across continents to promote safe, efficient, and sustainable road infrastructure. In India, IRFIC has been privileged to support governments, institutions, and industry through road safety audits, school zone safety programs, capacity building of engineers and police personnel, and implementation of the 5E approach, engineering of roads, engineering of vehicles, education, enforcement, and emergency care. Our commitment remains firm to bring global best practices while respecting Indian realities. Friends, Vision Zero India cannot be achieved by one institution, one ministry, or one technology provider. It requires collective ownership of governments, system designers, and civil society. To policymakers, I urge you to embed safety outcomes into standards, contracts, and performance indicators. Road safety and its nuances need to be taught in all labor camps. These should be regularly visited by contractors, consultants, employers, and dedicated safety engineers, which must form part of all the three establishments. To industry and developers, treat safety not as a compliance cost, but as a measure of excellence. To technology innovators, design solutions for Indian roads, Indian users, and Indian behaviors. ATMS should be provided across the country. ADAS should be made mandatory in all vehicles. To academia and young professionals, lead the next generation of human-centric infrastructure thinking. I urge the government to address school zone safety and educate children from class 1 to class 12. Motorcycle ambulance should be deployed at every 10 kilometers on the entire highway system. Nation loses 3.16% of GDP, which will be substantially reduced if above measures are adopted. The investment above is therefore extremely prudent and essential. India has the opportunity not only to transform its own transport system, but also to lead Global South by example. Vision Zero is not about perfection. It is about commitment, consistency, and courage. Let's remember, infrastructure should connect people to opportunity, not to tragedy. I wish GRIS 2026 meaningful discussions, strong partnerships, and outcomes that translate into safer roads, safer lives for millions of Indians, nay, the world over. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir, for that very rousing address to everybody. Now, for the vote of thanks, I would like to introduce Mr. Dio Tavre. He has worked at the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways and NHAI for over 37 years on various senior positions such as SE, CE, and ADG in MORTH, and GM, CGM and member technical in NHAI. He was in charge of Road Safety Division and was instrumental in design and improvements of hundreds of black spots on national highways in Maharashtra and South Indian states. I would request Mr. Daude, Senior Vice President, IRF India Chapter, to please propose the vote of thanks. Please give a round of applause to him.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Kapila, Dr. General IRF, Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz, Professor M. Parida, IIT Roorkee, Mr. Hamidi Aydin, President IRF-IC Akhilesh Srivastavji, and Senior Vice President IRF-IC Sri Pandeyji. I'm very happy to invite you all on this GRIS 2026. I've been asked to present vote of thanks. So I start with our sponsors, about 10 sponsors. So my thanks on behalf of IRF-IC to all our sponsors. Without their supports, this wonderful summit could not have been conducted in such a magnificent way. So really, thanks to them. My second thanks, of course, to Mr. Kapila. Kapila sir, you are becoming younger and younger by days, and your persuasions, your intense persuasion. I generally use the word vigorous, but intense. Believe me, we have been talking at least 6 times a day about the number of delegates to be nominated by the southern state where I'm associated with, sponsors, chief guest, and sir, nobody can match your energy. I wish at least I should stay healthy till your present age. I pray that I should, but I consider if you stay, I pray that you should stay healthy for 100 years, so that at least another 5-6 years, you can be giving us inspiration. We are really tired, but he's not at all tired by listening his speech. By listening his chief guest speech, you must have realized how energetic. My thanks goes to Director General IRF Geneva, Mr. Gonzalo Alcaraz. Correct? Alcaraz is correct? Alcaraz is a tennis player. I am following him. So your name is always, I keep near to my heart. Alcaraz, you know? Alcaraz, he has won the US championship 2 days before. I'm his follower, tennis championship. So your name is very popular at least in India. So thanks for traveling from Geneva. With your coming here, definitely we are all overwhelmed seeing you, receiving you, and we hope that your stay in India, the first time you come to India, I assure you, with this 2 days visit, at least you will once in a year. Such a wonderful country. My country is very, very wonderful. It is maybe equivalent to 10 or 12 European countries. We have different climates, from Kashmir to Tamil Nadu. As you are from Spain, I think you are from Spain? Argentina, oh, yeah. So, then Professor Manoranjan Parida sir, you are a convener of technical committee along with Professor Sikdar sir. Wonderful work, selection of paper. You both are working tirelessly. In fact, let me admit, having parallel session was not a good idea at initial level, but after seeing this, it is good idea. Let us have an opportunity to get the more and more paper, and the people to get topic of their choice. They should not be thrust upon to listen everything. The segregation of the topics, I really admire after seeing this presidency, and thanks to you, sir, and you. Excellent present. Murugan, sir, I listened to your presentation, but you are always been in traffic safety. I always have been consulting you. You are my role model. As far as safety, always I listen to you very, but today, I'm sorry, I was a little busy with somewhere. I miss your 50% presentation. Thank you for an excellent presentation. Our President IRF Akhilesh, very energetic. Though today I could not listen your this presentation, but ITS presentation was wonderful. As a chair, you made a present. You are always a star presenter. Like in political party, they are star pracharak, like he's our star presenter. Mukul Agrawal, he gave you very good statement. Huh? Mudit Agrawal. Pandey sir, again very energetic, my colleagues, very close colleagues for the last 45 years. Always associated with all activities, maybe ministry, maybe NHI, maybe IRF, IRC, very active in IRC. He shifted from Delhi to Bangalore, still he traveled to Delhi to attend all this, very active. I'm very fortunate to be associated with him for last 40 years. Thank you, sir, for presenting this. My friend or my senior Hamidi Ayuddin from Turkey. Hamdi, oh sorry, Hamdi, from Turkey. He's a part of Indian road, Indian IRF, IC. I think I'm not considering you are a part of IRF, but you are part of IRF India chapter as well. I know, but you are also treasurer, not treasurer, you are not giving any money to us, but you are part of IRF IC, India chapter. I see. Oh, that's great, great. So we are really thankful to you for traveling from Istanbul. I hope you are traveled from Istanbul? Yes. To then all of you, any such summit without the delegates. So it's good that I think today morning presidency was around 250. So we are around 250 to 300. So thanks to all delegates and the department, government, consultant, contractor who have nominated you. I think as a customarily, I will say thanks to electronics and print media, if any representative available, but thanks goes to them. These hotel, the Hotel Ashoka, they are for making the wonderful arrangement. Thanks goes to them. And if I'm missing something, I think our office bearer of IRF IC, Aruna and her team, Aruna, then Deepak, everybody during last many days, they are working tirelessly. Thanks goes to. So thanks to our anchor. What's your name? Thanks to you, thanks to everybody. Sir, thank you, sir.
Thank you to all our dignitaries on stage. And please give them all a round of applause.
The poster presenters have loaded their presentation already. If it is done, then we call the third one first. It is always announced like that. So in presentation also we'll do that. third will be done as the first. So third one is after tea break kare. Okay, by the time they will load, they might not have loaded yet. So okay, please do that, but order will be 3, 2, 1. Third one, second one, first one. And after that, there will be sponsors presentation. There are 3 presentations. Mr. Ramesh Singuru will do, he is from Navayuga, one of the sponsors. And then it will be done by Mr. Pratik Bose from Sairabad. And third presentation will be from Arjit Maheshwari from GTF. So 3 presentations, 5 minutes from those 3 presenters, as well as 3 winners, 5 minutes. Thank you. Let us break for tea, and then we'll come back in 20 minutes. We'll come back in 20 minutes after tea. Presentations, 5 minutes each maximum. So first is the third winner. Remember who is the third? Third winner is Paddy Ajay Teja and Nikhil Sabu. So who is present here? Ajay Teja. Yeah, okay. Second one I keep informed right away. Gagandeep Singh, Ambika Well and Mahesh Kasture. वहाँ से Gagandeep Singh is probably making the presentation. So second will be that presentation, and first one will be Saida Sabina, Yasmin, Anil Kumar Sinha, and I'm sure Saida Sabina will do this. Okay, please come and make your presentation. Is it loaded already? Okay. So please start.
Good evening all. Myself Ajay Teja, research scholar, IIT Roorkee, working with Professor Nikhil Sabu. So the title of my study is Assessment of 19 mm NMAS asphalt mixture gradation using Bayes parameters. So as we know, in bituminous mixtures, the major composition is about greater than 90% of the weight of the mix are aggregate, and these aggregates are required to follow certain physical characteristics based upon modes, in which the shape characteristics which influences the particle packing, and these aggregates are required to follow certain distribution, like CU distribution for particle distributions known as gradation. This gradation influences the volumetric properties, specific surface area, and asphalt film thickness, so which influences the overall performance of the mix. So selectioning an appropriate optimal mix design, so gradation is a major factor. So in India, gradation is influenced from Fuller's equation, which is shown there, and this Fuller's equation gives the maximum density line based upon NMAS, and this further developed like the band width is introduced to appropriate volumetric properties. So here a question arises, like between there will be maximum limit and the minimum limit. So a question arises, there will be a number of optimal options are available for the gradation. So which mix, which gradation gives the better optimal mix? So, and from the literature it is observed for the same NMAS, there are different number of control sieves across the globe as shown in that graph, and it is also observed the bandwidth of the different highway agencies for same NMAS are different. So to introduce this, based upon particle packing, Bayes approach is one of the rational approach. So the methodology of the study is around 21 highway agency gradation is selected, for which Baylis parameters, namely CA ratio, FAC ratio and FAF ratio is determined. And for these 21 highway agencies, it is checked whether the highway agencies are present within the ranges of these CA ratio, Baylis ratios. So further, only 5 gradations are being selected for the experimental investigations, whether how the Baylis parameter influences the volumetrics and performance, namely rutting and fatting. And based upon these laboratory investigation, Baylis ranges have been proposed. So in this gradation, the 21 gradations are being considered, out of which only 14 gradations are further performed for theoretical analysis, as 8 gradations have similar gradation band. And these, as I said in methodology, for all these highway agencies, CA ratio, FAC ratio and FAF ratio has been seen within the ranges, and it is further selected only 5 gradations for the experimental work, as I said in methodology. And these 5 gradations are selected in such a way that it is like more away from the Baylis parameters, and which is satisfying Baylis parameters and India gradations. So further volumetric properties have been done based upon only one source of aggregate. So VMA and VA are the volumetric, aeroids are the volumetric properties considered. So it is shown from the graph, this Baylis parameter influences these VM volumetric properties, and further these Baylis parameters are also influencing the rutting parameters. As we saw, this R square is very high because there may be a little data, I can say. So further more study is required in this area with varying the sources. So based upon this assessment, the key findings are none of the gradations which, like the 21 gradations which are considered, theoretically it is not satisfying the Baylis ratios, and 5 gradations are considered for experimental study. And out of this, it is suggested like Baylis parameters influences the volumetric performances both. And from this overall assessment, these Baylis ranges have been suggested for an optimal mix. Like if for a binder between 5 to binder content should be between 5 to 5.5%, and CA ratio should be between 0.8 to 1, and FA to 0.4 to 4.4 to 4.5, and FAF is 0.41 to 4.3. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, and congratulations for this award in this best poster category. Thank you very much. Now we move to the second presentation by Mr. Gagandeep Singh, Ambika Bell, and Mr. Mahesh Kasture. So Mr. Gagandeep Singh, scientist from CRA, is going to make presentation. So that's second in the category, end of life plastic waste to sustainable roads. So Gagan, 5 minutes.
First of all, thank you to GRIS and IRF to giving us this opportunity to share our experience with you. So this project actually we started last year. This is a sponsored project from the BPCL. So here what we are doing, we are basically coming up with a new concept of using the waste plastic rather than the plastic waste for the road construction activities. So already there is a one guidelines we define the application of a plastic waste. So we have analyzed that, and we found there are some of the changes can be done so that the implementation of the plastic can be increased. And another factor is basically we humans are, due to the industrialization, we come up with a new ecological epoch, that is Anthropocene, which is now recognized all over the world, where the human activities basically changing our environment. In the morning sessions also discussion was there, increase in the temperature and all the other things. So all these things background has basically motivated us to work on this project. So what actually we are doing, so this is the scenario when we are going for that present IRC guidelines. For the 50 mm overlay, you require near about 400 tons of aggregate. But in comparison to that, what you are doing, you are just putting 1.7 tons of waste plastic. So what we are doing, we are coming with the products which can be directly used in the road construction, where the target is to bring down, increase the application of waste plastic, and another thing is to reduce the consumption of natural aggregates. So I will skip this. I already explained the present these issues with the these present scenarios. So this is the waste plastic which we are dealing. That's why we have given the name, the end of life waste plastic. So this is a dead plastic which has already consumed its life. After it is already recycled, then what left? If you can go to the visit to the Tikri border in Delhi only, and in Mumbai and in Gujarat, where the recycling is happening, so you can easily find out this kind of waste plastics. So it's mainly consume LDP, SDP, and MLP. So MLP is a big challenge. So there is economical technology is not there by which you can use the MLP. So what first we have basically characterized the plastic waste. So we have carried out the TG and analysis, and because we have dealing with the flexible payment, then people ask what will happen at the 120 degree and this 50 degree when the mix will come in the contact of this kind of products. Then we have carried out the leaching test, and we carried out the tensile properties also, because we have come up in some form of products. So on the left side you can see the leaching results. So all of the below detection limit, so nothing heavy metals got leached out from this material, because it is already in our environment. This material is already in the environment. So but still we have carried out that test. Then comparison with the virgin geocell material. So various tests we have carried out, but what we have basically, although this plastic is already filled its first life, so we have not able to have a dead elongation with what we are getting with the virgin material. So that was a challenge was us. So we have basically come up that challenge in the form of a design and thicknesses of geocell which we have introduced. So these are two products. On the left side, that is a Phoenix. We have given that name. That is a geocell. You can use in the lower layers and other applications. And on the right side, these are modules. These are other sheets which are going for the construction of these new projects or even the overlay projects. So after first we have a laboratory, we have characterized this material in CRI. So after getting the first impression, okay, we will able to come up with a hoop stress generation, and then we went to the with the help of a Tata projects, we did first plant trials. So here you can see this is the earth pressure cell which gives us the direct data how much there is a transfer of a subgrade, stresses on the subgrade. Then we have compared with the market available geocell also in this, and this was our geocells which we have constructed. And what we have found that in comparison to the market available, there is a direct 15% reduction we will achieve with our geocell which produce on the 100% from the waste plastic. Then this we have carried out along with the NHI and DRA and ICT team were involved in this. Then what we have come up with another big section on a loop.
Last 1 minute.
Yes, sir. On the loop, and this whole section is basically instrumented with different kind of instrumentation to have a real-time data. So these are the geocells which put up there. Then this is a view of that section which we have constructed. Then we went to the lay also to have an impression how this product will work in a low temperature area. Then we worked in the this Thar area at Bikaner also. There we have constructed the test sections. So from all this, what we have obtained, so even at a 0 degree when the air temperature, what we have found with the my pavement temperature, what we obtained is near about 4.9 degrees. And even the cells were working at that lower temperatures. There is a direct almost 30% reduction in the stresses on the subgrade. This is what we have found so far. So another, this material is giving a direct saving in the material terms also and energy, because raw material is coming. And if someone is basically goes for this thing, it will direct affecting the life of 120 to 240 people per month. This much of energy we are basically diverting from this waste. And in terms of plantation, only with the these small stretches we are able to basically indirectly we have planted 120 trees. So patent is already filed up, and in conclusion, finally, it is a thermally stable product up to 250 degrees centigrade, 15 to 35% direct on subgrade stresses. If anyone from the EPR side or take the advantage, already we have taken this plastic credits, which is now the requirement of industry. For each ton, we have waive off 3 tons of a CO2 from the environment. And finally, this approach doesn't lead to any kind of further waste in the overall product. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And congratulations once again, Gagandeep and Dr. Ambika Behl and Mr. Mahesh Kasture from BCL and BPCL. Best wishes for your geocell product. Wish that it gets more and more application in your highway projects. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Saida Sabina Yasmin, doctoral student, ACSR, CSR Central Road Research Institute. So for the first best paper award presentation, along with Dr. Anil Kumar Sinha. So again, is CRI presentation. So 5 minutes. Thank you.
A very warm good evening to everyone present here. First of all, I'd like to thank CSIR CRRI for giving me the opportunity to present the work, and also IRF India chapter for conducting a very well organized session for us. Without any further delay, I would like to go straight into my work, that is turning waste into wealth, field application of red mud for eco-friendly futuristic road infrastructure. Basically, red mud is an alternative name for bauxite residue, which is a byproduct generated from the alumina industry. And at present, globally, it is generated for about 206 million tons. And in India, it's about 9 million tons, which we can visibly see from this graph. That is, alumina, which is the desired product, is generated or is produced in less quantity, whereas the red mud, which is the undesired material, is generated in higher quantity and is basically found in these areas where the bauxite ores are present, and generally end up in red mud dump yards and is a high volume, low effect waste, and ends up and has got very environmental as well as disposal issues. So for this work, we started basically with our preliminary studies from the laboratory, which included physical, chemical, and geotechnical characterization of red mud. Then we went ahead with the performance behavior of red mud using physical model and its numerical validation using finite element modeling. Then we proceeded our work with a pilot study by construction of red mud fly ash, subgrade, as well as embankment in Orissa as well as in Jharkhand. Then finally, we ended up with life cycle assessment and carried a physical environmental feasibility study. So this, for this study, we have considered 2 red mud, that is one from Muri site and one from Raigara site. Raigara is from Orissa and Muri is from Jharkhand. This is a model for the physical model study that we have considered in the laboratory, and this is the location and the site details for the 2 pilot projects. One is Koraput and the other is Muri. So coming to results and discussions, these are the physical, chemical, as well as geotechnical properties of red mud along with fly ash, and it has been compared with the standards laid by MORTH 2013 as well as by other standard guidelines for the subgrade and embankment. From the laboratory characterization, based on CBR test, we varied the fly ash content and found that 25% fly ash with 75% red mud gave optimum results because of the, we considered in situ moisture as well as maximum utilization of red mud. And then we proceeded with the numerical modeling where we did the slope stability analysis and also simulated the behavior of red mud, simulating the physical laboratory model studies. Then from the pilot study, we compared the elastic modulus behavior of red mud in physical model test from the laboratory with the field red mud, and also compared with the various conventional materials from various studies from the literature. Then for the completed section in Raigara, we also performed the performance evaluation, and has found that the road which is constructed with red mud subgrade performed better in terms of deflection and roughness compared to the conventional section. Coming to the life cycle assessment, this study was carried out in 3 phases. First is the laboratory TCLP, where it was found that it is a non-hazardous material. Then while constructing, it was found, care was taken to confine the material using a 2-meter soil cover. And then after construction, at the sites of pilot studies, we took care to assess the pre and post constructions by having the upstream and downstream collection of samples for both water and soil assessment before and after construction. And has been found that all the limits of the heavy materials for both the soil as well as water and air quality is within the permissible limits. So coming to the conclusions, it was found that the red mud, that is both the red mud are suitable for embankment and subgrade construction. Then the construction material equipments can be carried out with the conventional indigenous construction equipments and does not need any additional or extra addition to the normal equipments. And coming to the environmental aspects, it was found that about 25 to 50% reductions were obtained for the various impact parameters, and the performance of red mud road was better than the control section in terms of deflection and roughness. And the outcomes was that almost 500 lakh tons of red mud was used in construction till now, and a construction methodology has been developed when it's a red mud, because red mud is not a natural material but a waste material which is converted as a sustainable material in today's need. So I'd like to conclude my presentation by saying that let's heal the planet by using waste more actively and wisely and judiciously, because the earth is a finite element. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Finishing on time, and congratulations once again to you and Dr. Sinha, and wish you all the best for the Red Mud Waste Hive project development. Thank you. So we have completed 3 poster presentations. Now I invite the 3 corporate presentations. So we have presentation from Navayuga, Mr. Rabnis Singure. So I request all 3 can come onto the stage. From Sai Rubber, Mr. Pratik Bose, and from GTF, Mr. Arijit Maheswari. So request all of you to come onto the stage, and for each one of you we have 5 minutes. So please request to stick to the time. So we can have the first presentation by Mr. Rabnis Singure. Mr. Bose, please come to the stage.
Good evening, distinguished guests and distinguished guests on the dais. My name is Ramesh Singuru, Senior Vice President, Naviga Engineering Company. It's based at Hyderabad. We are a core infrastructure company having 4 decades of experience in constructing iconic projects in the country. So I would like to discuss on one of the most interesting topic today. Though the time is very brief, it's only 5 minutes, I'll try my best to bring out the best out of the presentation. So the topic is on the monopile construction. I'm sure all of you are very familiar with the board Cast Institute pile foundations, which is there for centuries. But recently, we have innovated the monopile concept for the viaduct construction in the one of the biggest cities in the country, which is the commercial capital in the Mumbai. So we have conceptualized this monopile construction keeping in mind the dense traffic that is that runs through the city, and we are constructing two major projects in the heart of the city. So we gave a lot of thought if we can avoid the group of piles and go for a monopile. So the monopile concept is, this is the first time in the country we are going with the entire project with the monopile foundation. So I'll run the presentation. Just let us start it. So let me give you a small brief. My chairman is Mr. C.V. Rao. He is the founder. And we are into the marine infrastructure, highway and bridges, hydro projects, tunnel projects, and many more. Next. So I am taking you to a particular project. This is the design and construction of elevated Eastern Freeway extension from Chadanagar to Anandnagar with its 13.9 kilometers between Thane and Mulund in the city of Bombay. So I wanted to bring it in the innovation and sustainability because of the concept. So the client is MMRDA, and the project consultants are Sheladia and SMEC joint venture. The project job value is 2,682 crores, excluding the GST. It's a 100% elevated freeway with up and down ramps. Next. So the timeline, the major objective of the project is to reduce travel time between Thane and Mulund because of the dense traffic. So the project timeline is 48 months, out of which 12 months is given for the design and balance 36 months for the construction part. The main USP is the large diameter 2.5 meters RCC monopile socketed in hard rock. The total depth varies between 20 to 25 meters. And justification why we selected this: less land acquisition and fewer utility shifting, etc., faster installation, and almost zero temporary works, and almost drastically reducing the carbon footprint. Next. The project involves a 6-lane viaduct and also 2 3-lane viaducts, which is totally elevated. Next. So the overall depth is 25 meters, span is 40 meters. So every 40 meters, we will have only one foundation. And there is no group of piles. One single monopile, and the beauty of this is there is no pile cap. If we have to construct a group of piles with a pile cap in such a dense traffic zone, it will take not less than 45 days to complete one group of piles and one pile cap, even if you do in the fastest method. But whereas we are completing the entire cycle, including fabrication of the cage, everything, including concreting, within 4.5 days. Almost we are reducing the timeline by 10 times. And it's also a cost-effective solution and technically very sound. And another interesting fact is that after we complete the monopile, the pier is also the same diameter. So we are going with the same, we are continuing with the pier with the same diameter up to the pier cap. So within a very short time, within short duration, you can see the piers are constructed in the dense urban traffic zone. So generally, the challenge today we are facing in the infrastructure sector is, particularly in the urban areas, to either it is a metro project or it is a elevated viaduct. Everywhere we have challenges with regard to utilities and also space constraint. Constructing a pile cap of 6 by 6 meters is a real challenge today. We cannot get so much of working space to construct a pile cap. So we have eliminated all those challenges. all those constraints. So we are constructing with one monopile and the straight away the pier. Next. Next, yeah. So, I mean, I wanted to discuss a lot, but because of time constraint, I am restricting my talk. Next. So, this has been monopile design has been proof checked by the IIT Delhi. And for another project, we got it proof checked by IIT Bombay. Next. And the consultants who have proof checked, means who have approved is the Shaladia and SMAC joint venture. Next. And the client who approved this concept is the MMRDA. Next. I can just show you a small pictorial this thing. You can see the difference of the group of pile and the monopile in the picture. Because of time, I am not able to get into the details. Next. Just go back to the slide. See, the design of the monopile is referring to IRC, ASTO, then Caltrons. The Caltron is the main thing which has been utilized for the design of this monopile. Then IRC 112, IRC SP, etc. Next. So we are having type 1A, type 1B, and type 2. We have adopted type 1A. Next. You can see the time savings, what I mentioned earlier, environmental impact reduction, pile length, etc. Next. These are the photographs of the monopile activity. Next. I'll just run through just 1 minute video on this. Just please run the video. I would like to mention one more thing. For each and every monopile, we are conducting the CHSL test, cross-hole sonic logging test for the pile integrity. That is mandatory. So far we have completed 50% of the monopiles. We have got absolute integrity of the piles. And believe me, we can complete a 10 kilometers viaduct within 1.5 years with the monopile concept. And this is going to be a game changer in the construction particularly in the urban zones. Every 40 meters, only one pile foundation. And we are doing the superstructure with post-tensioned precast segments. We are using the couplers for all the reinforcement steel in a staggered manner. CHL testing. This is the bidirectional load test. Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. In fact, we have a 90 minutes, one more session ahead of this. So request the speaker for 5 minutes only.
Yeah, thank you very much. It is very interesting, no doubt, but question is, instead of 5 minutes, it has become more than 10 minutes, 12, 13 minutes. Well, I mean, we have to request all the presenters to contain, because we have 2 more very interesting sessions in the next, after this, 2 short presentations. One will be here, one will be in the other room. So those who have got presentations in hall number 1, they should go to, record their presentations in the computer. And those who have presentation in hall 2, they should load it there with the computer there. So please go ahead with the next one.
Thank you. Now Mr. Pratik Bose from Sai Rubber will be making a brief presentation. So do you have anyone from GTF, Mr. Arjit Maheshwari? Yes, Mr. Arjit Maheshwari from GTF? Okay. Thank
you. Good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of my company, I would like to thank IRF IC for giving us this opportunity to present our company to the esteemed guest here. Basically, we are an infra-based company along with a rubber division. So I'll just run through quickly because of the paucity of time and let you know a little bit about the company. So basically, we are a 25 plus years company and we have rubber molding machines in our company. We have fully equipped machine shop to manufacture all types of metal bearings. So you just heard the gentleman from Navyuga talking about piles and piers and pier cap. I'm going a little higher than that. I'm on top of pier cap, a product called bearing. We are certified by RDSO as well as we are ISO 9001 certified company. We also have a CE certification in our credit. We have basically 4 divisions. We have the structural engineering division, we have the rehabilitation division, we have the building division, and we have the rubber division. So I'm going to speak here more about the structural engineering division, which has, this is our organization chart basically, which has a CMD and managing director. I'm the executive director of the company and the rest of the company who are doing, manufacturing the product in our premises in Faridabad. This is some photographs from our premises in Faridabad. This is our office and our plot. This is a view of our machine shop where we are manufacturing the products. In the structural engineering divisions, we are having structural bearings, we are having structural expansion joints, we are having drainage spouts, we are having steel girders and other fabrication work, and metal beam crash barriers. Now all these products, most of them, especially the top 4 are related to the structures, means bridges. They are used all across the country. We are exporting it to our neighboring countries, and everything is manufactured in our own plant in Faridabad, and every product, whatever we are using in that is Indian. So I start with structural bearings. Basically, what we have heard just now is the pile, as I said earlier, up to the pier cap. Now there is a superstructure coming on the pier cap. To accommodate the various movements and loads of the superstructure, a bearing is used between the substructure and the superstructure. So a device provided between substructure and superstructure to control the interaction of these two is called a bearing. It is one of the most important parts of the structure, but considered least important in the scenario of a country because it's a low value product as compared to the entire construction cost. So it's given least prominence, it's given least priority. It is always considered that, okay, we can buy it whenever we need it, but that is not the thing. The product has to be designed as per the standard, it has to be manufactured, it takes its own time, and then only we have to get it tested. Testing is done either in an NABL lab or a government lab or our in-house facilities. So people come, they test the product. Once it is satisfying the requirements, they give us the certificate, and then we move on. So basically, as you see here, the bridge bearing is installed in a place in between the superstructure and the substructure, nowhere else. Wherever we have a gap in the structures, there is bound to be a bearing to take into account of all the vertical loads, horizontal loads, the movements of the bridges, as well as the rotations. I'm being very brief in this, though this entire presentation is about 1.5 hours long, but I have to finish it off in 5 minutes, so I'm trying to quicken up the things.
Next 2 to 3 minutes.
That's it? Yeah. Okay. So just going by the types of bearings, we have the pot PTA, cum PTA fit bearings, steel bearings, rocker roller, hinge plate bearings, spherical bearings, pin fixed metallic guided, and electronic elastomeric bearings. So earlier in the olden days, more of rocker roller, hinge and plate bearings were being used. Then came in pot bearings, then came spherical bearings. Now all the top 4 are getting more or less eliminated, and people are focusing on elastomeric bearings because of the cost factor. This is how the bearing looks. Basically, this is a metallic bearing. This is a pot bearing in which we have a pot. It is more or less similar to a hydraulic cylinder, but it does not have oil. Instead, it has an elastomer which acts as a solid whenever the pressure is imparted to it, and the pressure is dispersed through the cylinder into the structure and down to the earth. So this is the most complicated one, and this has got maximum number of parts. Other bearings have lesser parts. So this has got, basically it's called a PTFE bearing because if you see the light blue one, that is a PTFE, that is polytetrafluoroethylene, or in a common language it's called Teflon. And on top of that there's a mating surface. So this basically takes the movement of the bridge. The load is taken directly by the piston and transferred through the elastomeric pad into the cylinder, and down it goes. Then another situation we have, especially nowadays when we are constructing long continuous span bridges, we have to use, or in high seismic areas, we have to use this anti-uplift bearing. The first bearing that you saw, the previous one, that was more in a compressive mode. This is in an expansive mode. So this is called a tension bearing. So wherever there is an additional tension load, that is uplift, which will lift the bridge, this bearing prevents it from lifting and carrying on its function as it is to be designed for. We see there are various movements in the bridge structures. There are some irreversible movements and there are some reversible movements. Irreversible movements happen due to concrete pre-stressing, due to concrete shrinkage, due to concrete creep. These are one time, after you cast, these are one-time movements, but there's a reversible movement element also in which we have traction braking, wind and seismic, which comes and goes, and temperature again, which is variable with the season, with the time. These are the elastomeric bearings, or known as rubber bearings also. So there are various types in which we are manufacturing all types. What I've shown you here is only 3 types. That is a normal one, one with a plate, and one with a plate and studs being used in the railways, the third one. Expansion joints is basically wherever there's a bearing, there is bound to be an expansion joint. Wherever there's a gap, there is bound to be an expansion joint. It is nothing, it is aesthetic, but it prevents from the vehicle's wheel to fall into the gap. That's it. It has got no other function. Of course, it has to be waterproof. It has got its own properties as per the IRC, as per ASHTO, as per EN standards.
Mr. Bose,
it's all, I think it's almost finishing. This is a modular joint. The first one was for smaller movement. This is for larger movements, used in cable stay bridges, used in large span bridges, maybe more than 160 meters, where it is used at both ends. And then I wanted just to show you what are the failures that take place in the bearing, which will take about half a minute. This is what we do. Basically, we repair the bridge. I will cut through this. We lift the bridge and replace the bearings. These are some of the defects. If you see in the first picture, how the elastomeric bearing has failed after 20 years of operation. So we basically rectified it, and in the end, in the last picture down, sixth picture, you can see that it has been rectified. These are some of the failures. The inside elastomer has come out because of whatever the reason is. Then the top plate has moved out. The bridge has taken more movement than it was designed for. And that's it. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bose.
Thank you.
Now we go to the third corporate presentation from GTF by Mr. Arjit Maheshwari. So again, Mr. Maheshwari, 5 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I am Arjit Maheshwari, and I am proud to represent GTF Private Limited, a premium name in glass fiber reinforcement. We aren't just participate in the technical textile industry. We are one of the world's largest manufacturer in the space. With a production capacity of 10 million square meters, we combine ethical standard with German italic standards with German italic technology to secure and strengthen global infrastructure. From the US and Canada to the UK and India, we are delivering the high performance material that the world's most critical projects rely on. The company operates under the Make in India initiative, boosting the largest product capacity for its unique glass fiber geograde units. Challenges faced conventionally. As you see, the fatigue crackings and alligator crackings, top-down crackings, fatigue criteria, the bottom-up criteria, top-down cracking. Reflective crackings, block crackings, the solution GTF provide. GTF provides the glass fiber grade as a reinforcement solutions that is easy to handle and install. The grade increase cracks resistance by reinforcing the road structure. The solution reduces maintenance costs by preventing potholes, increase pavement lives, and reduce rutting by disturbing traffic load wisely. The grid helps prevent subgrade erosion and is highly durable against moisture, infiltration, and freeze the cycles. This is one of our case study. The project has Tong Road, Jaipur. It is light loaded traffic, which we use glass fiber grid layer in DBM and BC. After the heavy loaded traffic, we use glass fiber grid in 2 layers, which is under DBM and under BC. This is the specification from IRCSP 59, and that is the application of glass grid. Application of tech coat over glass grids. And that is the status after compactions. We would proudly say that we, after first monsoon, during the monsoon, and the 7 years of successful services of a single project. That are some of our few projects. Please have a look. Our client lay. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Mr. Arjit, specifically sticking to time. Additional compliments. So with that, we have come to the end of all 3 corporate principles. Thank you.
Well, I have to thank you. Thanks, Professor Parida, for conducting this session. Very well, and although not on time, of course, it's not your fault. Well, we will have now two parallel sessions, two very interesting themes. And thank you. And these are, one will be here. This is hall number 2. Hall number 2 will have technical session 4 on next generation pavement materials and design for durability and performance. I don't know, where is MC? Well, let her come. In the meantime, we'll proceed. For this, chairman is Mr. Bidur Kant Jha, who is Director New Technology in Ministry of Road Transport and Highways. I would request him to come and occupy the chairman's position. Dr. Vamshi Krishna is the rapporteur. He's sitting there in the front row because he has to see the screen and record everything. Oh, you are here. Okay, you proceed. So I have invited the chairman and I have announced rapporteur. You continue with the speakers. They should be called to the dais.
So, Mr. Bidur Kant Jha is the Director of New Technology for Highway Development at the Ministry of Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, and IIT Kharagpur alumni. He spearheads the adoption of advanced construction technologies such as automated, intelligent, machine-aided construction, etc. I would also like to invite on stage S. Mamulat. Can we please have a huge round of applause for them? I would like to call upon stage Sachin Gowda, Mr. Mohanshu Bharadwaj, Mr. Abhishek Gadekar, Mr. Sandeep Kumar Gurdu, and Mr. Garij Arvind Swami. Can we please have a round of applause for all the panelists and our chairperson as well? Starting on with the session, Next Generation Pavement Materials and Design for Durability and Performance. I would like to call Mr. Bidur Kant Jha to take over, please.
Good evening, one and all. I am happy to chair this session on next generation pavement materials and design for durability and performance. With thanks to IRF-IC for giving me this opportunity. Mr. Yuri Basaliev, please come to the dais. Sir. With permission of late Professor B.B. Pandey, who taught me pavement and material engineering and had written world-class Indian Roads Congress guidelines for pavement engineering, IRC 37 or IRC 58. This pavement is a part of road cross-sectional element which carried vehicular loadings and built our foundation, subgrade plus embankment oblique roadbed soil. We have primarily 3-4 types of pavement classified based on surfacing: flexible bituminous pavement, composite inverse pavement, rigid concrete pavement or interlocking concrete block pavement, and unpaved gravel road. This pavement constitutes substantial pavement construction costs constitutes substantial project cost, about 50 to 60% of the total civil cost. And adequate and optimum design of a pavement structure is as important as design of any engineering structure. Pavement performance under prevailing climatic conditions and projected traffic is considered to be crucial as it has direct bearing on economic returns from the project development. And under design, pavement will fail prematurely, require more money for repair, and over-designed pavement will unnecessarily deplete a limited budget. So this session is very much important to have this cost savings from road development. With this backdrop, in this session we have 6 presentations. First 2 are related to asphalt healing technology or self-healing asphalt materials. This self-healing technology has potential to transform road construction by increasing the lifespan of constructed road and eliminating the need of maintenance. Broadly, there are 3 categories of this self-healing asphalt technology. This nanoparticles such as nano rubber or nano clay, then induction heating, and then this rejuvenator encapsulated capsules. As far as self-healing concrete is concerned, self-healing concrete, or you can say living concrete, we are extensively using in our projects. One innovator from Maharashtra, engineer Vivek Nayak, has developed it, and we are extensively using it. But of course, this self-healing technology in asphalt mixture is a game changer. Then the third presentation is on high-performance bituminous mixes, or you call it highly modified asphalt mixture. Basically, it is appropriate application for heavy traffic loading and high pavement temperature, and of course, it is a value for money bituminous asphalt mixture. And then fourth presentation is on stone matrix asphalt, a specialty premium mixes known for its rut resistant, crack resistant, designed on the basis of stone on stone contact principles. And we are extensively using for our expressway projects, high speed corridors. And then fifth presentation is on cement-free or geopolymer mortar for CGBM, gap-graded bituminous material mixes, CGBM mixes. We have used 2 pilot test sections, led 2 pilot test sections in our NH projects, Srinagar Banihal and then Jorabat Shillong. And the main constant for this technology are 2. One is high cost of this mortar, which now with this research innovation, I think it will be very much cost effective. And second one, now we are applying this mortar manually. Maybe mechanized application of mortar is also required so that it will be widely adopted. And the last presentation is on this recycling or re-recycling, which is a futuristic technology aligned with our decarbonize and grow or decarbonization of highway sector vision. So with this, now I request the first speaker, Mr. Yuri, to please present your presentation. And for each speaker, time allocated is 10 minutes. Kindly respect it. Thank you. And Mr. Yuri is a pioneer in this road sector, and he has about 50 years of experience in highway sector. Please, sir.
Thank you. Dear college, electromagnetic induction current technology represent a technology breakthrough based on the general of currents in так, сейчас. Так. Так, а как она? О. In electroconductive, includes followed by load heating of the material. The combination of induction heating with organopolymer modified based epoxy resin and the including of sulfur as a mineral filler open up quality validity new possibilities for the construction of composite road materials with excellent mechanical characteristics. Electromagnetic induction in asphalt concrete is realized through the integration of alternating magnetic field with the electrical conductive components of the mixer. Steel fiber generate edge currents, converting electromagnetic energy into thermal energy. When micro cracking occurred, a local increase in temperature causes a plastic design of bitumen with penetration into damage. Sulfur by 40% of bitumen performance dual function. It acts as a plastification for up to 20% and as a mineral filler with a crystalline matrix of for over 20%, improving thermal conductivity. When combined sulfur 30% with induction heating, the temperature of 85 to 19 degree is reached in 15 to 20 minutes versus 120, 180 minutes of natural cooling. Certification synergistic effects are observed with combined use of sulfur, epoxy, steel fiber, and microcapsules with self-health engine. The combined method provide 93-96 strengths recovered in 18 minutes, a tenfold improved over simple champing. The physical mechanism of synergy is shown on this figure. Through the hierarchical structure of material from the composite scale to the molecular integration. Optimum of the sulfur content show optimal at 25-35, maximum absorbance of microwaves and restorative of durability. A comparison of induction and microwave healing with sulfur 1 to 3 minutes is shown in figure. Systematic study have demonstrated a significant improved in performance with the combined use of modifiers. The models of elastic of tradition asphalt concrete is 3,000 megapascal at 20 degree. The introduction of 20% sulfur increase it to 5,000. The evolution of microstructure of material from the tradition to the combined composition is shown on this figure. The restoration of mechanical properties during introduction current demonstrated a critical advantage. Porous asphalt concrete with steel fibers and active restoration of 17% strength. With the addition of sulfur, the time of reduce to 20 minutes at 76% strength. Asphalt concrete with 30% sulfur and microwave thermament restored 92% strength in 2 minutes. Every analysis show that the use of asphalt concrete with 40% sulfur, reduce energy consumption by 5%, and the greenhouse gas emission by 3%. The life cycles of content restore use induction current increase by 100%, with shown is this feature and table. The road covering of bridge structure as subject to specific damage, dynamic fluctuation under the influence of transport and thermomechanical deformation from expansion and compression structure. The use of induction current provide adaptive target repairs, use portable equipment without closing the lane. Так. This possible enough. Thank you for attention.
Thank you, sir, for being in time. Now I request Mr. Sachin Gora, Senior Scientist, CSIR, CRRI, to present his presentation on experience and next generation self-healing pavement, performance enhancement and self-healing behavior of asphalt mixture using macro capsule encapsulated rejuvenator. Mr. Sachin Gora, please. Time is 10 minutes.
Okay. Very good evening to everyone. Today I'll be presenting one of the recent project that we have completed in CSIR CRRI lab titled Next Generation Self-Healing Pavements, Performance Enhancement and Self-Healing Behavior of Asphalt Mixture using Microcapsule Encapsulated Rejuvenators. So as we are like aware of that, like about 95% of the total pavement network that we have in our country is asphalt pavements. So once we are talking about asphalt, it's very important to understand the behavior of asphalt or bitumen. We know that bitumen is a viscoelastic material, which properties varies from elastic solid to viscoelastic liquid based on the temperature at which it is subjected to. So once we started using this bitumen, it starts aging right from the beginning of its production to entire lifespan when we use it for construction. So if you see the main components of bitumen, we can mainly classify the components of bitumen into two sections, like solid particles called elastic solids called asphaltenes, and another one is liquid portions called maltines. If you can further fractionate this maltine, that can be fractionated into polar aromatics, naphthalene aromatics and paraffins. So with due course of oxidation, when the bitumen is subjected for oxidation process, so these polar aromatics will convert as asphaltenes, and naphthalene aromatics will convert it into polar aromatics next, then asphaltenes. So like oxidation process is including the elastic component, that is asphaltenes in my pavement structure or in a bitumen, so which imparts the increase in stiffness of my mix. So to now my material, that is asphalt mixture, is very stiff. When it is subjected for aging. So to restore this elastic behavior within this mix, we have something called rejuvenators. Rejuvenators are nothing but maltine components richer in maltines. So there are various ways of using this rejuvenator. One is during designing wrap mixes. Another one is in Netherlands, they have tried with spraying the rejuvenator on the porous asphalt surface. Again here, these techniques, spraying techniques mainly depends on the voids that are available in the mix. So we can't use it on the BC layer because there is no voids. It is very difficult to percolate. So it is mainly used in porous asphalt. Another one possible techniques where we can rejuvenate the mix within the mix itself, after construction, is encapsulate this rejuvenator, add within the mix. So with the due course of time, when the pavement faces higher stiffness, due to which cracks are developed, this rejuvenator capsule will open and the rejuvenator will release, so that the surrounding portion is rejuvenated and that micro cracks will get filled with this rejuvenator. So with this, if we try to understand the phenomena of crack, how it forms, initially, so once right after the construction, there is a homogeneous stress distribution within the mix before there is no load. And once it's subjected for loading and oxidative aging, plastic deformation occurs because we compacted certain density due to movement of traffic. The plastic deformation occurs, which is till allowable range, due to which strain hardening occurs at critical locations. So this results in development of stress concentration at critical location, so which imposes to develop micro cracks in the critical locations. These micro cracks with time, with traffic, with aging will coalesce and form a macro crack. So this macro crack will be propagated as a surface cracking. So the concept is that, so if we use the microcapsule encapsulated rejuvenator, when it comes in contact with the cracking area, so once the cracking is developed, when the capsule comes in contact with this rejuvenator, the capsule get ruptured and the this rejuvenator within this capsule will released and it will rejuvenate the surrounding area, so that we can arrest the micro crack before it propagates. So with this concept, the first thing is we have to formulate the capsule, and then we have to study the impact of this capsule on the performance of asphalt mix. So to start with developing this capsule, here I need to concentrate on mainly two parameters, because I need to use these capsules in hot mix asphalt where I will be working with a temperature up to 160 to 180 degrees centigrade. And my capsule should not get break because I am using rollers to roll the pavement, because I am using this capsule within the mix. So that I have to achieve the strength and I have to achieve the thermal degradation also. This is the main two major parameters that we have to consider when we deal with these micro capsules. So once that is achieved, then we can use this capsule and check the performance. We have checked the performance with respect to strength, durability, and its healing capacity. So this is the brief methodology that we have adopted for developing these capsules. So we have used sodium alginate solution as a shell material. So we have prepared the sodium alginate solution, and we have mixed the rejuvenator with this at higher stirring rate, and So once this solution is prepared, then we need a hardener. That is, we have used calcium chloride as a hardener. So here we have used a calcium chloride. Here it is aqueous solution of sodium alginate and my rejuvenator. And this is stirred at around 300 RPM with a opening of 1 mm diameter of the syringe. So we have prepared a capsule, and capsules are dried. This is the final product that we are getting out of this process. So next, as I said, I need to check that my capsule should not degrade at higher temperature. So one of the best method to check is thermal degradation is TGA, thermogravimetric analysis. So we have seen that in this analysis, till even if I heat my capsule till 180 degree or 200 degrees centigrade, the mass loss is between 4 to 5%, which is acceptable. And as I said, the strength requirement, because I'm using this capsule in the mix so that my capsule should not rupture or should not get breaked at the laying time itself. So international literature says if the uniaxial compressive strength of the capsule is somewhere between 10 to 12 Newton, then our capsule will not break during the mix. This one we have verified. But here, however, we could, like with different trial and error methods, we could able to achieve a uniaxial compressive strength of capsule of 18 Newton. So once we are done with preparation of this capsule, we have incorporated this capsule in a bituminous concrete BC grade 2 as per MORTS specification. And the mixes are prepared, and once the mixes are prepared, I need to check that whether my capsule is ruptured during the preparation of the mix itself. So for that we have used 4D X-ray microscopy analysis. So here you can observe that there are a capsule at different cross-sectional heights. So the capsules are uniformly distributed, and I can't see like only few capsule will have a weak surface that will get ruptured, but majority of my capsule are not ruptured, because I can't few capsule have got leaked here. So once the specimens are casted and tested for this uniform distribution and leakage behavior, so they are subjected for aging condition also. We have dealt with both unaged, short-term aged and long-term aged specimen, and we have conducted performance tests with respect to So if we observe the trends from zero cap, here we have used two different dosages. One is 0.5% by the weight of my aggregate, and 1% by weight of my aggregate, total aggregate weights. So if you can see, there is no margin, because here when I add a capsule, I should not compromise with my strength and performance parameter. My intention is only to heal the micro cracks, so that instead of healing micro cracks, my material should not fail in moisture damage, tensile strength, or in a compression. So these parameters have cross-checked at all aging condition, unaged, short-term aged and long-term aged. There are marginal variation when I use higher dosage of capsules, because as I said, there are few capsules which has a weak surface, which can get fractured during the compaction. So these are the results are reflected here. So same with compression also. Here we have performed dynamic creep test at different capsules dosages and at different aging condition, where the total plastic, the total permanent deformation is not significantly different with addition of microcapsules. So the same thing has been observed with resilient modulus. Only due to this breakage of few capsules, the resilient modulus is marginally affected. So finally, we have performed main thing is self-healing behavior. For that test, as per literature, we have followed this semicircular bending test, where we have subjected the specimen to fail in cracking in a predefined portion. In a predefined area, we have used this semicircular asphalt mix. The groove is cut as per the ASTM specifications, and we have performed this test at 25 degree. First, we have arrived what is the critical load for failure of this specimen. Then this specimen is subjected for healing. How we did means, we have allowed this specimen to rest for 20 hours at 50 degrees centigrade. Then we again conducted this SCB test on the same sample, failed sample, so that I can arrive at the healing index, so which are reported here, with no capsule addition at different aging condition, like short-term and long-term age. So we can see the clear trend of increased in self-healing behavior, that is healing index. So to conclude, the capsules that we have developed has capability to withstand my mixing and compaction temperature and the compaction load, that is 18 Newton we have arrived. And there is no significant changes that has been seen in the volumetrics properties, either in moisture damage, resilient modulus and dynamic creep. But however, in dynamic creep, we had a marginal variation in the total permanent strength. Okay, we have performed SARA analysis also. How we perform SARA analysis? After conducting the dynamic creep, we have extracted the bitumen, and because we have conducted this SARA test after conducting the after applying the loads. So whether my capsule or braked or not to check. So once we have performed this test, we have seen that there is a marginal increase in this maltine content, which result shows that there are a leakage of this capsule, due to which my maltine content has been increased. That is increase in saturates. And healing at long-term aging condition, we have arrived around 58%. So as I said, this is a laboratory study. We haven't conducted any field section so far. So these are all the limitation and challenges that we have observed from this study. One is we don't have any field performance, so we are pitching for field sections. And here we have used only one commercial rejuvenator with particular dosage. So yeah, we can use more different rejuvenators that are available, both commercial and even bio-based rejuvenators. And again, this we have created a setup and developed the capsule in the laboratory, because of which the cost is coming around 1,000 rupees per kg of capsule, because we are developing in a micro scale. So even we are not sure this scaling of this capsule production, what will be the cost implications. And the way forward is, obviously, as I said, as of now we don't have any test section across the globe on self-healing capsules, so that once we have this pilot test sections, we will be able to assess the performance of this.
Thank you, Mr. Sachin.
Yes. So hereby I acknowledge Director CRRI for funding the project, and Director NCL for allowing us to prepare a capsule in National Chemical Laboratory, Pune. Thank you.
Definitely we will do this pilot test section. And basically, bitumen we all know it is SARA, saturate, asphaltene, resin and aromatics. So with time, physical hardening or oxidation, this resin convert into asphaltene. So with this encapsulated capsule, they increase the resin component. That is the basic principles. Now I request Mr. Bharadwaj, Mohanshu Bharadwaj, to present a structural pathway to HAMA, understanding SBS architecture effect on network evolution and vendor performance. Please, Mr. Bharadwaj. Time is 10 minutes.
Sure, thank you. Thank you. So good evening, everyone. So today I will be discussing on the topic structural pathways to HAMA, understanding SBS architectural effects on network evolution as well as binder performance. As we all know that generally in asphalt pavement construction, the SBS content that is being used is around 2 to 3%, but with time it was found that asphalt pavements were found to fail because of the high traffic flow as well as the extreme weather conditions. So researchers began to think that what could be the other options, or what could be the better parameters that could lead to the increased strength as well as service life of the asphalt pavement. So in 2010, Delft University researchers came up with the idea of increasing the polymer content in the asphalt pavements. So what they did was they increased the polymer content in the asphalt pavements up to 7 to 8% and found that the properties of the asphalt pavement were increasing enhancively. And actually what was happening behind the chemistry is when the SBS content is around 2 to 3% in the asphalt pavement, the polymer remains in the dispersed phase, and when the SBS content reaches around 7 to 8% according to Delft University researchers, the polymer comes into the continuous phase, and now the polymer governs the main properties of the asphalt pavements. So as polymer is now governing the main properties of the asphalt pavements, so it catch the attention of various researchers around the globe, and there were found many studies in the laboratories that were done in order to check the properties of the highly modified asphalt binders. So around the globe the researchers studied the HAMA properties and they found the better results, so they applied into the various highway constructions also. And one of the studies that compared basically the conventional asphalt, polymer modified asphalt, as well as highly modified asphalt, they used all the three in the surface course, and what they found was, if we see here, the first one is the conventional asphalt, and for conventional asphalt, for the same traffic as well as the same time duration, what they found, for surface course, the cracks propagated to the wearing course, or we can say surface course. And for polymer modified asphalt, the cracks propagated, but they didn't propagate up to the topmost level of the surface course. But for HIMA, the cracks were not propagating at all into the surface course, which indicates that how well the HIMA was performing in the field as well. Since the HIMA was performing well, but again, there are some gaps that were found that we tried to cover. As Delft University researchers said that normally the polymer that is being used is around 7 to 8%, but this might not be true in every case, depending on the properties of the base asphalt with which they are modifying. So what we did was, we tried to relate, or we tried to define HIMA based on the macroscopic parameters as well, depending on the properties of, or we can say conventional properties and the rheological properties. Second thing is, although the aging studies have been done around the globe, but still we needed to check that whether how we are defining the HIMA is applicable to short-term age or as well as the long-term age samples or not. And the third thing is, researchers focused on the highly modified asphalt properties, but they overlooked the SBS properties that could best lead to the formation of the HIMA, or which SBS structure, which styrene content or which vinyl content could lead to the best formation of the HIMA and best HIMA properties. So I will be covering a little part of it. What we have done is, I have taken the three structures, linear, radial as well as branch structures, in order to see that which structure is best in HIMA formation for the continuous phase of the polymer modified asphalt. Now, the very first things, if we see SBS modified asphalt, the very first thing that comes into mind is the blending. So what we did was, we took the dosages from 2 to 12%, covering all conventional SBS modified asphalt as well as highly modified asphalt, and we did the high shear mixing at 4200 RPM for 90 minutes at 180 degrees Celsius, and then after the high shear mixing, cross-linking was done using the sulfur, and then low shear mixing was done in order to swell the SBS particles so that elasticity can be provided to the highly modified asphalt binders. So this is the high shear mixer that we have used in our lab in order to produce the highly modified asphalt binders. So coming to the conventional test results now, as we all know that if we increase the SBS content in the modified asphalt, or we can say asphalt, it is obvious that softening point will increase and penetration will decrease. But if we see at around 8 and 10%, before 8%, the slope of the softening point curve is uniform, but after the 8%, there is a sudden increase and sudden decrease in the softening point as well as penetration results. So, which indicates that the HIMA formation is taking place after the 8% of the SBS content. Similarly, if we see the penetration index as well as elastic recovery results, the same trend was found to follow. That after the 8%, again, increase in the elastic recovery as well as penetration index was found. And we confirmed the results from rheological test also. We did PG grading on unaged, short-term aged as well as long-term aged specimens, and again they confirmed that after 8% the HIMA formation was taking place. But if we see structural wise, more continuous, or we can say more stable HIMA formation was taken place in linear structure because of the better dispersibility of the linear structure in the asphalt binder. So for radial and SBS, the dispersibility is pretty low, because of which the proper bond is not able to form in comparison to linear structure, and hence the difference in the values for the PG grading is found to be less for 8 and 10% for radial as well as branch structures. And similarly for linear structure, the difference is pretty high. So which indicates that linear is performing way better in comparison to radial as well as branch structures. So as I already told that we have to check on the short-term age as well as long-term age samples too. So what we did was, we did PG grading test on short-term age as well as long-term age samples, and we found that again the trend was ought to follow, and HIMA binders were performing well after long-term aging of the specimen also. So Apart from that, we checked the viscoelastic properties of the HIMA binders as well as the conventional SBS modified binders. And we can see for low frequency range, that is corresponding to the high temperatures, again, the linear was performing far better than radial as well as branch structures, with HIMA binders having higher stiffness in comparison to the conventional SBS modified binders. Similarly, for the low temperatures also, the elasticity was found to be better for LSBS, or we can say linear structure of the SBS. And as the reason being, the crossover is found to be formed pretty early in the linear structure of the SBS modified asphalt, or we can say HIMA. Now, in order to check the rutting characteristics, we did the MSCR test, and we checked the GNR values as well as percentage recovery values at 3.2 kPa. And what we found was, again, it is obvious that GNR is decreasing and percentage recovery is increasing. But one thing is to be noted here is, if we see after 6% of the SPS content, the percentage recovery values, there is no significant difference in the values, which indicates that 3.2 kPa is not sufficient stress level to clearly differentiate the HIMA properties. So what is needed is, we need to increase the stress level so that better characterization of the HIMA properties can be done. As I have shown the GNR values on the log scale, if we see on the normal scale also, after the HIMA formation, that is after 8%, there is no significant difference in the values for 10 and 12%, which again indicates that higher stress levels are needed to be introduced in order to better characterize the HIMA properties. Now, the very most important thing is, what about the workability of the HIMA binders? If we see structure-wise representations of the HIMA binders, we will see, according to MS2, they limit themselves up to 180 degrees Celsius for mixing temperatures. But for radial as well as branch SBS, it was found that the workability was pretty poor in comparison to linear SBS. And in our study, what we found was, we can reach up to 10% of the SBS content in order to make the blend workable. In this study, what we used was, we used simple linear, radial and branch structures without varying in the vinyl content, and less vinyl content was used in the study. However, by increasing the vinyl content, these mixing temperatures can be reduced, and we can reach up to the 12% in terms of the linear structure of the SBS content. So now coming to the conclusions, again, the same thing, HIMA formation is taking place after 8% of the SBS, mainly for linear SBS and radial SBS. However, linear SBS was found to perform better. Again, that was confirmed from conventional tests as well as rheological tests. For MSCR, again, stress level needs to be increased, and for workability, we can go up to 10% of the SPS content for linear structures. Yeah, these references. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, this HIMA or high performance bituminous mixtures guideline IRC-SP 139 developed on the basis of NHI funded research scheme. And one more research scheme we have given to NIT Rourkela, because it is high polymer content, and so due to lesser workability, it is crack prone. So they are devising some material to add so that this demerit will be eliminated. Thank you, Mr. Bharadwaj. Now I request Mr. Abhishek to come to present a stone matrix asphalt, developing a SOP based on field learnings and optimizing mix design with varying lime content. Mr. Abhishek.
Thank you, everyone.
Just a minute. Mr. Abhishek is Assistant Vice President, Pavement and Cube Highway. Please.
Yeah, thank you, sir, for the introduction. So, I'm Abhishek Gadekar. I am representing Cube Highways Technologies. I am working as the Assistant Vice President in Cube Highways Technologies. And this paper actually is one of the case study from one of the national highway where we have implemented SMA in approximately 80 kilometer 4-lane stretch. And this is the one of the project of Vertis Infrastructure Trust portfolio roads. So basically, Cube Highways Technology has been appointed as a project management consultant for this project road, and this case study has been jointly prepared with the Vertis Infrastructure Trust and Cube Highways Technologies. So just want to give you the brief introduction about the Cube Highways technologies. So Cube Highways Technology, earlier known as the VR Techniques Consultant Private Limited, that is founded by Dr. H.K. Reddy. And as the as the year goes and our team size goes to the size of 200 plus employees, and currently we are working in many various verticals in the highway consultancy services. So these are our verticals, so where specifically technical due diligence, project management consultancy services, and lenders advisory are the core business area, and safety audits, traffic due diligence, everything. So this is the brief introduction about the Cube Highways technologies. So I just want to give you brief about Cube Highways Technology success story of SMA implementation. So we have firstly implemented this SMA in Jaipur to Mahua Rajasthan section, where 40 lane kilometer road has been executed by us, which was executed in 2017. Then we have done we executed 136 lanes kilometer of section in Delhi, Amritsar, Katra, where we were appointed as a project management consultancy for consultant for the Cube Highways. And after that, recently in 2023, we have been appointed by the Vertis, where we did 230 plus lane kilometer flow. So this is our success story of the SMA implementation. So about my outline of the presentation is like, first is the introduction about SMA, then some of these are my outlines of the presentation. So what is SMA? SMA is nothing but a very premium bituminous mix which we can call as a highest rut resistant mix, and it is basically a stone to stone. It works on the principle of stone to stone contact. So this is firstly in IRC specification has been developed by IRC in 2008, which was IRC SP 79. It was revised in 2023. And some key changes were made in this revision. First was the use, they have suggested the use of PMB instead of VG grade bitumen. And after that, they have given a suggestion of reducing the excess lime. They have reduced the lime content to 4%. And in place of hydrated lime, they have suggested to use some other kind of filler, maybe baghouse filler and all. And also, other than that, SMA working principle are same. So these are the one more basic characteristics is the 94% compaction required, which is higher than the conventional bituminous mixes. In conventional bituminous mixes, we generally require minimum compaction 92%, whereas in the SMA 94% compaction is required. And the rolling pattern is very much important here. Here initial rolling is vibratory rolling, so low vibration vibratory rolling we need to do for the first passes, and these are. And the second important thing is the drain down test, because it's a high bituminous rich mix, so we should ensure that it should not fail in the drain down test. So these are the basics about the SMA. So these are the ingredients of the SMA. First is the aggregate, second is bitumen, third is the stone dust, fourth is the lime or baghouse filler, and last one is the fiber pellets. So fiber pellet is very much important in the SM mixes. So these are the ingredients which we need to add. So if you see multiple times SMA failure in our highway sector. Recently we have identified some photographs we have taken from one of the project stage of a national highways. Something is wrong. That's why this technology has been is failed many times in the past. But what is the problem? So maybe basically 3 points we have considered in the problem. First is the inappropriate material. If the material is not properly identified or suitably selected, any technology could be failed. Second is the improper mix design. So mix design is very much important. If we want to adopt any new technology, we should be having proper mix design. And third is the material handling, how we handle the materials, because every technology can be implemented by the expertise only, not with anyone can do anything like that. So that's why the corrective action is material characterization, formulation of proper mixes, and development of standard operating procedures. So that's why we have developed a detailed standard operating procedures, which I will elaborate. So basically, our standard operating procedures is divided into 3 parts. First is the research, then preparation of a standard process and trial implementation. After that, we find out whatever the challenges and outcomes is coming from our trial stage, we document it proper, and then we develop a standard operating procedure. This is our basic fundamental for the implementation of any technologies. If you see here, any project execution is divided into these 5 major elements. First is pavement study. How our pavement behavior, if this technology has to be adopted or not, which this is basically defined by our pavement stretch only. Then material research. Extensive analysis we need to do for the material identification, sourcing and all. Then plant modification. Whether my current plant is okay or not, we need to modify some, say for example, if I want to use waste plastic, I have to modify the plant accordingly. If I want to use some plant in the reclaimed asphalt pavement mixes, then I have to modify accordingly. So that's why the plant modification is very much important, whether my mix is going to produce by that plant is okay or not. Then remedial and challenges, what kind of failure is occurring, what is the problem, what is the cause, that we need to identify. And then after that, quality control checks have to be done. So this is our standard operating procedures. If you see here, this kind of things we need to do prior to identify any strategy, prior to prepare any maintenance strategy. So wherever the design life is less than, our design level is less, we have to adopt any overlay or any maintenance strategy. So this is the sample photograph I am presenting for that. Now if you see in this photograph, some cracks are existing cracks, which we know we cannot directly overlay at that particular section. We have to definitely rehabilitate this section. Now, if I will see here, some of the photographs I have taken after the post milling. So some concessionaire or some contractor says things like that, we have eliminated the superficial distress, then we can do anything. But that's not right. We have to eliminate these distresses also, then only any technology can sustain. So this has to be take care in any projects. Now coming to the point of the material research, so we have adopted a wire top fiber, which is in almost all 3 projects we have used. So these are some of the properties I have mentioned here for the wire top fiber properties. Then this is the property of lime. And these are all the basic properties of aggregate and binder. Here symmetry diagram I am presenting where because in this mix the filler content dose is very much high. So that's why separate filler arrangement has to be added. This 13 number is identified by for the mineral filler and 16 for the fiber hopper. So fiber hopper is to be added additionally for the conventional plant. So if you can see here, different parts I have separated here. So this is the lime dosing units, and these are the fiber dosing, and then hopper dose, fiber hopper. And this is our batch report, how batch report looks and how the mix looks. Now coming to the okay, so thank you. So coming to that mix design process, so it's a conventional mix design we need to do as we do in the master mix design. We just need to check the drain down test, especially for the SMA mixes. So 6% is the binder content we have identified with the 7% lime content in the first mix design. Then because our IRC code suggested that we have to reduce the lime content to 4%. So we have identified some other sources where baghouse filler has been identified nearby, and we have again reform our mix design. So the same results we have obtained for the optimum binder content, whereas filler content is reduced to 4% and baghouse filler is 3% and 4% the lime content. And multiple trials we did with the different lime content. So we have identified that at 7% the TSR is maximum. So TSR at 7% lime is shows higher TSR value, and mixed results at 0 to 8%, almost all properties are in line with respect to our specification requirement. And there is no any compactability or constructability issue has been observed with this all lime content. So we may, if there is a issue, if any plant where we cannot have the proper gradation due to lack of filler content, we can go up to the 7%. This is my practical experience. Now, as you know, as we reduce the lime content, we can save the cost of the mixes. So these are some comparative remarks of that. And so some of the slides I will show where I can show the accuracy of our monitoring process and all. So 97% gradation we have checked with the pass. These are all the binder content, air void results, which are all within the limit. If here you can see here 89% of all category of overall project, 89% test results have been identified as a pass and 11% is fail. So that kind of accuracy we have to maintain. So one of the things here I have to mention that stone to stone contact, if you see in this picture, every large size aggregate is connected with the second large size aggregate. So this is the skeleton we have to maintain. And we have used the NNDG compaction instrument, which actually measures the in situ compaction on live real-time basis. We can measure the compaction actually. And in this photograph, if I will see here, at each passes wise, I have taken the readings of the NNDG, and we have identified that after the fourth pass, there is no need of additional pass requirement. So this kind of things we can do in any other mixes where the real-time data analysis we can do, real-time data we can check with the compactive effort, and we can save the cost of the rolling as well as we can go for the optimum. And this is the compaction, core compaction versus NNDG compaction. So a strong correlation has been observed with this, both the results. We did the batch report analysis as part of our job. So we identified that approximately 65% of our each batch wise mixes is performing, giving the accuracy of 0. plus minus 1 binder content from the optimum binder content ratio, and almost 98%, 99% within the plus minus range of 0.3% of bitumen content variation. Here time to time we have calibrated our plant and plant report as well as wavelage report. And after that, in the reconciliation process, we have observed that only 0.2% of bitumen is the variation. So the that kind of accuracy we have maintained with the stringent monitoring with our presence. So some of the challenges have been observed in the initial phase of working, because contractor is not that much of educated. So we have to give toolbox training and all on a day-to-day basis. So some initially some failure has been also observed in some of the initial phase of working due to maybe improper mixing of fiber, or maybe the proportioning is not proper. So we have, so say for example, fiber is, what we have observed that we were working in the summer time. We have filled all the fiber material into this hopper. Due to summer time, 45, 50 degrees centigrade, that because the...
Please conclude. Huh?
Yeah. So fiber dosing is very much important here. Whether my fiber is getting clogged or not, to save that clogging or to reduce that clogging, we have to empty that particular fiber into the this fiber hopper on a daily basis, so that optimum fiber dosing to be done and dispersion of fiber to be properly maintained. So many things has to be done. Some I have done going through the, yeah. So this is my final product. It looks like. So thank you everyone. This is all about my case studies. So due to time constraint, I have not shown you more. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I request Professor Anush from IIT Bhubaneswar, who has innovated this geopolymer mortar to be used for CGBM, cement grouted bituminous material. Yes, Professor Anus. Actually, Ministry has funded one research scheme for the cement-free geopolymer concrete to IIT Roorkee, and we have laid one trial pilot test section of concrete pavement in Dehradun, and we are also monitoring the performance because it is aligned with this decarbonization vision of our country. Please.
Yeah, good evening all. I'm Dr. Anush from IIT Bhubaneswar. Today we'll talk about investigations on cement-free pigmented geopolymer mortar coated for open-grade friction codes applications. So basically if you see CGBM as per IRC SP 125 involves grouting highly porous bituminous mixture, typically an OGFC we can say, open-grade bituminous mixture. And before grouting, we have a good amount of porosity in the bituminous mixture, or 25% porosity is there. When you try to grout it with cement, all the cement grout fills the pores and prevent a very good matrix within the pore structure. But the issue here is that, if you see here, so porous bituminous mixture provides flexibility and load distribution. Cement grout provides high stiffness, strength and rut resistance. So this way, we are trying to balance the flexibility and stiffness by using a semi-flexible behavior kind of approach. So, but the issue is that here, typically we try to achieve 35% porosity in a bituminous mixture. Then typically a one lane of CGBM requires around 80 tons of cement. And we know that cement consumes or produces around 0.8 to 0.9 per ton of CO2 for every production. If you produce 1 ton of cement, I'm emitting around 0.8 to 0.9 tons of cement in the atmosphere. What's there? So significantly increases the carbon footprint. As we know, today's our GRS 26 theme is to see how to achieve vision 0. So we need to see how we can reduce the carbon footprint by pavement technologies. So we need to look what are the different alternatives we have to fill as a cement grouting. One alternative is basically an alkali activated binders. So in short, we can call AABs. So basically AAB a sustainable alternative for cement. So AAB uses aluminosilicate rich industrial byproduct instead of a cement basically. If you talk about fly ash, GGBFS, metakaolin, they have good amount of silica, alumina. We try to basically make them a reaction in the alkaline environment and produce cementing agents. Typically we have three kind of let's say categories. We have geopolymers, alkali activated slag cement and hybrid systems are typically called as AABs. So in geopolymer we have a low calcium and produces sodium aluminosilicate hydrate. We call it NASH, we can say NaSH, sodium aluminosilicate hydrate. Typically we use a fly ash, RHA, silica fume as a precursors. By using these precursors, we can get this kind of NASH as cementing agent. Then we have alkali activated slag cement. Typically we use GGBFS, which is basically byproduct of slag industry. We produce calcium aluminosilicate hydrate where we try to get as a cementing action. Then we have hybrid blends where you can combine these both and get a hybrid blends. Today we'll talk about hybrid blends or geopolymer concrete or geopolymer mortar. So basically AABs produce either sodium hydroxide, sodium aluminosilicate hydrates or calcium aluminosilicate hydrates as a typical cementing material, how we have CHH in cement, typical cement. So then the alkaline environment is created by using sodium hydroxide and sodium silicate. So basically to make the aluminate and silica in the precursor like GGBF's fly ash, to make a reaction we need alkaline environment which is given by sodium hydroxide and potassium hydroxide or sodium silicate or potassium silicate. Now typically the three stages of geopolymerization. First is the let me go back. Yeah. So first is basically dissolution is there, then polycondensation and hardening. So what happens here in dissolution, we try to dissolve the silicate aluminates in the precursors, then we try to polycondense or condensation happens forming a NaSH or CSH gel, then hardening happens to provide strength and durability. So today's objective is to investigate the potential of cement-free geopolymer mortar as a grouting material for open grade friction cores. So basically we're trying to use cement-free because there is no any amount of CO2 emission by cement production. Scope includes design of geopolymer grout as a function of molarity of NaOH, because the molarity of NaOH plays a very major role here. Then investigate setting and flowability characteristics of geopolymer mortar or geopolymer grout, we can say, because in the field when you try to grout the OGFC mixtures, it has to be enough workable and flowable. Then investigate strength characteristics of geopolymer mortar. So materials we use basically GGBFS and fly ash. These are two materials which provide you the enough amount of silica, calcium oxide and aluminate to the reaction to happen. So GGBFS has good amount of calcium oxide, and fly ash we use class F fly ash having good amount of silica and alumina. Then we use alkaline activator. We try to see different molarities, 3 molar to 15 molar. When I say 3 molar, we are trying to use around 120 grams of NaOH to produce 1 liter of solution. So basically molar means the typical mass of your the NaOH. It's around 40 grams molar mass. Then we used Na2SiO3 as a alkaline activator to produce the required chemicals. Then we have used water to improve workability. Then we use aggregates to OGFC mixtures. Then we use pigment, either red and green. The pigment was used because to improve the albedo. So we know that albedo is a very major issue in the urban areas, because typically bituminous cement have very huge, less amount of albedo. If you have good amount of albedo, we can increase the reflectivity and decrease the urban heat island effect. Then we used VG40 bitumen basically to bind in the OGFC mixtures. So we use 3 grades of OGFC as per IRC specifications: grade 1, grade 2 and grade 3. So grade 1 is more coarser, and as we move towards grade 3 it is quite more finer, and we expect less amount of porosity here. Then design of GP mortar. So basically we try to design different trials, and this trial I am showing only one trial here. We took around 20% of GGBFS, 25% of fly ash, 50% sand, typically forming the solid content. Then we took around a different percent of alkali activators, then water, pigment, and we also used an AA to binder ratio of 0.6. Basically in the cement we know we have water to cement ratio, but in geopolymers we talk about alkali to binder ratio. So that's how it functions in the geopolymer mortar. So more A by B ratio, we expect more workability but less strength, but low A by B ratio, we can expect difficult to work but low strength. Then water to binder ratio we used, then pigment to binder ratios, and this way we try to calculate a typical proportions of grout to be required to produce around 1.752 liters of grout. Going to methods, we try to first understand how the grout will set. This is very important because in the field conditions, we try to produce any grout, we need to have enough amount of time to work and also to grout properly to full depth of your mixes. Then we try to understand the flowability characteristics, setting time characteristics with different colored grouts. Then we try to prepare a cube and understand the strength characteristics, and here we didn't want any kind of water curing. It's an ambient cube, we don't want any water. You just prepare the cube and keep in the air. In the air it gets set and gains the strength. Then we don't need to add any amount of water for curing. And typically this is a grade 1 OGFC mixture with high porosity, grade 2 and grade 3. Now these are the typical OGFC mixtures. We are trying to now grout it with the polymer mortar after preparing the mortar. Now methods, basically once we cure the sample in the air curing or ambient curing without any water, we test the strength, we see the UPV or ultrasonic pulse velocity, and then we try to prepare the OGFC mixture and then allow it to set, allow it to harden, then grout, and this is how a typical OGFC sample looks like. And when we cut the sample along the vertical thing, we can see entirely the sample has been grouted with the geopolymer mortar. So we'll see more about this. So basically we try to understand how the grout will set. Here you can see depending on the molarity, I'm showing 4 curves, that is 3 molar, then 6 molar, 9 molar, 12 molar. You can see clearly here is that as I try to increase the molarity, the setting time starts decreasing very fastly. That means what? Basically we have less time to work if I go with higher molarity, but I have more time to work if I go with a lower molarity. But obviously if I go with a lower molarity, I may end up in having less strength, but if I go with very higher molarity, I may end up in having high strength but less working time. There is same thing with green colored pigment and again red colored pigment. Then try to study about the flowability also. You can see how the flow diameter decreases with molarity. Like 12 molar is there, then we have 9 molar, 6 and 3 molar. Typically if you see the 12 molar is very fast reacting, we don't have much time to work. Using 12 molar it may lead to improper grouting, but we found that 9 molar is very good in terms of retaining workability, flowability and strength as well. Going to talk about the strength also. These are typical strength values what we got. There's typically 6 molar NaOH we used. These are typical 3 day, 7 day, 28 day strength. There is a no water curing, it's typically ambient curing. We didn't add any water here, it's an ambient cured specimens. And with 9 molar, the almost strength doubled. By adding more NaOH, we can expect more amount of strength to, more early reaction and a better strength characteristics. But obviously, if we go with much higher molarity, also as a trouble, we'll see what trouble we face later. Yeah, this is one small video. So can I play this video? Can you play this? Click on that any of the. We're trying to see how the grout can free flow without any external pressure. Just click on the picture. No, click on that any one picture, that red color grout. No, click on the, I think slides are moving. I think there is some problem, I guess. Just click on that video, and just on that. No, you're going back actually, you need to go forward. Slide number, yeah, the previous slide. Yeah, click on that. You have to click on the video. You can just, yeah, you can just, the other one, the other one. Yeah, that one. Click on that. Can you go to full screen mode? It is there, it will work out. Just click on that. Yeah, you can see the grout is flowing without any much effect of pressure. It's a free flowing grout, and we can see how the voids are being filled. And this bottom red is not the grout, it's a tape we tried to put for the base plate. It's not the grout actually. Don't think it's a grout. There's typically a sticker to just to prevent grout outflowing. And again, play this video also, second video. And we are trying to show here that even vibration, there's not much grout is going down, because by gravity every grout has been filled, all the pores. So without any much amount of pressure, we are able to easily grout the specimen. And this is typically how the grout fills. Once we cut the specimen after curing, we can see all the grout has been filled without leaving any much amount of this grade 1 specimen, this grade 2 specimen, and this grade 3 specimen. That way, depending on the pore structure and the aggregate size, we can see more porosity here and less amount of porosity here. So other issue with high molarity is that if you clearly you can see when I try to have high molarity grout, people think that if you increase the molarity, we get more strength, but also we suffer with efflorescence. So if we got high molarity, we see lot of amount of NaOH coming outside and creating a very less durable structure. So when you try to balance your molarity, the precursor content and the water content while designing a geopolymer grout. Going to concluding remarks. So grouting characteristics significantly influenced by molarity of NaOH. Flow and setting time decreased significantly at higher molarity, providing less time window for construction operations. Increasing in molarity increases the strength of mortar, but obviously we cannot go beyond certain limit. 9 molar GP mortar ensured sufficient flowability and strength. The applications mostly include bus stops, truck lay bay, highway nest areas where you mostly expect a kind of parking loads or a creep load, because a bituminous pavement cannot take creep load, while JPCP concrete pavement are more costlier. This can be a very good alternative for this kind of applications. Here are some references. And thank you. Thank you very much for attention.
Thank you. Now we have last presentation on developing a SOP for RAP usage in DBM based on field learnings. And as we all know that we have this IRC 120 for recycling of pavement, and we are using hot recycling, cold recycling, in situ, off situ. And recently also we have having this IRC SP 142 for field FDR. Now I request Mr. Arvind Swami to present the thing.
Good evening, everyone. Firstly, I thanks IRF Indian Chapter GRS for this opportunity. I am Arun Swami representing Cube Highways Technology. I'm representing a topic on developing a standard operating procedure based on a field learning on use of reclaimed asphalt pavement on DBM2. This study is carried out by myself and my manager, Mr. Abhishek Gadekar, who is present on this dais. Thank you for the support, sir. Coming to the introduction, what is RAP? RAP is a reprocessed pavement material containing asphalt and aggregates. In this figure, we can see the milling machine which mills the top surface of the top of the bituminous surface and transported to the stockpile of the RAP material. In the other figure, we can see that this is the RAP screener, which helps to screen the RAP material to the respective sizes. Milling generally depends on the three different categories. One is serviceability, extent of defects, and the structural capacity. Coming to the serviceability, it depends on the service distress in surface, roughness greater than 3000 mm per kilometer. Coming to the extent of defects, it depends on the distress up to the bituminous base and distress up to the granular base. Coming to the structural capacity, if it is more than 5 years, no recycling is required. If less than 5 years, recycling and overlay is required. Methodology for utilization of RAP in bituminous mixes. Selection of project and source finalization. And the second is collection of RAP samples. And the third is selection of virgin materials, aggregate, filler and binder. Fourth is mix design with RAP sample and find the suitability of RAP and percentage of RAP adoption. The fourth is hot mix production. The final is field execution and quality control. Selection of project and utilization of RAP in road projects. Generally, milling locations are identified based on the visual distress assessment and network survey vehicle details analysis and deflection based tests like FWD. After identifying the milling location, it is very important to know the previous history of the pavement, like layer thickness and also the type of grade used in the pavement. Based on all this analysis, the homogeneous sections are selected to mill out the pavements. From these figures, we can see the different past years of the pavement history, and these are some of the photographs of the sections. Steps involved in RAP processing. First is identifying the milling location based on pavement investigation. Second is RAP sample collection and source finalization. Third is plant logistics for transportation, milled material to the plant. Fourth is screen RAP material to remove oversized aggregate and contaminants. Fifth is screen the RAP for material and fractionalization. Sixth is identify the binder content of each fraction of RAP and perform gradation. And seventh is perform mix design and do the trial with HMP produced mix and conduct the performance evaluation testing. And these are some of the codal provision which follow for RAP. Steps involved in mix design with RAP, selection of aggregates, steps for mix design with RAP. Selection of aggregate, binder and RAP, determination of basic properties of aggregate, binder and RAP properties, then binder extraction and gradation analysis of processed RAP, check the suitability of RAP with virgin binder and finalize the percentage of RAP to be added, determine the requirement of rejuvenator, perform Marshall mix design, determine optimum binder content, perform trial section laying and perform control testing and field checking. In this figure, we can see the milling which mills the top surface of the pavement, and as I told initially, this is the RAP screener which helps to screen the RAP material into their respective sizes. in this study, initially we have considered 30% of coal wrap, which directly fed into the pug mill. During that process, we faced the challenges like temperature challenges, and also the mix in inconsistency of workability. And the second, we have tried as a 25% of coal wrap into the pug mill, and 20% of coal wrap into the pug mill, and 10% of the hot wrap into the dry drum. During that time, what we observed is that we have considered 20% of coal wrap, that is 12 mm down, and the hot wrap is about 20 to 12 mm. That 20 to 12 mm of 10% wrap is directly sent to the dry drum. During that time, what we observed is that 20 to 12 mm contains the binder particles. Due to the heat temperature in the dry drum, that binder gets melted, and aggregate resulted in jam or lumps form. So at the third trial, we have decided to change the 20% of coal wrap directly into the pug mill, and 5% of 20 to 12 mm into dry drum. Then it resulted in the good consistency of mix, and also the temperature changes also rectified. These are the binder extraction test for wrap material for wrap 12 mm down, and also the wrap 20 to 12 mm. And this is the gradation curves for the wrap 12 mm down and 20 to 12 mm aggregate. And these are the 3 videos of how the screening of wrap material and coal wrap feeding with coal wrap into the direct to the pug mill, and the third is 20 to 12 mm to the dry drum. Can you play these videos once? These are the general basic tests for aggregate and wrap materials, and these are the basic properties of binder which we have used for VG40. And this is the mixed design of aggregate, blending proportion of the aggregate, and these are the percentages we have fixed for the outmix plan. And this is the mixed design calculation of the binder content. Here we can observe that wrap 12 mm we can observe 4.50%, and 20 to 12 mm 2.92%. From that we can save the the binder content overall of 1.05%. This is the basic test carried out in the lab, and these are the Marshall properties of the mixed design, like bitumen and air voids, bitumen and voids in mineral aggregates, bitumen and voids filled with bitumen, bitumen with density, bitumen with stability, and bitumen with flow. And this is the HMP production and general basic test carried out as per frequency in the laboratory. And these are the gradation curves of this, like mixed gradation as per mouth limit and mixed gradation as per JMF limit. And this is the binder extraction for the wrap. As we can see, 4.25 is our optimum binder content. So we can see the results almost are 98% results are in line. And this is the VG40 penetration test results and softening point test results and ductility test results, kinematic viscosity. And these are the aggregate basic properties like impact value and FIA test results. These are the Marshall properties test results, Marshall stability, Marshall flow, air voids in mineral aggregates. Then there is a compaction and thickness of the core. And these are base temperature to be maintained at the site. For bitumen, for mixed temperature 160 to 170, for VG40 aggregate 160 to 175, and laying temperature is minimum 150 and rolling temperature is 100. And this is the field execution in the wrap. This is the normal batch report analysis, sample batch report analysis, and this is the batch report analysis which we carried out for wrap. This is the 1 month data. We can see that 98% of test results are in line. This is the rating and Regeland modulus test which are in limit. And we can see that from this we can see that by using wrap we can save the overall cost of 19.4%. These are some of the do's and don'ts of the wrap.
Thank you, Mr. Arvind Swami. Now Now I request audience to please ask questions to the speaker, please.
Can we have the mic, please?
I am S.S. Garwar, representing ICT. Now, very interesting session and one observations. Mostly the innovations that has been given, you can say, prime importance. Now, many of the approaches, starting this self-healing and then this geopolymer, what I realize that is still the lot of developments has to take place because field applications. Now presently I am very actively involved in the industry. So what is the, you can say, until unless we have that codal practices, maybe a global codes, not necessarily the IRC or IS codes, and how we can adopt these, you can say, very concept which are still in the research stage to the field. And until unless these codes, they are well tried and tested even in the laboratory studies, how can we think of a trial section, field trial sections, which is normally given in the under construction highway projects? Thank you.
Sir, you want to add something or answer? Mr. Yuri? Okay. Okay.
Sir, like in regarding my case, in self-healing, so as of now we have done laboratory trials only and we are pitching for, we have pitched for NHI, somehow it couldn't happen. So now we are trying to pitch for MORTH. At least like as a researchers we can do in lab only. So we have a product. So to validate it, someone needs to come up and give at least 100 meter or 500 meters test section, and it should even, we should be ready to face the failure also. So then only like having a field performance, either it might be success or failure, we learn from both. So once we have a field performance only, then we can include all these things in IRCs and all.
Basically, we have this defined framework for any new innovative materials. After laboratory successful test result, we lay pilot test section, you also know, and then we evaluate its performance or monitor its performance for 3 years to develop our own IRC guidelines. So definitely for these materials, way forward is we have to lay pilot test section. Now I conclude the session. This regarding induction healing, sir. Mr. Yuri. Mr. Yuri, sir, you have talked about epoxy resin, steel, fiber, and sulfur. 3 technology you have presented us, sir. And you found that sulfur, microwave, and epoxy is more performing very well. So how you consider this safety hazard or this by using sulfur? Have you laid any pilot test section or road section?
We 25 years interested by sulfur, and construction some object in Moscow, in Kazakhstan, to use sulfur in asphalt concrete and concrete. In Russia we make standard of Russia on sulfur concrete. And these materials have future.
Sir, thank you. And of course, for Mr. Sachin, this encapsulated capsule, we have to lay some pilot test section, and how these capsules get activated, at what fracture energy, and
Sir, actually, we are expecting that it won't fail in compression, but it has to fail in tension. So, as we seen in laboratory result, like through compression test, we have not like found much breakage of these capsules. But when we did this semicircular bending, where I am trying to fail the specimen in tension and allow it to heal, so it is healing. So finally, the performance in the field has to be done so that
theoretically, how you are estimated at what fracture energy, means width of crack, it will get activated.
so the theory behind is when the crack generates, the energy at the tip of that crack will be very sufficient enough to break this. Like if we understand the fact.
It is qualitative.
Yes.
Theoretically you calculate.
Yes.
Thank you. Now for this HAMA, this Mr. Bharadwaj, you are telling 8% polymer is the optimum one. After that, there is no significant improvement.
So 10% SPS content is the optimum content in order to produce the HAMA for linear structure of the SPS content. Yeah.
10%?
Yeah, 10%.
Okay. Yeah. All these are imported SBS?
Yes, sir.
So why we are not, our researcher is trying to develop our own material?
For SBS, sir, actually the quality control is the main thing that needs to be checked, and we properly ask the supplier to check the quality control, and then we used SBS in order to produce the HAMA. It's a highly modified asphalt.
And Mr. Abhishek, you have used this, or you are using SMA with this VG40 in Amritsar, Katra? Okay. No. So, what is your experience with handling this 7% hydrated lime? Dosing was not an issue?
Not an issue with the dosing, because we especially silo we have used for the 60 to 70 tons of capacity, and we have directly discharged into the pug mill. For that arrangement we have met.
What about purity of hydrated lime?
We have checked the certain criteria which I have shown in the results, how the lime content, purity has to check. So we have checked properly.
Also, you have tested for post-construction PCA mix less than
Yeah.
PCA dried out.
Yeah.
You have tested?
So we have actually a full-time project monitoring team there at laboratory, and on a daily basis we do it actually.
Tested from field collected core sample?
Field collected core sample we have tested only for the compaction only.
For PCA mix and this condition?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Very good, effective. Yeah, sure. And the last one about this CGBM grout. Basically, CGBM is a hybrid mix having good things of bituminous mixture and concrete mixture, and very good wearing surfacing for high rainfall area, urban scenario where water causes the problem or moisture induced damages. So for 1 square meter, now this mortar requirement is 20 kg and cost is 20 kg. So 400 kg is the mortar cost. That's why it is becoming ineffective. But I am sure with this innovation, cost will be in the tune of 6 to 10 rupees per kg. So please do one trial section. It is is a very needed innovation. And the last one is recycling. So, Mr. Arvind, why you have not used this purpose-built this hot mix plant? Since you are using high RAP content, why you have gone for conventional hot mix plant with some attachment for fitting RAP? No, purpose-built, specialized, like double barrel drum hot mix plant, which is specialized or purpose-built for high RAP content. Okay. Thank you, audience, and thank you, each speaker, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you.
Thank you to all the panelists for this very insightful session. I would like to request Mr. Bidur Kant Jha to present the memento to Mr. Yuri Vasiliev. Can we please have a huge round of applause? Next up, Sachin Goda. Up next we have Mohanshu Bharadwaj. Up next we have Abhishek Gadekar. Up next, Anush K. Chandrapa. Up next, Garij Arvind Swami. I would like to invite Akhilesh Srivastav to present the memento to Mr. Bidur Kant Jha. And Dr. Vamsi Krishna G, CSIR CRRI. I would request everyone to gather for the group photograph, please. Thank you to all the panelists for gracing the event. I would like to inform everyone that all the people who have received invitees for the gala dinner by Mr. Kapila have to report to the lobby area to Mr. Deepak Malhotra. The buses are waiting there. Have a wonderful evening ahead. This is your host Punya Sharma signing off. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Well, tomorrow's session will start at 9:30. Today it was 10 o'clock. Tomorrow the time is 9:30. The session 5 and 6, please.